Cool.
Welcome, everybody, to the Purple Territory Media 2020 Draft Special. I'm your host, Joe Johnson, owner of purplePTSD, Vikings Territory, the brand new purpleterritoryradio.com. Here with a motley crew, to steal a phrase from somebody. Kirby O'Connor, the managing editor of the aforementioned network. DeShawn Vaughn. What's up, man? This is exciting.
It's very exciting.
DeShawn's a senior writer for our network. Both him and Kirby are kind of our draft experts. And then last and not least is the man who needs no introduction, who puts my background to shame. I was feeling good until you joined. Mr. Mike Tice, former head coach of the Vikings, offensive line coach extraordinaire, 14-year season in the NFL, slowly becoming my best friend. How you doing, man?
How you doing, man?
We're good. I think we're a little nervous.
Nah, don't be nervous. We got a lot of picks.
Yeah, but we'll see. I wanted to, speaking of picks, focus on tonight. The Vikings have 2 first-round draft picks, 22 and 25. I know maybe you're a little biased because of your background as an offensive line coach. I'm biased because I feel like that's been the weak spot of this team really during the Zimmer and Spielman era. We talked about that on my podcast a couple weeks ago. What do you think the Vikings should do during this quote-unquote mini rebuild, whatever you want to call it, with the picks?
Well, we have 5 picks
That's a good question.
in the first 105, right, Joe?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, so we have 2 in the third also. So, the third round typically is a good round to get an offensive lineman that, an inside player if you're looking for one, possibly a safety in there. There's a pretty good class of safeties, not necessarily first-round safeties. Corners, you got the 2 picks, 22 and 25. I feel like we got to come away with 2 of 3 things. I don't know what the Vikings brain trust is thinking. I'm not in those meetings, but they're not in those meetings either.
Well,
they're doing like we're doing, right? So, they got to come away with a wideout if they can get one. Although they got, made a little move in free agency, they made a move on the inside in free agency, defensive line wise. They got some holes. You're missing a pass rusher. Griffin leaves, and then Weatherly leaves. So now you lose 2 guys that can get to the quarterback. You lost your wide receiver that you traded. You don't have a lot of depth there. You did pick up the player from the Titans, so that helped us out a little bit. So we got some holes to fill. You got 3 corners that left, and you gotta replace those people. So I think the Vikings are in a good position to come out of that first round with 2 of, I think, the 3 top needs, which are wide receiver, offensive tackle, and possibly a corner. They might see it differently, but that's how I see it.
Well, Zimmer's involved, so a corner is definitely how he sees it, I'm sure. Speaking of which, how do you feel about trading down as opposed to, Spielman came out 1 or 2 days ago saying he might trade down, or he's entertaining calls from other teams just because they have so many needs that they might have 5 or 6 guys still on their board, trade down, get more picks. Are you kind of a amass more picks sort of guy? You kind of alluded to that, or do you believe more taking, the guy that you want?
Well, I think it's hard when you have one of your players sitting there on the board to trade out of the pick that you have coming up. But with them having 2 picks so close together, there is a possibility they could get one of the players that they're really cherished with that 22nd pick, and they can trade back with the other pick and possibly pick up another, another good pick in those first 100 and so picks.
Kirby, you had a question for him that I thought was relatively interesting.
Yeah, I think it's to to talk about what my favorite offensive lineman prospect of this draft, Mekhi Becton out of Louisville. I saw a ton of comparison on, various draft profiles, other things, between him and Bryant McKinnie, former Viking left tackle, during your years. And I just wanted to kind of pick your brain on, what a guy that big can do for you, and what are the kind of the issues with him, with having such a large frame. Yeah, that's pretty much what I had for that.
Well, it's a good question. We talked about that on the odds and ends that we did when my son Nate and I did the offensive tackles and the wide receivers, and and the quarterbacks in that particular show. I think that Becton's my number one prospect, my number one tackle in the first round, because he's size and athleticism. He's really good in the outside zone, which is important. A lot of teams in the National Football League run that outside zone play. And I think he's a little better athlete than Bryant was. Not saying Bryant was a bad athlete. Bryant always had, like I said, some type of back thing going on. He'd get a stiff back, and that would slow him down at times. But, you get a big young player that's athletic, former basketball player like Becton. I like it. I like him a lot.
When you were on...
He'll be gone by then.
It's fun to dream, though, isn't it?
Right?
When you were on my podcast, Morning Joe's, a couple weeks ago, we talked about the zone blocking scheme and the idea that it's hard to create a clean pocket in that system. And I asked you, I think specifically the question was, is there anything the Vikings do this offseason to alleviate that or make that better? And your answer was no. And then I laughed and got really sad. I don't know if I don't want to take that out of context, but looking at the draft and the state of this line, Riley Reif, as you said, is more of a right tackle than a left tackle. How would you improve this line in the draft in terms of a clean pocket, not necessarily having the context every week be, well, why didn't they get Cousins out of the pocket? Because that's the only time he seemed to be efficient.
Well, with that zone, I don't think the zone scheme necessarily has anything to do with not having a clean pocket. I think the zone scheme is just a type of scheme that's run. I think where you have an issue with the pocket, which I said way back in training camp, which was one of my questions about the Vikings offensive line, is they're going to hold up plenty well when they do play action off the outside zone, because the quarterback separates himself very deeply off the pocket. So when those players come off those play action blocks, if you will, the quarterback has really separated himself from that line of scrimmage, so he has time to look down the field. Where the issues are with the type of player that is preferred in that scheme, the smaller inside players, maybe not as athletic a tackle, when it's time to drop back and pass, the Vikings struggle. They can't drop back and pass consistently. And in order to win the championship in the National Football League, you have to be able to drop back and just drop back, not play action, drop back and protect the quarterback. Right now, I think the offensive line of the Vikings has some limitations in that regard that they have to address.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go. I think a lot of people were pro the mini rebuild until the Josh Klein move. I don't know. Are there any receivers that stand out to you that might be able to fill that giant void?
Yeah, I think there's six tackles in the first round that we have a chance at one of those with 22 and 25 possibly, but maybe not 25, maybe not 22. There's six receivers I think that could help the Vikings. C.D. Lamb would be the number one receiver from Oklahoma, Jerry Jeudy from Alabama, T. Higgins from Clemson, even Justin Jefferson from LSU, Denzel Mims from Baylor. I even saw one mock draft where they targeted him for the Vikes. If the Vikes got him, that would be really good. And even Henry Ruggs III from Alabama, but he's more of a deep, one type receiver. I don't know that he's a great route runner. So But Denzel Mims is a good get if the Vikings could get a Denzel Mims type player or one of these 6 that I just talked about in the first round.
Yeah, Mims has that long stride, really good body control. It seems like the type of guy that get behind coverage. I think that's with Diggs. He could do everything real well. So you got to look at what the void is. Like you mentioned, Tajay Sharp is here. They don't really have that deep threat. One thing not draft related that I really wanted to pick your brain on, last question, is a lot of people are talking about Trent Williams getting traded to the Vikings. He's had some issues with the management in Washington. He's getting up there in years. He's had some injury issues. Do you think that trading for a guy like that, especially using a first round pick, even though the Vikings has 2, is something that is a good idea?
Well, it's another way if they feel good about the player, and that might be one problem with this coronavirus and the lockdowns.
Oh,
They're not able to. I don't know, but I didn't see anything where they were able to meet with the player, take him through a medical procedure, physical, if you will, physical. And I didn't read that anywhere, but maybe they did. But see that gets a little iffy. But if they feel good about the player, now you've answered that concern of that tackle position with a player that's proven, at a very high level in the National Football League. So I think that would be a good move if they feel good about it.
definitely. I wanted to shout out your show. We have been posting every episode on VikingsTerritory.com. Odds and Ends with Mike Tice. We did just launch, as I mentioned, purpleTerritoryRadio.com, which is Minnesota sports podcast only website. You're one of the big shows there. If you wanted to take a minute or two and kind of explain what your show is, the philosophy, when you guys air it, so on and so forth.
Well, we started a show last April with horse racing, some big races, big stake races until football came around. We only did an audio podcast. When the season started, about game 7, we pushed out our first YouTube show. We started picking 3 games a week. We got on the hot streak, and we picked 13 game of the weeks in a row. And now in the off season, we were going to do a live stream from Vegas. That got canceled. We put out 3 shows this week. They're on Odds and Ends with Mike Tice on YouTube on the Mike Tice channel. And I haven't pushed out an audio podcast in a while. We were going to do a week of them for the Kentucky Derby, and that's been canceled. So, I've been doing a lot of gardening lately.
Video's better for the Derby because you can wear your fancy hat.
Yeah, right? You got it. Well, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to get myself settled in and get my chair and turn on the outside heater, sit outside for a while we have some daylight, and enjoy the first round of the draft.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for stopping in.
Hey, my pleasure. Anytime, guys. Hey, go Vikes.
Skull.
Yo, Skull. You
So
check out my Sid Hartman over here?
The bobblehead?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to get one of those. Does he have a tape recorder?
100 years old. All right. We'll see you guys.
Take
All right. Stay safe. God bless.
You too, man. We're about 10 minutes out. From the start of the first round, I wasn't nervous, Kirby, but now I'm starting to feel it a little bit. I think we should start by allowing DeShawn to talk.
Get a word in.
I feel bad. What's up, man?
So I wanted to say something, but I couldn't find it. The link never went out on Twitter, from at least from what I can see.
So I texted you, Joe.
We're manually do it.
We're only live from Restream. We're only live on YouTube right now. We're not on Periscope or Facebook. And that's
right,
I think from our you can do it from the Restream dashboard. I think there's something wrong there.
I'm fixing it. Well, luckily the Twitter is the largest part. But we're still live, right? This is
we're on
really
YouTube, so
classy show.
Don't worry, everybody will know we talked to Mike Tice.
That's all that matters. See you guys later. It is, this isn't probably the most professional or credibility thing, building thing to say, but stuff like that is still a very surreal experience, I think, for us. He's a great guy. appreciate his insight. His show's really, really good. People should definitely check it out. Um, but yeah, I wanted to, before the festivities begin, kind of look at, between you two guys, starting with DeShawn, what you are hoping the Vikings do tonight. Like, it could be even perfect world, a little bit realistic, but trading down,
Right.
trading up, bundling picks, going for that number 1 overall pick, Herschel Walker style. Just give him 5 years of draft picks. Yeah, man, DeShawn, what would make you happiest?
So, through my studies and stuff, and analyzing everything that's out there, I've fallen. It's pretty early. I've fallen off the wagon of wanting a wide receiver in the first round because I simply don't think they really need one at this point in time.
Ooh,
So that being said,
like need
I,
one period or need
no,
one
no, no, they're gonna
in the
need
first
one
round?
eventually, obviously, because you're gonna need to replace Diggs in some fashion. But I think I put out a list on my Twitter page not too long ago of the guys that I think could come in and do a relatively good job, and that list consists of mainly speed guys. So you have KJ Hamler in the second round. You have Devin Duvernay from Texas. You have Jeff Thomas from, I think, like Miami. These are all like 4-4, 4-3 guys who can really burn on the outside in this play action system and give Cousins that Deshaun Jackson like or that Stephon Diggs like speed on the outside, something that he's really used to. So in that manner, I think the Vikings are in a good spot with 22 and 25. Also with 22, there's been a lot of buzz lately about teams wanting to leapfrog the Saints and the Patriots to get Jordan Love if he's still there.
Hmm.
And a little bit of an unpopular opinion here. Tackle Ezra Cleveland. He's been growing on me a little bit. He reminds me a lot of Brian O'Neill when he first came out. And I mean, I'm not exactly sure if you want those two type of tackles in the on the same kind of line because Brian O'Neill, he's been fantastic in pass pro, but his run blocking hasn't always been great. But having another guy on the left side who can pass protect like Brian O'Neill would
Yeah.
give us a big boost. So I think the Vikings are in a good spot to get the guys that I project that would help them the most, like starting day one.
How do you
But
feel about moving O'Neal to the left side and then, being able to have some flexibility, looking at a right tackle since they're, later in the first round and they have those, like Ty said, a couple third round picks, so on and so forth.
So back I think like right after we lost to the San Francisco 49ers when I was putting my offseason plan together, that was one of the options was letting Brian O'Neill move to the left side and having this right tackle position open because it's easier to fill. So at right tackle, you can have a guy like Josh Jones, this super athletic guy who can learn to pass protect at certain points in time in his career, but you don't always get the flip that you want when it comes to right tackle and left tackle. It's not always the guys. Some guys are able to do it, other guys aren't. Jedrick Willis, one of the top tackles in this drive, is on record saying that to him it's just a mental flip, and that he feels like he can learn it fast and be good with it. So it depends on the guy. Brian O'Neill came in and did a fantastic job early, so I believe he can do it, and I don't think it's a terrible option. And what a lot of people don't realize is that edge rushers are so flexible in today's game that if your best tackle is on the left side, they're just going to move your guy to the right side anyway. So,
Yeah, I feel like people are just, especially here, super gun shy about stuff that because of what happened with TJ Clemmings.
right.
Moving him everywhere. He ended up being a backup punter at one point. I'm kidding. But yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I never played football, but obviously, I'm struggling to breathe talking to you guys. Um, but the more that the off season goes on, the more that I'm pro moving Brian O'Neill over, just because he was supposed to be like a 2 to 3 year project. I remember Luke Braun, who still, according to his Twitter anyway, writes for us, host Locked On Vikings. That sounded snarky. I didn't mean it that way. Love you, Luke. He was covering. He had our press passes for us at training camp, and his takeaway in the first week and a half from Brian O'Neill was like, ugh. If he wasn't a second round pick, they would cut him by the end of training camp, and then he had that astounding rookie year. So I feel like he can pick things up quickly, considering where he was to where he is now. So I say do it. I don't know. I mean, Tice on Morning Joe's talked a lot about Riley Reef being a right tackle instead of a left tackle. So maybe just switch both of those guys, replace Pat Elflein. Super Bowl, here we come. Right, Kirby? Did I fix it?
You fixed it. You
I'm
fixed the
obsessed.
problems. With the
Is
offensive
it-
line at least.
So for stream-wise, I'm still not seeing it.
I don't see it
I don't
either,
know.
but
I mean, I'm just gonna put the YouTube link out on Facebook and Periscope, and then get everyone to watch us on YouTube.
Gotcha.
Because who knows? You pay $100 a month for something, and this is
It doesn't work. Yeah.
same thing with my mail order bride. But anyway, back to what you were saying. Before I made a joke.
What were we? Something about left tackles. Brian O'Neill. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's
Hello.
interesting to think about. Certainly. The idea of switching O'Neill over. I don't know how well he would do because, like DeShawn said, some of those guys you can just flip them. They can flip back and forth, and it's nothing to them. And then other guys, it's like they're trying to, it's like when you dribble a basketball. Like some guys can just go back and forth and do whatever. Obviously with a lot of practice, but like I still can't do anything with my left hand in basketball. Like it just looks terrible. It looks like I'm flailing. It's not good. So it's just, it's a matter of can he make that transition. If he can, I would say like let him run some drills and see how he does. They should have done that last year, so that they know what his potential is. I think it's important to remember that they have a couple of guys that they got last draft that are up and coming still. I'm still excited about Drew Samia and Oli Udo. Both kind of more project guys, but I think Samia especially could be starting by the middle part of the season, especially with Josh Klein being gone. He could start week 1 if they don't find anybody else to replace him.
What is your guys' take on Samia? Because he came out of college, he was on the best offensive line in the country at Oklahoma, if I recall correctly. And then he was like 3rd on the depth chart all season. I didn't expect that from him. I thought, honestly, that he would have taken over for Klein by mid-season. I think I wrote that somewhere and then deleted it like 6 months later. No paper trail?
I think it's a little bit of a combination of the current regime not wanting to start rookies when they don't have to. And also, I think Josh Klein was a lot better than people expected. And for some reason, they won't give up on Pat Elflein. That's I don't want to be mean to the guy, but that's the way it is. Like he's not good, and they just can't seem to let it go. Much like Laquan Treadwell a few years ago, they just can't seem to let it go because they spent a high draft pick on him.
Who do you blame that on? Some people say Spielman is too hard-headed to make those moves, or you think it's... I know the rookie thing is like Zimmer's MO. Everyone talks about that. He doesn't like to start rookies, whatever. But there seems to be some stubbornness from this regime, and I think that's where people... Sorry, my legs are about to fall off. That's where some people, myself included, get a little frustrated or worried about the rebuild that's going to start here in a minute, because it's... Essentially, they gave the owners, gave Zimmer and Spielman, like, they unlocked everything on Madden, skill points wise. They put together this roster that I would argue, this might be a little controversial and or stupid, but on paper, the 2019 Vikings, position by position, might have been the best talent-wise team that I've seen, at least, being 35. I know everyone thinks I'm like a svelte 16-year-old Swedish teenager, but I just don't have a lot of confidence, I guess, in their ability to rebuild this team. Again, the stubbornness. People will see it. I'll be relatively angry if they don't go offensive line with one of these two picks, assuming they use both of them tonight. Because if they're just going to do the same thing all over again and put the line is the last priority, then what's the Einstein quote with insanity and doing the same thing and expecting different results. So we'll see. This could be a relatively emotional night. I feel like I'm at the Metrodome watching a Twins game because I'm gonna have to turn my head this way to see the action. But that'll work because I'm on Hulu, so I'll be like 15 minutes behind everybody anyway. It's 7 though. Ooh.
I'm surprised Oberle hasn't messaged us with the first 15 picks already, to be honest.
That's an inside joke for our live chats during games. Strangely enough, I find that comforting in a way. Like I get so nervous about the game that there was a game last year, a really important one. I forget which one, but my fiance was in the car listening on the radio, and she was like 5 minutes ahead of Hulu, and she was like texting me all the updates, and every single one of them ended up being good. So it's a superstition thing for me, but it's starting.
It's all starting. Now we're just gonna sit silently and watch the draft.
Yeah,
well,
it's
draft
not
doesn't really
dissimilar
start until 3. Not until pick 3.
Yeah, because we're all on the same boat that if the Bengals don't pick Joe Burrow and the Redskins don't pick Chase Young, we should burn it all down.
Yeah, man. Ohio State is probably thinking, Jesus.
Which I guess brings me to a question I have for both of you. Who do you think is the best player in the draft? Because I think I have a different one than most.
You mean like in regards to results, or just in terms of pure athleticism?
Who is the best prospect? Who is gonna have the best career? I guess I don't know.
I think it's hard not to go with Chase Young.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I mean, it's the cliche one. It's the one everybody chooses. But I mean, I don't see. Especially if you factor in situations and stuff. If Chase Young goes to the Redskins, he's going to the perfect situation. The Redskins' defensive line is already solid, so you just add in this Jadeveon Clowney level athlete, and like I just can't imagine a way where he doesn't get like 8 to 10 sacks his rookie year, and he's already like all pro level by year 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, just for the sake of conversation, I could say Okuda. I'm a Big Ten Bobo, as everybody knows that listens to my show. I have a Big Ten basketball up there from Hardee's back when Minnesota had Hardee's. God, Ohio State just is stacked. But I have access to Jordan Reed from Climbing the Pockets 2020 big board for his draft profile, which is seriously like 250 pages long. It's amazing. Even though the draft is now, you might not want to pay $10 for it. I still would.
I paid $10 for it last night.
I got it for free because I'm cool. I threatened him subtly, but he has a big board in his grades. Chase Young is a 95. He's number 1. Number 2 is Okuda. He's a 93. Guess who number 3 is? It's not Joe Burrow.
Is it Tua? I think Tua is up there. I think people.
Tua's a 90.
We've underestimated Tua because we haven't really been able to see him throughout this process.
Ooh, have we underestimated Tua, or is he being overestimated?
And do you think
I think
not
we'll
being able
disagree.
to see him helps him or hurts him?
What was that, Joe?
Do you think this process of not being able to see him helps him or hurts him? Like Tice was saying, but getting up close and personal and.
It all comes down to how his hip is feeling, right? Because if like he's worse off than he would be, or if he's worse than he normally is, then obviously the process helps him by not having to participate in it. But if he's still having issues with it, then it or other way, you know what I mean. If he's hurt, not going through the thing helps his stock because everybody's gonna say, look at how good he was. Look at what you're getting, the potential. You can get potentially the best quarterback in the draft at number 5, or higher, farther back even. I'm still so concerned about him being hurt in the NFL. I think it's gonna, unless he goes to a situation where he's able to sit for a year or two, I think he's gonna re-aggravate those injuries. He's gonna have issues, and I don't think he's gonna get lucky enough to not be forced into a starting role too early. And I think he's gonna have a lot of health problems that'll unfortunately.
Isn't it the same thing that Favre had, but at the same time Bo Jackson had, like the necrosis from a lack of blood flow to the joint? Is that the issue?
No, he just fell. He had like a hip thing. I don't think there might have been. I don't think there was nerve damage, but he just had like a hip fracture, I think.
This year was a hip fracture. I think it was a knee the first time. Well, that's the thing, though. He's lost 2 college seasons, like parts of 2 college seasons to injury. Right. And now he's about to go to the NFL where guys are even faster and he's going to get hit even harder. And
he dislocated his hip, so then I just thought of Bo Jackson, I guess.
Expert analysis from my father, who is probably watching by this point. He said he watched the play again, and he gets hit from behind as he's trying to run away, and those hits are just they're gonna happen in the NFL. And like I said before, if he doesn't have time to adjust and get stronger and adjust to the NFL game, I think he's gonna be, he's gonna bust because of health issues, and that's really unfortunate. But I think it's the reality of the situation is he has to go somewhere where they let him rest and strengthen up for a year or two.
The anti-RG3 approach. I see Spielman, not Spielman, what's this say? Skidell is doing a moment of silence. He looks very sincere.
They've got a man playing piano now.
Yeah,
this is a little much.
Who is that?
Oh no, Harry Connick Jr. Do you guys just want to watch reruns of Friends?
Just watch reruns. My wife does that sometimes, and I don't particularly care for it. It's fine.
I've never seen it.
It's fine.
It's right in my age group too. I was a big Seinfeld fan, but I never watched it.
It's fine. It has some good jokes. It's I don't think it deserves the credit it gets, but I can see why people like it.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces. It's not like clever, like Seinfeld or The Simpsons are my jam. Seasons like 2 through 9, best television I've made.
Anyways, back to my original question. I think Isaiah Simmons is going to be the best player out of this draft.
He was number 3 on the question that I put out there in regards to the power rating or whatever. Look at that.
I mean, I think it depends on how Matt, if that's where he is, Matt Patricia or Matt Rule or with the Giants or wherever he goes. It depends on how they use him, because I kind of look at him, and my comparison for him is like almost like a Jamal Adams, sort of a guy that can do it all, but you have to put him in a position to do it all. So I think it depends a lot on the coach that grabs him. But I've seen a scout say that Simmons shouldn't be as high as most people think. They said sometimes the tape doesn't necessarily reflect. He's missing the mental aspect of sorts. But I think that's kind of easy to pick up, especially if you have a competent coordinator there in your ear teaching you the game.
Yeah, I think it's kind of tough because you watch some of his tape at Clemson, and he does have like mental mistakes. He makes wrong reads occasionally. Oh God, CBS Sports, why do you have? Oh, okay. CBS Sports has autoplay videos on their site still, like it's 1998, and I hate it.
It did that to me earlier today. It drove me crazy.
Yeah, if you look at it, he does have, mental errors, and I think, like you said, DeShawn, if he goes to the right situation, if he goes to a place with a competent coordinator, he should be totally fine. He should be able to learn how to play in the NFL. I have no concerns with him, being a converted safety to linebacker. It's depending on who gets him, where they want to play him.
Mhm.
I think it would be wrong to try to make him like a positionless guy or like a captain of your defense right away and essentially say, you've got free reign, you just need to tell everybody else how to play.
Mhm.
But I think he could do that someday. And when he hits that part, I think we're going to look back and say, well, he's obviously the best player here, unless Burrow or Young is as they are advertised to be. I think he's going to be the best player.
A lot of people, I think another underrated prospect is Derek Brown. Of the guys in the top 10, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit. I've even seen people go out on a limb to say Javon Kinlaw is in front of Derek Brown. And I just feel like when you turn on the tape, first of all, Derek Brown has more sacks than Javon Kinlaw while playing basically nose tackle. So you're looking at a guy that's huge, that has gap penetration, that just destroys people with this technique. And I think I feel like Derek Brown's also kind of fall into a situation where he's by himself and not have much help, but it's going to kind of, knock down his production a little bit. But I think Derek Brown is kind of like a Gerald McCoy, Geno Atkins level interior player where he could be really, really good.
Is it just me, or usually going into the draft, at least since I started really covering the team in 2015, it just felt like, I remember the impetus for starting this site. I told this story ad nauseum, so I'm not going to do it again, but everyone kind of knew in 2015 the Vikings were going to get Trey Waynes. May he rest in peace. It just feels like I have no idea what the Vikings are going to do, and I don't know if I like that or not. There's a lot of options, and that could be a good thing. They have a lot of needs, but I almost guarantee that they're just going to trade both picks until tomorrow. This is what always happens for me doing stuff like this.
I think there's like a 75% chance that they trade 25. And like a 50-50 chance on whether they trade 22, but I think they'll keep at least one pick in the first.
Yeah, so I'm more on the side of trading 22 because I feel like the best value at 22 is going to be wide receiver value. I think at 22 you'll have maybe Justin Jefferson. He's been getting a lot of pull and traction lately, so he might go top 18. Denzel Mims, Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
So I watched a few games on them at LSU. For one thing, I can say for sure is Chase and Jefferson do not get nearly enough credit for how good that Joe Burrow was. These guys were consistently open like all the time, crazy run after the catch. But
not to interrupt you, but so looking at Jefferson and his draft profile the other day, they were saying him being open out of the slot was kind of a scheme thing more. He's obviously really good, but that might not the zone scheme not translate to the NFL as well, so he might not get as open because just how the scheme worked.
Linebackers in the NFL are a lot better at covering the middle of the field. So slot receivers, they have a harder time of getting open. The only reason why I say he doesn't fit our offense is because when Adam Thielen is playing in a slot, he is by far the best slot receiver in the NFL. Yeah. Adam Thielen controls the slot like no other person. So to bring Jefferson in and want to mess with that, I don't think is the best idea. But then again, Jefferson is 6'2", so I would assume that he's capable of playing outside. But to have taken 80% of his college snaps in the slot is a tad bit concerning for a team that's looking for a traditional X receiver.
Who's your guy for that? Like, are you a Mims guy?
So
I'm saying realistically because I know there's
other guys, but if we had to draft a guy in the first round, I like Mims, I do, but I think I would lean Jalen Reagor just because that speed aspect on the outside. Don't get me wrong, Denzel Mims ran like a 4.38 or something crazy, but
yeah, it was 4.38. I think
his speed on tape it doesn't look 4.38. It looks more 4.9, maybe 4.5. So, but
do you think that's because he has that like super long stride, or do you think that's not game speed?
He has that long stride that can really eat up yards. Jalen Reagor, on the other hand, has that snap quickness to where I know We said, did you see his makeshift combine numbers? You know, I know everybody's saying they're not crazy accurate, but I want to say his makeshift combine had him at like 4.27, 4.26, and I actually think he's around there. I think he's around more like a 4.35, 4.34, but I think he fits very well with Cousins in that offense.
How tall is he? Do you know off the top?
I wouldn't say he's too tall. I want to say Rager is probably Diggs' height at the best.
Diggs
Yeah,
has
5'11". I
Diggs
think
has
206.
Diggs has like an inch or two on him.
Diggs always seemed. I mean, you can't always trust these measurements. I guess it's like everyone's saying Teddy Bridgewater's 6 foot tall. He wasn't 6 foot tall. Diggs wasn't necessarily the biggest guy, and that's not obviously where he made his hay.
Hold on. Did you guys see the boo just now on NFL Network?
Yeah.
Like the cringiest thing. They're on the TV just like booing him. This is terrible.
Speaking of The Simpsons, why would they come to our concert just to boo us? Simpsons quote. Why? What is taking so long? What is Goodell doing?
You know the first pay takes a million years.
Do they have like I'm watching it on I think
Yeah,
channel
that's
5, but there's like no clock. It's just him talking to a flat
Here it
screen.
is. Bengals are on the clock. We know the pick.
Okay.
I think he's just
That's what I
he
He's
just likes
stalling.
the sound of his own voice at this point.
Yeah. It's like an episode of Morning Joe's.
Why did they waste the whole clock?
I always wonder about that. You
I
know,
think
maybe they're doing their due diligence or
Yeah, I think it's they have.
I think it's oh,
you have to
sorry.
fill the clock. They have like a TV. They have this station for a certain amount of time, and I think they have to fill that. So they like tell teams to like take the whole time.
Well, I think
I
it's
feel
that.
like we're watching a fantasy draft.
I think it's that, but I think it's also it's probably like an unwritten rule between all the GMs that you take your time, so that the next team has their gets ready
to do their diligence.
Wouldn't you want to, for competitive advantage reasons, not do that?
Well, Joe, can I introduce you to the concept of sportsmanship?
You'd be surprised on these owners they're all in cahoots. They're all friendly guys.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I don't think I've ever seen a owner to owner like beef in the NFL. Even though I feel like it would be interesting, but I don't think I've ever seen one. Surprised Jerry Jones hasn't rubbed somebody the wrong way before.
I do hear
he rubs the whole state of Texas the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of him. I'm not a big fan of owners that have to like get on the sidelines and stuff. It's like, or like give speeches after the game, or that's not. I mean, that was kind of the argument with the Cowboys filling their head coaching gig. It's like, who wants to go down there and deal with that?
Yeah, I think that was a thing with the Browns too. Having ownership so involved with day-to-day operations just kind of kills your flow as a coach. You feel like you don't have control over anything. And I mean, Stefanski took it though, so best of luck to him.
I am still amazed that they hired Stefanski. I don't know why you would do that. I mean, they are the Browns, so that kind of answers itself. But I don't think he did a whole lot.
I think it's the former QB coach connection. I think they really wanted somebody to come in and work with Baker Mayfield. So I think
I can see that. And then he's young and offensive minded, and that's kind of the trend in the NFL.
Right.
Loves to follow trends.
Even though Robert Saleh would have been crazy, maybe could have definitely took that defense to new heights. But question for you guys: trades are definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
They're probably going to be a little weird. Give me some teams you think that's going to move back or move up.
Ooh.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the draft order again and avoiding CBSSports.com.
Well, I'm watching Mel Kiper Jr. on mute, and he's slowly turning into Mr. Burns. He also looks like a bad guy from like an '80s movie, I
think it's very possible that we see, I think it's entirely possible that we see somebody like I want to say Arizona, Carolina, Jacksonville, somebody move up there for somebody they want. I could see a receiver going after one of the top receivers if they think someone's gonna take them before. I think in that 7, 8, 9 range is where that the like most of the time I feel like somebody moves up to 5 or 6.
What's the team that has 3 picks? Is it Jacksonville or
The Dolphins.
The Dolphins. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's a lot of picks. It's different now with the structured contracts. I don't know if you guys were cognizant at this level of football when before the CBA changed and all the rookies would hold out all the time because contracts weren't
Right,
kinda
yeah.
structured.
Contract language.
And then you have, I mean, I really, to be honest, wanted to ask Tice about, the Kevin Williamson thing and the clock, all of that. If that was as rumored, McCombs didn't want to pay that amount, even though it was kind of, the difference between the 2 picks wasn't that much. But that was the big word on the street back then. That they just didn't want to pay that amount, which would not surprise me. But I tried to get him to kind of not badmouth McCombs, but just be honest about coaching under McCombs, which would badmouth him because he was awful. But he's a nice dude. He wouldn't do that. He knows what he's doing in that regard. But again, back to your question. It's kind of a lame answer, a lazy one, but I just can't imagine the Vikings aren't gonna trade back.
For sure. I think a trade that I was thinking about is trying to get Trent Williams from the Redskins.
Are you down with that?
So I think Trent comes in and he's better than any tackle you could really draft from in this draft, really. Because I mean, as a rookie, I think the last rookie tackle to come in and just be great in like the last 9-10 years, Ryan Ramczyk. He came in, was like a Pro Bowl over tackle his first year.
Matt Khalil.
And
Matt Khalil was a Pro Bowler his rookie season.
Then he got pneumonia, and then he never was good again. He lost like 50 pounds, and then he liked being skinnier, and that's kind of where that ends. But are you talking about left tackle?
Well, I mean, any tackle really.
I'm all alone again.
With Trent, I think you get stability at the top. Yeah, I know he gets injured every year, but it's not from many. I think the year before this he played, I want to say 14 games. Last time he played 14. I think the year before that he played 13. So it's not like he's missing half seasons. He is missing 2-3 games a season, but it's not. I don't think it's
Trent Williams.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough to scare teams away because he's still, as long as you're still hitting like that 12, 13, 14 game mark a season, is when I think you're still in enough to not be labeled injury prone.
It did scare people. Diggs is the same thing. I mean, up until 2019, he would miss 2-3 games this season. But do you think that only playing that amount of games in regards to Trent Williams is worth a first round pick? I am the type of person that would rather trade a pick for somebody that we know what we're going to get just because of the crapshoot angle of it. Right. But it just seems like for his age, the injury-prone situation, kind of his demeanor forcing his way out of Washington, and the fact that we're talking about the Vikings here, so you always have to look at the worst-case scenario and then just assume that's going to happen. Would you be? Let's say they trade the 25 for him. I don't know how that would work from a salary cap situation, but let's just say it does, or I don't know. Riley Reef goes there and trade second. I don't know. It sounds like you'd be cool with it.
So I think my max is like a third. Maybe I think I was cool with the second at first, but I mean the Redskins don't have any leverage. They completely destroyed the situation. They mishandled it 100%. Just completely mishandled the situation. Yeah. So I mean, they aren't at liberty to really ask for that much. I don't think, unless somebody gets desperate. And teams always get desperate. But I mean, I think a third round, and we're also taking on his contract where he's due like $12, $13, $14 million in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think it's 12.5.
Right. So I think third round pick, I think once you get to the first round range is where I might want to take my chance with someone a little younger, especially if I'm taking on that cap hit. Because I think yeah, around the third is where I would stop for his compensation.
Did they announce the pick? I just see pick is in.
Yes,
I
Burrow.
think is that Burrow
Whoa,
was
whoa,
it?
surprise.
Doesn't look like he. I'm on NFL Network. Doesn't look like he got a call.
Oh.
Well, I think they flashed pick is in Joe Burrow, and they still haven't done the call. But
Yeah, they're showing
here
a
it
lot
is.
of like footage of him, and now a food pantry.
also, can
and
we talk
some
about the fact that
giraffes.
he's just like at home with his mom and dad and nobody else?
That's I
Joe
guess
Burrow.
that's kind
I
of
mean, it
how
makes
you
sense.
have to do it,
There
right?
it is. They
It
cut
makes-
the
Oh yeah, look at
when
that.
he's on the phone.
It makes
Looks
sense.
like
It's just
playing-
like still surprising to me to see. Like
is weird.
it's so odd.
Something we're gonna be talking about for the rest of our lives for sure.
Maybe like they're all. Do you see all the wings he bought earlier? Maybe they're all off camera while they're waiting for waiting until his pick is over.
Oh, that sounds really, really good. Probably should have had some food.
So if you had to give this one a grade, an honest grade, what would you grade it?
A.
A.
A. I don't know. I mean,
B plus.
I think he's. Maybe I'm just buying into the hype, but he seems like kind of a once, not a decade, but once every couple of years sort of talent. I mean, he.
I think
Like
if
you said,
they,
man, he had some really good receivers he was throwing to. It's college, it's spread offenses, and so on and so forth. But
I think if they don't make
He's
this
big.
pick, if the Bengals don't make this pick, like the city of Cincinnati, despite Corona, riots right now.
Right.
So I think just out of the GM wanting to stay alive, it's a good pick. But like Joe said, I think he's a very good chance to be a very good player, and I don't think generational, but I agree with Joe that once every 5 years, 3 years, something like that, there's a guy that's as solid as he is and has like the
like
upside.
maybe
that he
Andrew
has.
Luck level, the hype.
I wouldn't go that far. I think Andrew Luck was like the last generation. Well, besides Mahomes and Watson, I think Andrew Luck was our last like generational talent. I saw a comparison. And I like it honestly for Joe Burrow. I saw modern day Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton with a little bit of mobility, and I think it fits. I really do. Because he's accurate. Andy Dalton was accurate. He just didn't have anybody to throw the ball to. Andy Dalton just couldn't move like Joe Burrow can.
And he was a ginger, so
Red-haired people can't play football. Everybody knows that.
I mean, it's just the way the world works, unfortunately.
Was that your excuse, Joe?
Yeah. Funnily enough, I'm like half ginger because my neck beard is bright orange, so basically gonna die alone. I feel Dalton's pain. Who was the receiver though that was super dope in Cincy?
Tyler Boyd?
No.
AJ Green?
There
Green?
you go. Yeah, he was good.
He was good. He does have some solid options out there. Boyd, Green, Mixon. So he has a solid offense there if they can protect him. So he could come in and find success. And you got to remember when Andy Dalton had that solid offense, they went 10-6. So I mean, it's not possible.
He had the hat ready.
But yeah, I think as for Joe Burrow, my biggest thing on him is his out of pocketness. I think he has that aspect of his game to be able to throw off schedule, and I think that's solid. But he did, and they just showed it on NFL Network. Joe Burrow got away with a lot of stuff in college, like a lot, because of the people that he played around. LSU was stacked.
Yeah, man.
Stacked like crazy. So Joe Burrow was basically allowed to go out there and do whatever he wants. So we'll see.
And you talked a lot about earlier about the yak from the receivers too, which I had a serious 6-week argument with this guy during the season about all the yards after the catch the Vikings receivers had. I think in the Cowboys game, and how Cousins couldn't get credit for that. 75% of the yards were yards after the catch, therefore Cousins sucks. And I'm like, that's not how football works. But it can obviously.
You gotta have someone throw the ball. It's
right.
Yeah.
You can't just. There's no team. I mean, there is team passing stats, but you got to give that stat to somebody. You can't just say, "Well, Cousins doesn't get credit for it."
Yeah.
Because it was an easy throw.
He did hang in there and get hit a few times in that game. ESPN just did a comparison for Burrow, and they put up Tom Brady. So that's
Oh man, I hate that comparison so much. I really do.
and now they're saying
Tom.
Jared Goff,
I don't think
which is
there's
a little more.
there's like
nowadays.
nothing. There's nothing in Joe Burrow's game that speaks Tom Brady to me. But I mean, he's the best. Well, he's to them, he's the best quarterback in the draft. So I'm guessing it just kind of comes with the territory. You're always going
Yeah.
to kind of all that comparison.
Another
You've hit on
comparison
something.
to
You've hit on
Jared.
something that really bothers me, Deshaun. Like the idea of comparing draft prospects to anybody, and like it's not often that it's like analysis behind it. At least not on the television ones. The website guys are a little more like better, but especially like ESPN, whatever, like draft shows, when they do comparisons, usually it's just like who's good now. Okay,
Basically.
this is the best player. That's who they are, and it's not like there's no analysis behind it. It really bothers me.
And the thing is if you're comparing him to Tom Brady, look where Tom Brady was at this point in his career. I mean, look at
Right.
his shirtless picture from the
Yeah,
combine.
there's like
Who let
nothing,
this guy in here?
there's nothing about Joe Burrow that reminds me of Tom Brady, like at all. But you know, we have experts out there who might think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing that we all learn doing this, quote unquote, for a living, is that there's just a ton of subjectivity to this stuff. I mean,
Right.
I know there's with analytics and stuff, they're moving more towards objectivity, or I don't think that's possible in a game like football, but you know what I mean.
It's also not. It's definitely not possible when comparing prospects, because if it's so. I wrote about this a little bit in an article about Division III prospects, but like the situation between like the lowest level like Division I FBS team and LSU is like that's such a huge range that like if you don't play anybody in the top 25 or even 10 teams, you don't really know how its school is, because outside of the top 10, you've got probably a group of 10 to 35, 40 teams that are very similarly ranked, but like as far as like skill level and everything. And then like it's just, it can vary so much between like wins, losses, fumbles at inopportune times, the way things break, and you just can't tell outside of the very, very top teams which ones are actually good in college football, I feel like. So
Yeah,
there's
you see a lot of people fall because of that. You have I'm trying to think, Jeff Thomas. Jeff Thomas fell so far in the draft despite being one of the fastest receivers out there because he had terrible quarterback play. So
Yeah, it's not just really a development thing. I mean, that's a big part of it. There's a lot of questions there, but it's situational. You know, like you talked about with Tua going somewhere where he can rest and isn't necessarily a day one starter. You know, sometimes I wonder how many guys that have been bust maybe could have been better had they ended up in a different, circumstance. I made a joke about RG3 earlier, but I always wondered, had they not really made him play on that bum knee in that wild card game, whether or not he'd still be, the player that people thought he was as a rookie. So there is the circumstance. Everything kind of has to align perfectly. And for whatever reason, not to keep bringing him back to the Vikings or being sardonic about it, but that circumstance never seems to work out for us. So if anyone has any answers as to how to crack that nut, email me, I guess.
So the Redskins just drafted Young.
They did.
Yeah.
So far, so to be expected.
Yeah, this is where it
the
gets
draft officially starts.
actually interesting, because now
right.
we aren't entirely
So I'm looking for the Chargers or for the Miami to move up.
This one affects us. This is the Lions.
It does.
This is actually
Yeah,
one matters.
So I don't mind. I actually kind of want them to go Jeffrey Okuda if they get a player, because we've kind of already seen that there really isn't a cornerback in the NFL that can really hang with Thielen on a consistent basis. I mean, you might lock him up for a time being, but he's going to get his. Basically, no matter who's across from him. Now, Derek Brown, on the other hand, might murder the interior of our line. So, kind of hoping to go the cornerback route.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw. I mean, Detroit's had their run of good cornerbacks in the last few years, and it hasn't meant that much. Like,
Right.
I hate to say it. Like, I feel bad for the Lions at times, or like Lions fans, because I'm just like, I don't know how you handle being that mediocre for that long, really. I mean,
That is a
I do because I'm a
deep
Twins
question.
fan, but
I always wonder. I've had this conversation with people in my neighborhood who know what I do. Would you rather be a Vikings fan and get your hopes up and have them dashed every couple of years, or would you rather be, I guess, a Browns fan where there's no hope but you know what to expect?
Oh, man, I couldn't be a Browns fan.
I don't think I could do it either.
I'd rather be a
I-
Vikings fan. Come on.
So, yeah,
I mean,
then,
that's an obvious question because you think eventually they're going to do it. Is the pick
So-
in?
yeah, no. NFL just compare Young to Clowney, and I think that's probably the best one. Honestly, from a physical standpoint, he reminds you way too much. They even kind of look alike.
There's a lot of people.
But
They should be wearing gloves.
gloves and a mask. Yeah, he's just so.
Oh yeah, I just saw the
thing.
comparison too.
And honestly, the pick is in. They didn't trade it.
Oh
Oh
guess
wow,
not.
they didn't trade
Let
it.
us know. Let us know.
So yeah, I think one of the more underrated aspects of Chase Young game is his power rush, and you don't see that in the NFL anymore. You have like Calais Campbell, the guys who aren't going to run around somebody, so they got to run through them. You have J.J. Watt who does it, but the majority of the best pass rushers in the NFL are speed guys that go around you, they
Yeah.
can fake you and go on the inside. Now, I think Chase Young is going to be really, especially in that division. The tackles in that division are terrible besides the Eagles. Well, you know what? I lied. They have Dallas. I lied. I think the Redskins are the only one with the terrible tackles now. But either way, I think this is probably, as of right now, pick of the draft. Well, of course, only the second pick, but I think this might end up being the best value as of right now. Until
You think he's
crazy
gonna
happens.
just
I think he's gonna come in and be done.
pull a Bosa and just
There,
set the
yeah,
league on
like
fire?
I hate speaking in absolutes with the draft because you really don't know. You don't.
And only Sith speak in absolute.
Right. So, but
Star Wars? Somebody?
if I had to put my money on the best player, it'd be Chase Young.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to argue that. I can't imagine him not, outside of injuries or something like that.
Right.
Panning out.
Daniel Jones is on his cell phone, furiously trying to reach Dave Gettleman to draft an offensive tackle now.
All
Jeff,
day
pick
on our
number
Slack
3.
just said Okuda Matata. Wow. Ohio State. Oof.
That Big Ten bias.
There you go. I'm gonna bring my basketball down, even though it's, I think, only 11 teams. I think it's right after Penn State joined. I'm old. Oh God, Goodell again. Where's
More-
Harry Connick Jr.? I want another ballot in between picks.
You got
I
time
don't think
for
the
it.
NFL knows its target market very well, because when you have like the Super Bowl halftime show, and I know a lot of casual people watch the Super Bowl, but it's like, really, I don't think a lot of people that watch the NFL like Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas.
I just don't think they. I don't think they understand that people don't like. I don't know. I don't think they understand people in general.
No, I mean, I shouldn't say this because we always have to kind of beg for access and everything, but I think that the NFL is popular because the product is really great, but I don't think it's managed very well. I think when you have stuff like Ray Rice, you see their kind of reactive and not proactive. They don't really have plans for a lot of these things because it's just so popular and lovable as a sport that people overlook a lot of it. And they're just making money hand over fist, so they don't necessarily need to make these changes unless they're absolutely forced to. But yeah, I don't think they have any idea why they're popular. Any of it. I mean, I don't even know why I watch it. I get nothing out of it from a joy standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, somebody. Okay, I'm gonna respond to a couple of these chat things quick.
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube, Tang is Tang is in the chat on YouTube.
My
back
brother was too.
Before I put Purple Daily Live on hiatus about 6 weeks ago, he was every single day chatting with me. He's a great dude.
Yeah, he
I'm
was
actually bringing
in.
that show back next week, I believe, once we figure out what's going on with all this secretive business-related stuff.
Yeah.
But he's a good dude. Or people talking about how great my Harry Connick Jr. coverage is.
I just want to shout out, and by shout out I mean call out my brother for saying that there's a Hardee's in Winona. No, Trent, there's not a Hardee's in Winona. It closed 2 years ago. Actually, I think it was 4 years ago. It closed when I was a junior in college because I went to school in Winona. Is there one in
St. Paul?
Is there one in St. Paul?
I thought there was.
There might be. I'm just saying, there's not one in Winona.
This is really in-depth coverage.
This is really localized.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
how you guys
at that pick 3?
What was that?
Why?
So how you guys feeling about that value at 3? Do you think you should have traded back?
I don't know, man. If that's their guy, and I can see, obviously, I don't know. I'm like I asked Tice, like I did say go get your guy. The risk of it not working unless you're absolutely sure you can trade back and still get the guy you want is that would scare me if I had the power to.
I mean, the Giants could have went Okuda because they did let go of Jenkins, but I think they just need some. I feel like the Lions could have traded back to 6 and still got Okuda. I think.
Oof. And that's, I mean, the difference. I posted an article on purplePTSD a couple weeks ago that broke down the point system for each pick. I'm gonna bring that up and see how many points they would have added.
I think, they're getting a good haul. From 3 to 6, they're getting at least like a second or maybe like a third and a fourth, or a pretty decent haul. I mean,
yeah, because I think looking at 22 and 25, the Vikings would have only gotten to like 13 in terms of points.
So I think it's. I don't know that they would have. I don't know that anybody in that top 6 wanted to move up, especially if Miami doesn't feel like the Giants are gonna take Tua, and like that's where they're going. I assume. I can't speak for certain, but it just seems like that's the sentiment right now. Right. And I don't think
happened to your
LA.
Miami source?
Huh?
I'm making a joke about having a source in Miami.
So I'm
yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
I was thinking the Lions and the Dolphins and the Chargers are kind of competing for which quarterback to take, and I think that since the Chargers didn't leapfrog, that they might be comfortable with Herbert. But I think they're comfortable with either one, really. But I just think the uncertainty would have. I think they at least called and probably made an offer. It probably wasn't a great offer, but I think any offer really, because you're not. I mean, you're probably getting the same player or same caliber player. Any offer really probably would have been a solid one, at least.
Okay, according to WalterFootball.com, the 3rd pick is 2,200 points. The 6th pick is 1,600. So there's the number 1 pick is 3,000 points. It goes down pretty significantly. So the Vikings at 22, that's worth 780 points, and 25 is 720. So they would have what is that? 1,500. That would have gotten them just actually 8 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too bad. Not saying they should have done it, but I'm surprised. I guess it makes sense though.
So if you go back to some trade history, if you go back to the Patrick Mahomes trade, I want to say the Chiefs were picking around 27, and they traded 2 firsts and a second, and I think a fourth to get up to 10. So you would see the Vikings probably about the same kind of compensation.
Let's see.
Working on the front lines of this crisis can be overwhelming.
I'm gonna try to get the Periscope going again. Oh, did you put the logo on the bottom, Kirby?
All of you, our families, and
Or
loved
did I?
ones. Thank you too. Please know that we are cheering you on too. We are stronger together.
Well, a little cheer can go a long, long way. We're all in this together now. Help make a difference. Huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts.
All right, Giants pick us in. Doesn't like they traded. No trades in the top 4 or 5, top 5. You would think.
Maybe they. Well, I suppose that would have been the dumbest comment ever. I was gonna say, maybe just the virtual aspect of it is making it a little harder for people to rub elbows.
All right, let's see. So I think it's gonna be Tristan Wirfs, but I mean I like Tristan Wirfs and they definitely need a tackle, but I think that defense is just so bad. They did pick up a couple pieces, but if I was picking, I'll probably, and they have such a high pick in the second round where they can even trade up to get a tackle or land a pretty solid tackle, that I would lean Isaiah Simmons. You're not going to find another Isaiah Simmons in this draft. So I would lean Isaiah Simmons, but I have a feeling they're going to lean tackle. I'm just not sure which one, though.
Let's see.
What did I miss? Here, anything?
Oh, well, Giants pick is in. They did not trade it. Who do you think they're going?
Simmons or
I'll
what'd you say?
say
Wirfs?
Jedrick Wills, whatever that
I'm
guy's name is.
going Tristan Wirfs.
I think it's between those two.
But Simmons wouldn't surprise me, and I honestly think he might be the best pick here.
I think so.
We're hoping that it's not a tackle. So the
What do you think of Wills versus Wirfs?
So Wirfs, I think, is more built for the zone scheme.
Okay.
If you watch his tape, it's not all the time, but in college he had a little bit of anchor issues. Usually he was able. I watched this clip where he gave up ground in his anchor, but he was able to recover and finish the play.
Sorry. I thought you said anger issues, like
No.
Angie Incognito.
But I think Wills is probably the safer pick, but I think Wirfs has the higher ceiling.
Ooh.
Somebody says Andrew Thomas.
And yeah, I think Andrew Thomas is the safest throughout the entire draft, but I'm not sure you get the Pro Bowl All-Pro thing out of Andrew Thomas. But I mean, who knows?
I mean, I would personally rather have Wills long term. I think Wills is going to have a better
Andrew
career.
Thomas, first tackle off the board, the safest pick, safest guy.
Is that who they took?
Andrew Thomas, yeah.
Everybody knows the Giants are known for going with the safest pick, like Daniel Jones at 6.
Top 4.
Well, he's an 89.
A lot of guys had him sliding to 16, 17, 18. So for him to go top 4 is huge.
Yeah, he's the 11th on the big board for JR's thing. He's an 89. Wirfs was a 90. He was 7. Wills was 5th overall, and he was a 91. I mean, not a lot of room between there, according to him, but
yeah, I mean,
a little surprising.
Safest pick, and you can't really put a value on safe, really.
Well, that's what they said about the aforementioned Khalil.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the
oh, he's like
play
mauling
for the next
people on this
12
team.
years.
Oh my goodness, he blocks like 4 people here. Oh, you see who he was blocking for? My favorite QB, Jake Fromm.
He also played the drums.
There was a lot of people who were upset when I wrote a draft profile on Jake Fromm.
Let me tell you, when I did my scouting thing on Twitter with Jake Fromm, They were not happy. Not at all.
In what way?
So I think Twitter has fallen in love with this stereotype of an athletic quarterback. And I feel like they believe that's what you need to win anything. Jake Fromm is not that. Jake Fromm is slower than Aaron Rodgers. He's slower than Patrick Mahomes. He ran a slower 40 time than Kirk Cousins.
I think that's what people had an issue with my article was I said he's essentially Kirk Cousins, but a little bit slower. And everybody was like, why would we want him? You're so dumb. And I was like, I didn't advocate for him. I just said what he might be.
Right.
Yeah, your stuff was relatively like objective. It wasn't always geared towards the Vikings or what the Vikings should do. That would not make sense after the 5th or 6th quarterback that you're analyzing.
So I advocated for him.
He's putting his mask on.
I advocated for him to be a Viking because I feel like as far as throwing intangibles, except for the arm strength, obviously, because the arm strength is the issue. He is probably the smartest quarterback coming out of this draft in terms of reading defenses, timing, ball placement, just recognizing situations. I think Fromm is the best in that aspect. He just doesn't have the physical capabilities to back it up, and that's what people were worrying about. And I think that's what pushes him down to be a late 2nd, early 3rd round pick.
But I think what it is why people are so against that is you can coach a guy to read a defense better, and you can coach a guy to do the mental side better, but you can't really get a guy to throw harder. You can. It just takes a lot more work on their mechanics and everything. So I think that's why people are against it. I totally agree with you, though. I think he would be a good fit and a good guy to sit back for a couple of years and ride the bench.
Good fit for who?
Just in general, any NFL team. Okay. I don't know if he would be a great fit in Minnesota, but I think in the current regime, in the current system, he is a good fit. Long term, I'm not sure because we're in this weird limbo of like,
right? Do
they keep the like they want to rebuild, but do they keep them if they have a bad year? And a lot of things are still in the air. But I think Fromm is going to be, if nothing else, he's going to be a career clipboard holder who gets his chances, and he's going to have a long career in the NFL. I think it might just not be as a great starting quarterback.
Do you guys remember Chad Pennington?
That's my comp for him. For Jake Fromm, Chad Pennington. You remember Chad didn't have the big arm. He wasn't super mobile, but he was deadly accurate within 20 to 30 yards. But he just the physical aspects required the Dolphins and the Jets to have great teams around him, and they just weren't able to do that. And I think Jake Fromm's going to
then he got hurt, didn't he?
Yeah, and he was fragile. But Fromm's going to need a team. He's definitely going to need a team, and he's not transcendent. He's not Tua. He's not Justin Herbert, and that's what's going to push him down. But I think he's better than some of the guys. If you watch tape on Jordan Love, if you watch tape on Anthony Gordon, on Jalen Hurts, some of the throws that these guys make, some of the decisions that they make scares a team. Just completely misread of a defense, playing hero ball, toss-ups, and not sure if their athletic ability correctly just overrides that. But I will say one thing. Anthony Gordon is a name to watch out for. If you watch he has tape where he goes for like 8 touchdowns and like 700 yards in one game, and it's absolutely insane. I think with some coaching, he can be solid if he can learn that mental aspect.
I think Jake Fromm is Sean Mannion 2.0. Just kidding. I think Fromm has way more talent than Mannion, but I think he would be if he fell far enough, I think he would be the ideal person to sit behind Kirk Cousins for the current regime because they wanted Sean Mannion to stay and hold a clipboard and be smart over a guy like Kyle Sloter who has more upside.
How do you compare Gordon's arm strength to Fromm's?
Oh, it's world. So I think Gordon has more natural arm strength. and he's able to launch the ball, but that's what gets him in trouble. His arm is so good, and he's almost like a Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston has a great arm, but because of that arm, he throws some really bad throws. Anthony Gordon is the same way. Jake Fromm, if he can fix his hips, he doesn't incorporate his lower half as well as he should. If he can fix that, which is a relatively easy fix, I think he'll be good in the arm strength department. And number 5, the Dolphins do go to Tagovailoa, which is great. I was kind of scared they were going to do something stupid, but Tua.
Who'd they take?
Tua.
Okay.
They did. So far, nothing has really been a surprise except for maybe Okuda.
No, well, I would think. I think
it's weird. It's not really a surprise, but it's like they could have gone a different direction.
Andrew Thomas is the biggest surprise to me so far. I think.
I was gonna say that too.
Yeah, in one of my mocks, this is how I had it planning out with Burrow, Young. I think 3 here. I think at 3, I had Okuda. I think 4 I had Wirfs, and then 5 Tua.
You're right. I'm dumb. This is not the biggest surprise.
Well, as long as we're able to establish that, I think
no one had to give up picks, which is crazy. No jockeying over a quarterback, and it's interesting to see if the Chargers go Justin Herbert or if what they do. I can't imagine they do anything else.
Yeah.
Could
That's
they?
some in-depth yes.
Could they move? Could they move back though? I mean,
they could, but they run the risk of they can't move too far back because you got to think the Buccaneers are still sitting there. The Patriots are ready to give up their entire draft to draft a quarterback. So if they're moving back, the furthest I would move back is maybe Jacksonville, but I don't see a reason for them to really move up.
Yeah, I don't think that Jacksonville should move up. The only reason I would think they would move up is for a quarterback. I don't even know who their quarterback is right now, to be honest.
Gardner Minshew. They love Minshew. Minshew magic down there, man.
Oh, he's...
Yeah, he had some good fantasy games.
I wasn't super high on Minshew either, but, I mean, if you look at the stats, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, which is solid. Completion percentage can be a tad bit better, but...
How many games did he play?
I want to say it was like 7 or 8. I'm not entirely sure.
That's a good ratio either way.
That up.
Oh, wide open.
I'm not saying he's bad. I think it's I think he's gonna have issues once teams have tape on him and they know what looks to give him.
Right. Yeah, and that's
and he's gonna have to learn how to deal with that.
So you could continue to build this program and start.
All right, let's see. Gardner Minshew. Oh, he played 14 games. Played a lot more than that. Whew.
Oh wow. 14
games, 60.6 completion percentage, which isn't great, but 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, but a ridiculous amount of fumbles if I remember. I want to say he fumbled the ball like 8-9 times or something crazy.
That's 2018 Cousins numbers.
Right. But for Tua, the comp I had for Tua was kind of crazy. I don't like comping people to like all-star, superstar players, but he reminds me a lot of Drew Brees.
Ooh.
He just throws great passes, fantastic passes, and he has the legs to move. But I mean, it's weird to see how he's gonna play, but I honestly can't see Tua being anything less than like maybe a poor man's Russell Wilson. Maybe I think he'll be really solid.
NFL you just compare him to Tom Brady right now.
NFL Network is comparing him to Steve Young. So
yeah, I just saw that.
Because they're both left-handed. That's
probably
mobile.
It's always funny to me. I don't put much stock in the handedness of guys in general, but like, do you think it matters with quarterbacks enough to like, especially now when we kind of talked about this before with Brian O'Neill, like the idea of people are just going to shift where they put their defensive ends. Like, it doesn't really matter to have a lefty versus a righty. I guess is my question. Even
it's
though
not boxing.
So scheme wise, it's a little different. Of course, you would change the way you roll out, but from more like a psychological standpoint, because in basketball, left-handers are like deadly accurate. They're like left-handers in basketball are crazy. So I'm not sure if it's but you have like notable left-handers. You have Mike Vick, who wasn't crazy accurate, but he could throw the ball. There's Mark Brunell, who was solid accuracy. Steve Young, who was great accurate, and that's about all I can think about off the top of my head. But
Vince Young left-handed, or am I just thinking of?
Yeah, he was definitely right-handed.
Maybe I'm
but
just thinking.
so it has good accuracy. The arm strength is a little bit of an issue. Obviously durability. So we'll see. Andrew Thomas is a guy.
Oh.
Really interesting to see if they get a tackle. I'm kind of leading Austin Jackson now for them at 18, so we'll see.
Matt Leinart was a lefty.
Matt Leinart was a lefty?
Yeah,
Really?
according to this list of best left-handed quarterbacks ever.
Matt Leinart played football?
Intramural.
They're doing a thing on guys who fell, quarterbacks who fell. First name Brady Quinn.
Chargers pick is
No.
in.
I think these people are falling.
I was excited about Brady Quinn. I love
Johnny Manziel.
Were you a
Browns
Notre
have
Dame
a
guy?
track record when drafting guys that slide. Maybe the Browns have a terrible track record with everything.
I was excited about Brady
I could
Quinn.
tell you a really funny about Johnny Manziel. I shouldn't even say this aloud, but I kind of want him to come.
So you wanted the Vikings. Oh,
Well,
did you see the?
Didn't have,
Did you see the Vikings video they put out today about the scouting reports
No.
with Tom Pelissero? He tweeted when they drafted Anthony Barr that was a solid pick, but they should have drafted Johnny Manziel.
Maybe. Well, he was gone by the time Teddy got picked up at the end of that round. I have a really funny story about that, by the way.
They need something to build a franchise around.
I think Justin Herbert's definitely the pick here. If not Justin Herbert, I can't really think who else they would go. They do need a tackle, I think, because they traded O'Connor to the Seahawks. To the Panthers.
So I have like a little list of team by team needs per pick, according to I think it was Bleacher Report. Chargers quarterback, center, guard, tackle, defensive tackle, tight end.
Justin Herbert, no surprise there.
So who's up next? Carolina. They need a center, guard, tackle, so an entire offensive line.
They do need an offensive line. They could go tackle, but they just got Russell O'Connor. So I think they're going to go Isaiah Simmons or Derek Brown here.
Yeah.
They just Simmons is, I think, a great fit there because isn't Carolina's head coach now the former defensive coordinator in Miami? I don't know his name, but he literally last season talked about the idea of using positionless players in a defensive scheme in the NFL. And now, if he is the head coach there, they have the chance to pick like the ideal, quote unquote, positionless player as far as like athletic ability.
Matt Rule.
Yes, that sounds right.
It's spelled Rhule, so if that's how you pronounce it.
Matt Rule.
Rahul.
Oh, now it's just.
I'm getting increasingly nervous about this. I really.
Oh no.
I'm trying to ignore my instincts and
That's
I would be excited if they got a.
Rule was the head coach at.
Receiver.
Rule was the head coach at Baylor before this.
Ooh.
Defensive coordinator Phil Snow.
Isn't that where Mims is from?
Yes. Who am I thinking of?
I would be very excited if they got Mims. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel I might have messed that up.
What?
Who the Miami Dolphins former defensive coordinator is, because he's not Matt Rule.
Okay.
So how you guys feeling about this pick for Herbert to the Chargers?
Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what happened.
I think it's necessary is what they had to do.
Yeah,
Herbert,
it's.
I think
you know,
when I comped him, I have him down as a more accurate Josh Allen. But I think he had. So I saw his stat for the top quarterbacks with the percent of passing that was like uncatchable or something. He was by far the worst, with like 18, almost 20% of his passes were like inaccurate or uncatchable or something crazy.
Does that include throwing the ball away or no?
I'm not entirely sure.
I don't think
it,
so. I think it takes out
yeah.
throwaways.
I guess that wouldn't make sense.
I think it's what the stat is percentages of like uncatchable balls on open receivers or something like that. Like essentially when your
Okay.
receiver should have an opportunity to catch the ball as long as you put it near them, and then you miss. So
But I don't expect him to have that issue now with Mike Williams and Keenan Allen and Hunter Henry. So he has some huge targets out there to compensate for his big arm. But I just think the inaccuracy issues and being able to move just kind of reminds me a lot of Josh Allen. Especially after we saw the stat where Allen's like only hitting like 18-20% of his deep passes or something insane like that.
It's almost so ironic that that's where Diggs ended up, because I can't imagine that he's gonna make it through. I think he's self-aware enough to make it through like the first season and not explode, but I can't imagine if he was mad about what Cousins was doing, giving him 102 catches in 2018 and leading the league in catches of 40 plus yards in 2019. Ooh, it's gonna be. You wanted to be the man. Have fun with that. But I guess the takeaway is we don't. Since you compared him to Josh Allen, we don't ever want to play him because it's MVP level game.
He's gonna hurdle everybody.
Everybody.
I think Herbert's biggest thing is like personality. Like he's got to find people to mesh with, because he's like, I hate this thing, but it's a very much a thing for athletes, is like introverts versus extroverts, and like their role on a team. What was that?
Like a Josh Rosen almost.
Yeah. So like quarterbacks are almost always extroverts who are, ready to lead in that way. But like
receivers
Herbert's
too, I'm sure.
Not. So kind of like, I guess the difference between the way that Harrison Smith leads and the way that Everson Griffin leads, now that Griffin's gone, RIP. But like Smith doesn't talk a big game. He just like silently goes about his business. And then Griffin is loud, boisterous, whatever. So, but like flipping that, Herbert's now the most important part of the offense, who needs to be a vocal like figurehead, and he's not really that guy. And I think this is interesting. I live in Oregon, so I saw a lot of his games last year, and they took away control of their offense from him. Like from week 1 to like the end of their season, it felt like they kept cutting back his control of what he can do at the line of scrimmage and everything, which is not what you want to see for a guy coming into the NFL. And maybe that's just the personality of his coach, and they weren't meshing well. But I don't know.
What was that attributed to in the media, if you ever heard anything?
I think they just talked about wanting to simplify the offense for him, which is, I think that's what the coaches said, which it doesn't bode well to me. No, but he's a super smart guy who could assumedly handle it. I just don't know why they were doing it. It might have to do with, like DeShawn talked about, the missed throw percentage, like trying to get him simpler throws that aren't, he doesn't have to take chances on at all.
Yeah. Who's up next then? The Cardinals?
The Panthers.
Panthers.
Oh, okay.
So I'm leaning. Simmons.
I can't turn my head
Better
anymore.
than Isaiah Simmons is a mistake. They could go Derek Brown because they lost Gerald McCoy, but I think now that Luke Kuechly is gone, I think Simmons has to be the guy.
They have a lot of needs.
Who do have a lot of needs.
Center, guard,
What's that?
tackle, corner, safety, edge.
You know what they signed?
D
Matthew
tackle, tight end.
Matt Paradis, the guy that I wanted to go to the Vikings in free agency last year, Matt Paradis, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure why they have center up there, but maybe he didn't do so well last year.
Maybe I shouldn't be referencing this list because they say
No,
the
no,
Vikings needs
no. I usually use
center,
that too.
guard,
Usually,
corner.
People are saying Derek Brown to the Panthers on Twitter. I don't know if
Okay.
that's gonna be what happens, but
Did he play?
And where are they going?
Let's see. Matt Paradis, he did play last year.
ooh, gave up 47 pressures. Jesus,
Yikes.
he was worse than Garrett Bradbury.
hey now, that's our boy.
Another safe pick.
Derek Brown. I think I would have leaned Simmons here, but Derek Brown still is a solid pick.
Well, there you see Derek Brown. His teammates.
I don't know. Admittedly, I did not do my homework on Brown that well because I didn't think he would have any chance of getting to the Vikings. But like the only time that I saw Brown in like action was against the Gophers in the bowl game. Granted, bowl game, last college game, he's about to declare for the NFL draft, but he still didn't do much. And the Gophers also don't run straight at the defensive tackle very often.
So I did a little bit on Derek Brown just because when you study Javon Kinlaw, you kind of have to study Derek Brown because you need something to compare it to. So in my opinion, he's the best interior pass rusher in this draft. And he just, from a technical standpoint, I think he has all the tools already to be a force day one. His athletic testing wasn't great. I actually think it was one of the worst in the combine. So there was a little bit of I guess scrutiny, maybe you can call it here. People expecting him to slide. I've seen a lot of mock drafts of him sliding to 17, 18, 19. But I think Panthers do a good job taking the talent that they see on tape at 7, and a great pick if you ask me.
Yeah, he does a good job of drawing attention and gobbling up blockers.
Yeah, he's so strong. He's just like dude's just strong.
Yeah. He's 28 reps, man. Oof. 225 pounds.
Oh, a name to watch. Now that you mentioned reps, a name to watch in this draft that I really want the Vikings to take. I want to say Natane Mutai. The guy he has a big injury history. I think he lost 2 college seasons to injuries. Put up 44 reps on the bench press, which is like,
oh no.
This is like who put up like 45, almost 50 reps. I can't remember. It was a guy a really long time ago.
Was it the what's his face, that offensive lineman that the Packers took in '89?
Something like that, dude. But whoever he was came out, put up a massive amount of reps, and it was up there. He's a strong guy. He can move. He's my go-to for interior offensive line after Cesar Ruiz. But I think 44 on the bench press is crazy.
What happened with Derek Brown's combine? Like, I'm looking at his mock draftable. Let me see if I can get this on the camera correctly. Can you see that?
The measurements? Yeah, his numbers.
Yeah,
were,
like he's in the bottom 12, 16, 10, and 1% for
his numbers were some of the
yards, hand size. 40-yard dash was awful. I mean, his bench press was good. Height was good.
He's not especially athletic, I think, is the... Like, I think his testing is not... doesn't indicate him as especially athletic.
But then I look at, like, his NFL.com pros and cons, and his number one strength is elite combination of size, strength, and big man athleticism, which is maybe a nice way to say.
So you got to... when you're on the inside, there's a difference between being able to run fast and being able to gap penetrate quickly. And I think that's what he does a good job at. He does a good job of coming off the line well. He does a good job of getting in between guys, forcing guys to move, eating up double blocks, and that's where the big man athleticism come. And that's not the stuff that you're going to see in athletic testing.
Yeah, it's really impossible to measure that in like a consistent way. So I agree with DeShawn that it doesn't show up in the test results, but they can be athletic without testing well. It's not like Laquan Treadwell who
Oh wow! So the Cardinals skip out on tackle, which is huge, massive that they skip out on tackle, and they take Isaiah Simmons. Well, obviously best player on the board, but it is massive that the Cardinals skip out on tackle.
Wow.
That's the biggest surprise right here for as of right now. That's really good for the Vikings. There's still 3 tackles left on the board. 3 at the top.
Yeah.
And we're about to hit. We need the Jags to not take a tackle.
Take Becton.
Yeah, I was just
move up to get Becton. The dream is alive.
Mean, like I said, according to this point list, we could move up to 8 or 9 if we traded our 2 first-round picks.
Well, I wouldn't give up 2 first-rounders for him, but
yeah, better move.
Yeah. Although, I mean, it's the hindsight argument, but if you could get a guy for the next 10+ years to cover your blind side versus rolling the dice on 2 different guys, which increases the probability of at least one of them being a bust, especially if they're a wide receiver and Rick Spielman is drafting them.
Well, it's big. They needed it though. They really did. I graded this. So I've been grading on Twitter the pick so far, and I think this is my first grade that's not an A. So I graded this one a B because I feel like the pick should have been tackle, but Chandler Jones on that defense desperately needed some help. As Patrick Peterson starts to slip and he's not really like that all-pro player anymore, I think Isaiah Simmons comes. They also have Budda Baker still, but Chandler Jones just needs someone. So he continues to be this great guy and he's at the top of the edge rushing class every year, but they just don't have anything else defensively. And I think this helps them out a little bit.
You should, this is kind of how the sausage is made question, DeShawn, but you should log on to Vikings Territory, and every time you grade a pick, embed that tweet into an article and title it grading the first round picks, and then just keep updating it as we go along, so then it looks like, you know what I mean?
To like release later?
Yeah, or just do it now.
Just release it and then just update as you go.
Yeah, just hit the update button where the publish button would be.
Right, I can do that, can't I?
Yeah, especially if you click over to the text side and then you just paste the link
on DT
to the tweet. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was gonna do that, but
actually,
laptop I have might start on fire.
So can we talk about how the Cardinals got the best player in the draft at 8?
It's great. I'm just not sure who's their defensive coordinator there. I'm not sure they have anybody there that can really
take advantage.
I don't think it's the greatest fit for him, but they definitely needed him.
Yeah, I think it's like you say, like you have to go with that talent on the board. You almost have to go with them. Who is defensive coordinator?
Matt Rule.
Vance Joseph.
Ooh.
Oh, you know what? That's actually not bad. He used to coach for the Broncos. That's not a bad coordinator to have. Actually, I like that. That's actually pretty good.
All white jersey combo's kind of cool.
That's actually solid. That's really solid now. I might upgrade. B+. I give it a B+. I still think that the pick should have been a tackle because they need to protect Kyler Murray. But they have such an early pick in the second round that they can trade up and take a guy. But let's see. I know Kyler Murray.
A+ for me. 100%.
Pick is in. What do you think, fellas?
If they don't go tackle here, that's big.
Yeah, that would be very exciting. or infuriating is if the Vikings still didn't take one. Come on, people now. Yeah. Mel's best available. Wills.
Javon Kinlaw, I would expect would be a really good pick here for them since they're losing Ngakwe. But tackle might be the way to go. That they already have an offense going, and they might need to keep it well because probably be the only thing they're able to do. So for me, I'm going either Wills here or Kinlaw. They do need a corner though, so it could be Henderson. They can go a multitude of ways.
Henderson here would be a surprise to me, though. I think that's a reach for sure. But I'm also not as high on Henderson as some people are.
Right. I think Henderson gained a lot of traction late, like the last 2 weeks of the draft. I think people had him around 17, 18, and I think really late he started getting this talk of a top 10, top 12 pick. But I think they have so many needs. They really can't go wrong here with whoever they draft.
Yeah, it must be nice to just need a whole team so you can pick anybody. But instead you take Christian Ponder at 12.
Oh, God.
Shout
I
out.
remember that vividly.
It was bad. My father was angry about it.
Yeah, I remember everyone, the silver lining at the time was well, he graduated in 2.5 years and he's a marketing major. He's got a brilliant mind. I'm like, for advertising. Not for
Also, he's a marketing major. That's
quarterback.
not saying much.
Yeah.
I went to school for
It wasn't a
communications, so I can't.
I was
yeah, I can't even-
I'm a political science / sociology of law major, so I can't point the dirty stick at anybody.
So what useful thing did you go to college for?
Me? Alcoholism.
Same.
I took a year off before law school 15 years ago. Still
Lots
might
of people take 7 years to finish college.
Is that a Tommy Boy joke?
It is.
Hey. Can't
Thank
get
you.
movie references back. Does Saquon Barkley have gray hair? It's Jared Allen.
When do we draft? We draft at 22 and 25, although those might be changing. Somebody asked in the
Is that
chat.
a question somebody had? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I
in
mean, there's
about
simpler ways to
3
answer that
hours.
question, I guess. Yeah. The Red Bull I drank is starting to wear off.
Mhm.
Okay, so we started at
We started at 7, within 2 hours.
yeah.
Traditionally, see, I'm still not used to the whole social distancing, everything being shut down thing, because I just popped in my head that tomorrow they would normally do a Friday football feast with the first round picks at Buffalo Wild Wings, probably at Southdale. Those are always fun to go to.
Number 9.
What is it?
Number 9. I would say Kinlaw. CJ Henderson. Okay. Yeah, I didn't.
Why take him at 9? Oh my god.
I kind of saw this coming. I did. They need a corner bad now that AJ Bouye is gone. So
I mean, it's true.
How do you think this? What do you guys think about the how this affects the Vikings and the tackle situation?
So I'm guessing this is going to be a tackle right here at 10. And honestly, it depends on what the Jets do. I can't imagine the Jets not going wide receiver here, but I think if you get down past the Broncos, the Buccaneers, and there's still a tackle left, I think you pull the trigger and you trade up.
Ooh, that would be exciting.
God, I know it's just my own personal bias. I cannot be happy for them taking a guy like Henderson at 9 when I think he's a late first round talent.
So yeah, I give the grade a B. I have a B on CJ Henderson. I had Henderson going around 17 or 18, but I do think it's a tad bit of a reach. There's players there They could have won. They could have won wide receiver. They could have won Judy. They could have won Lamb. They could have won Kinlaw. They could have won a multitude of ways. But I mean, corner, it's a gaping hole. That defense is
Oh, the
atrocious.
pick is already in for the Browns.
Ooh.
I'm gonna say Jedrick Wills. I would think it would be.
That's my vote.
So can we talk about how this historic wide receiver class we've been through now going to be 10 picks and we might not have one off the board?
I was just gonna ask you guys about
So-
that. Are you surprised by that?
I'm not at all, because I tried to cut out all the noise about this wide receiver class being like the best ever or whatever. When I was scouting, and I want to say I probably scouted not full reports, but I scouted a good probably like 20, 25 wide receivers in this draft. This draft is chock full of wide receiver twos, and there really are not that many wide receiver ones in this class. After the first, and honestly, I don't even think Henry Ruggs, I don't think Ruggs is the number one wide receiver. I think he's a great compliment to somebody. But I don't.
Mean two as in his possession guys?
No, two as like compliment guys. So you have you know how like DeAndre Hopkins has Will Fuller, or Keenan Allen has Mike Williams. The guys that probably wouldn't be able to stand on their own, but do really well as the second guy. And the guys that I have in that range, I have Justin Jefferson as a number 2 guy, Jalen Reagor. I have Brandon Ayuk, KJ Hamler, Donovan People-Jones. Just anybody really outside the top 3 or just I see as really good number 2s and not necessarily number 1s. And that's what my takeaway from this draft was. Like I would expect CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, a wide receiver that I'm really high on that most people are not. I won't say are not.
Boy, Kevin Stefanski.
Oh, here, pick us in.
Thank you, Fletcher. We're so happy to see that you're home and doing well.
I'm guessing Jedrick Wills.
For you and St. Jude in the fight and childhood cancer. And we're all in your court.
Or Mekhi Becton, because he's more of the natural left tackle.
With the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Cleveland Browns select
Jedrick Wills, yeah. So that cuts out the noise of Trent Williams to the Browns, so that's not happening anymore.
Okay, so let's entertain the idea of, even though I don't like it, I didn't get to answer this question. I don't want Trent Williams, but with that landing spot being taken out, what that, on paper at least, increases the likelihood of a Trent Brown to the Vikings scenario. Trent Williams. What did I say? Trent Brown.
So I think it definitely increases it, and it also depends a lot on what the Jets do here. I expect the Jets to go wide receiver, but if they also go tackle, I think Trent Williams is just kind of like the next best thing to go after. Of course, he's gonna count massively against your cap, but I mean, you can't really put a number.
What do you do with Riley Reef then? Do you cut him and just eat the dead cap space?
So it's not much. If you designate him post June 1st or something, I think you're only eating about $3 million in dead cap, and you're freeing up about 10 or 11.
You might be right. I thought it was 4.6, but
it might be. It actually might be. But I think post June 1st, it's like an extra 2 or like $3 million back or something like that. But I think you have to, I don't think there's really, you can't restructure Reef because he doesn't really have a reason to restructure his contract. I mean, you can kick him inside, but you're paying him like 13.2 to be a guard. So I think if you do trade Trent Williams, you have to cut him because I don't think he'll restructure, and you just that's why also I think if you trade for Trent Williams, you still have to draft a guard. You can't just trade for Trent and let that be the end all be all. You still have to work on building the offensive line.
Just
I agree
for
for
reference, cutting Reef post June 1st is an $11 million saving against this year's cap, and you gain dead cap of 2.2 this year and 2.2 next year. So essentially a net of 8.8 million.
Or 4.4.
I think how that works.
So yeah, 4.4 over 2 years.
Sport Track says it's 4.4 this year and 2.2 next year. So that'd be what, 6.6? But
For
who knows?
For what?
Cutting
I'm looking
grief.
at it. I'm looking at it right now. This is I literally am looking at the same website you are, and it says post 6-1 release, 2-2
Oh,
in dead cap this year, 2-2 in dead cap next year, and 11 million in saving. So you gotta hit the little X and pretend to cut him, and that's how you can see the.
Okay. Yeah, this is.
can I hit the X and cut?
So in your mock draft so far, how many picks do you guys have right? I'm gonna pull mine up.
I don't think I actually did a full mock at all. I didn't end up getting one done.
So I think I put
We
up.
can ask all day how many he got right.
I put up a full mock not too long ago. Let's see if I can find it.
I would probably be 0 for this whole one.
Well, I think nobody saw the Isaiah Simmons things coming to the Cardinals. I don't think anybody mocked that one.
Well, I mocked Simmons to the Bengals, so he's the best player.
Here we go. So I would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 11, 5 for 10 so far. So I have half right.
That's not bad.
So the ones I missed, I had Okuda going to the Giants. I had Simmons at 5 to the Lions, and then Wills to the Cardinals. Kinlaw at 9. I had the Patriots trading up to 10 for Jordan Love, but we'll see what happens.
Who did you have the Vikings taking?
In this mock, I had the Vikings taking. What did I have? What is happening right now?
Which is why if you need a vehicle.
So I had the Vikings trade up to 17 with I had Tristan Wirfs slide a bit. I had them trade up to 17 with the Cowboys and take Tristan Wirfs. And then I think at 25 I had them trade out with the Colts to get pick 34. And that was the first round. That's the one ones with trades. I could find the one without trades. I had the one without trades. I have the Vikings at 22 with Jalen Reagor and 25 with Andrew Thomas, but Andrew Thomas went top 5.
Yeah.
The Jets are taking a long time to pick. Why don't they trade it?
Didn't they give teams more time because of the virtual
think so.
aspect of it?
Yeah.
I think they definitely did.
I think they gave him like 6 minutes.
A super underrated pick right here would be Javon Kinlaw because they lost Leonard Floyd. And to pair him with Quentin Williams on the inside would be crazy.
Ooh, a Nintendo Switch commercial.
But I think they're going to go Jerry Jeudy. Or Henry Ruggs. I think Ruggs fits in. Ruggs fits in and he completely takes over that Robbie Anderson role. And you and you don't miss a beat with Ruggs. But I would go Jeudy here.
Hey Joe,
Yeah.
I bought this with your money.
I'm waiting for that. I want one of those so damn bad, man. But I gotta get a PlayStation. Ugh. I have an Xbox though. I love it. But I gotta play that Zelda. I love Zelda games, man. But I should just wait because I guess there's like the new Xbox, the new PlayStation coming out next year. It's supposed to be like exponentially better than what we have now.
That's the theory, is that it's way better.
Yeah, they went cheap because usually they were selling systems at a loss and then making up money producing games. But for whatever reason, they went cheap this last round to make money off of each system, and that's why the games haven't gotten that much better in the last 6-7 years. But people are saying this next round of games is gonna be sweet because we do have the purplePTSD Vikings territory Discord channel, not Discord channel, Twitch channel. And I think, DeShawn, you did some Madden stuff on there before. I would love to do more of that. We should really do more of that.
What's up, what happened?
What?
Oh, I thought I heard my name.
We're just talking
Oh,
about.
I was saying we were talking about the Twitch channel. You played Madden. Right? How I would do that. You even have the computer freaking play. Odell Beckham Jr. and Trent Williams on the offense.
I've got
Is it?
a video series that I'm probably gonna do after the draft with the Vikings new roster. I'll do a roster update with all the rookies. So
Yeah, I think some of the guys that joined us on Purple Territory Radio, like One Bar and Pegas, they're doing videos every day. I'm gonna start.
Oh
doing videos
wow,
every
the
day.
Jets went tackle.
Who'd they take?
Mekhi Becton.
I'm a Jets
Ooh.
fan now.
All right, there's one left.
They're getting
One
back at
left.
us.
So, I'm still not used to seeing Las Vegas. I don't like it one bit. What do you think?
So I would have leaned wide receiver because I mean it's a deep receiver class, and you can get somebody, but you're not going to get somebody like Ruggs, Lamb, or Judy. I think I would have went one of them instead. But either way, you still need to protect Sam Darnold. So.
Do you think this increases the probability that the Vikings go receiver then?
I don't see them, the three, getting past the Eagles and the Broncos and all them. So we're still looking at the same group of guys like Justin Jefferson and Denzel Mims. So I don't think so. But this guy is like 370 pounds dunking on people. Jesus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's
He's
great.
crazy. Yeah,
I love that guy.
He could do like Shaq in the early '90s, just busting backboards all left and right. 6'7". Oh, here it is. Yeah, he legit played basketball.
We have not drafted anyone yet. This is the NFL draft. We're only 11 picks in.
Do you think that? I'm not making fun of anybody, but you think there'd be easier ways to answer that question than to join our live stream? I mean, you're pretty far down the rabbit hole of Vikings fandom if you're hanging out with us three.
It's interesting. Hey, we've got 12 viewers, so we're hitting the big time today.
How outside of family members and friends, we have negative viewers.
I think
my cats.
I think my dad is here and my brother. So
What's up, O'Connor family? Top of the morning to you.
that's
that
racist.
I was gonna say that was an ethnic slur. I actually never make it through one of these without crapping on the Irish. Granted, I did get my 23 results, or at least half of them, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die of skin cancer.
Who do you think the Raiders go? I know they're probably gonna go wide receiver.
Yeah.
Watch them take the reach so far because Mayock is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Names to watch out for: Kinlaw and Fulton.
I do not miss.
But I think Judy or Ruggs is going to be the guy.
That's my call. It's Judy. I do not miss Mayock. Well, they picked in already. Mayock being so assertive about this is who they're gonna take, and the next pick, and I was completely wrong. Let's go to the next team, and I was wrong again. Oh, he's pushing a car. That's Pat Williams used to do that.
Who picks after the Chargers? Who's LV? Las Vegas.
Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. My bad.
That's why I was saying I'm not used to it. I don't
Joe
like
hates it.
I don't like chains. Yeah, again, another sign that I'm old.
Joe enjoyed when there was only 25 states.
Yep. The Louisiana Purchase was bullshit.
It's so empty. Mike Mayock, draft guru. So Mike missed bad on his first pick as a GM. He missed horribly with Cleveland Furrow, but he made it up with the guy he got later. But we'll have to see who he takes here.
Is that their new stadium?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. What a weird town.
Did you see that the mayor of Las Vegas was
Yes.
calling
Yes.
calling for them to end
a
shelter in place
yeah,
so
and
that
she said they should be a control group. I actually watched that entire interview at like 6 in the morning today. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it. And it's like you watch movies like was it in?
Yeah, it's in and see what they say.
Ooh.
Including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh.
Got it right here. Of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs.
Ruggs first receiver off the board.
ooh.
Okay.
I mean,
He's such a Raider kind of player.
I could see that.
not the one that I would go with, but
I was not the guy I would go with either. I don't think he's a true number one, but he's just such a Raider. He's like fast as hell.
At Alabama. Went for touchdowns. In other words, 25% of the time when he caught the ball, he took it to the house. And when he celebrated
Oof, that's crazy. It says Henry Ruggs has a 25% touchdown rating when it comes to his catches.
They played high school basketball together.
25%
of his catches are touchdowns.
25% of his catches resulting in touchdowns,
It's
which
like
is
Chris Carter.
insane.
All he does is catch touchdowns.
like Aldrich Robinson.
Yeah.
Henry Ruggs.
Or what was his face? I caught that
Time you see.
far like week 3 against the 49ers.
Greg Lewis.
Greg Lewis, thank you.
7, as is Mike Mayotte. Hi, Mike. Make sure the dog is
So
taken.
San Francisco here. Do we see our first trade? Finally? Maybe?
So, the 49ers, so there's been reports out there that they wanted to take Kinlaw in 13, but I don't see the point of trading Buckner just to get that pick to spin it on another interior defensive lineman. So, they lost Emmanuel Sanders. They do need wide receivers. I think the receiver that fits them the most is CeeDee Lamb. So, because, they have this crazy rack offense. So, wouldn't be surprising if they took Lamb. But they could trade back a couple picks. Maybe with the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm trying to look and see who they would trade with potentially here. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a trade yet. Like I'm not surprised in the sense that everybody seems like they're picking appropriate to like their needs and everything and best player available still. But like I'm still surprised that we haven't seen any moves.
Right. And I knew trades were going to be hard to pull off this year because a lot of people were saying, we saw a lot of reports that people are saying that the value they wanted would be for next year's draft, to where they can do a different kind of scouting. So, but I still suspected to see somebody move up eventually. But Ruggs in his bathrobe, his Old Spice bathrobe. Look at him already getting sponsorships.
Jeez.
But that's good. Who's the quarterback? Derek Carr is still the quarterback out there.
Derek Carr is still the quarterback. Will that change though? I wonder if they're.
Isn't that funny? What happened to him?
He just isn't.
His leg one time, and he didn't come back.
He seemed like everyone was all salty that the Vikings didn't take him instead of Teddy. He came out of the gate pretty good, and then. Ew.
I think he had a high floor but a low ceiling, is what it was. I think he was what he was, and he never grew past that.
They are who we thought they were.
Josh Jacobs to run, and also at Darren Waller, tight end, he ran in the mid-4.4s. Now you've got Henry Ruggs, who ran in the mid-4.2s.
So we got two more tackle teams in front of us actually, with the Dolphins needing a tackle, and we have Tampa Bay, who desperately needs a tackle.
Henry Ruggs is
And we're still waiting on who is available still at tackle. I have it here somewhere.
That tells you something about that wide receiver. He's letting you know. Big plays, touchdown. He's right at home. That's why he's wearing his robe.
Old Spice robe.
The Raiders hope that he can make that statement late when he gets on the football field. Listen, I knew you would appreciate the robe, Michael. Just so you know, from 1985 to 2010, no Alabama wide receivers were taken in the first round. And now we've gotten 4 in the last 5 years. And quite frankly, I'm going to make a pretty safe bet that we're going to get a 5th one.
Is he wearing a robe?
He was Old Spice robe.
So Wirfs is
Got paid for that.
Wirfs is the last upper echelon tackle remaining.
Not one team has
Trade down.
Detroit at number 3 taking calls, but no team ever made an offer for them. Browns didn't make an offer, the Chargers didn't make an
Oh,
offer.
so they didn't make an offer.
Giants at number 4. We thought there would be other teams that would move. No one did in the top 10 big team. We're now at a pick right now where the 49ers are going to trade. They're going to trade with the
Hey.
Buccaneers. Tom Brady and Bucks.
What?
Giving up one slot to come up in this draft. There's still a tackle on the board.
Whoa.
To get Tom Brady more protection. That would be a logical
pick. Wow.
For Tampa Bay to make with Tampa Bay coming up to get that pick. And that's a trade.
Wow, the San Francisco 49ers just baited the hell out the Buccaneers.
Obviously, Tampa Bay has plenty of weapons. They just signed Rob Gronkowski.
That's crazy. Shout out to who's that up there now? John Lynch? They just got baited. One really? Oh wait. Oh wow. What? Wait, what?
What's happening? Sorry.
Right. No, I think the graphic is messed up because as of right now, so the Buccaneers traded up to 13.
Okay.
They were picking 14, but the graphic still has them at 14.
The
But
Bucks
I don't-
traded up.
Yeah, I don't think that's right though. I think the graphic is just messed up. So I think the 49ers just baited the Tampa Bay Bucks, saying they're probably getting other trade calls and had them trade up one spot. They basically Mitchell Trubisky the Buccaneers.
The Buccaneers take Jordan Love.
That'd be crazy. But I think Tristan Wirfs comes off the board, and that'll be our last upper echelon tackle. Now we'll be looking at Austin Jackson, Josh Jones, and such.
And obviously the left tackle spot, he's got the ability to hold his own when he was forced over the left tackle when Jackson was hurt. But as a right tackle, he has a chance to be really good once he's coached up in the NFL. And obviously, Kirk Ferentz, especially at Iowa, he got work to this level. Now he needs to step it up another notch.
I wonder who else. They can go corner. They need a corner. They need a linebacker. But I think tackle is the best. Yeah, so they fixed it. San Francisco, yeah, they traded one spot. I wonder what the compensation was.
So, okay, the Bucks, tackle, edge, safety, running back, quarterback.
They do need a running back, but I couldn't imagine DeAndre Swift was the pick here.
Jason Light, the general manager of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who, by the way, was part of the scouting department for New England when they picked Tom Brady 199th overall.
I love all the. This is a side note. I love all the Twitter bots who are using hashtag NFL Draft to NFL Draft 2020 to get around the filter, to appear as if they're real people.
That you could understand if it wasn't worse.
It's great.
He's the logical.
It's a weird world we live in. It's a sick world we live in these days.
Interchangeable guys as far as being able to go from the left side to the right side.
Oh, I feel bad.
Ooh, my dog's in the background.
There's probably a slam dunk for him. Lewis, thanks. Before we
You're
announce
probably
this,
hungry.
I
your
should
food?
have ordered a pizza.
We'll get you your food after this pick. I'm starving my dog for this pick.
It's the sacrifice we all make. Animal abuse or negligence.
Bucks have a whole bunch of fans now that they have Tom Brady. Don't think I've
Also,
ever.
Joe, your video has been frozen for like 10 minutes.
No, I think his
No,
face. Out of the
I just died.
You just you're just stuck in that position.
Yeah. Can you see me now?
I want to see.
Oh, you're right. Well,
Yes.
let me see.
I wanted the Vikings were trying to get that.
Here we go. I saw something.
At 13?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. What if San Fran trades 14 now, too?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs, tackle, Iowa.
There it is.
There's our tackles.
Well,
They're getting the phone call right there and a little bit of thumbs up. Another freakish
wow. So what do you? How does this change your thoughts on the
So I think
He was raised by
pending the compensation, if I had to grade this, I mean it would be a if they didn't move, but I gotta see what they gave up. I have to think what happened was somebody was inquiring about that pick. San Francisco called, probably baited them a bit. I gotta see what they got out of it before I can give it an A. Because they might have, but then again, they kind of needed a guy regardless, and Tristan Wirfs did kind of slide a little bit. So I think regardless, as long as it's not too bad, I think it's probably an A pick. I would think it's probably like a fourth rounder to move up.
Well, also it depends on if our like thought is correct and the Vikings were trying to move up to 13. Like if that was a thing, then they would have had to have offered more. So maybe they were able to use that as leverage and get a third or a second. I mean, I wouldn't trade a second personally to move up one spot, but you never know.
Right.
Yeah, you're not wrong. On Skype, I'm moving, but on the YouTube thing, I look like I'm those old maps of like shipping routes, and they'd have like in the clouds like a god blowing wind. That's the expression on my face. I wonder how if it's working on Skype. I wonder maybe if I close this.
what do you see when this athlete is on the
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, it's like a wax sculpture of me.
You're preserved forever now.
I know.
Sustaining at times is an issue. Pass protection, quick feet to look for.
My background looks nice though.
Okay, I should probably feed my dog now.
Yeah, let's take like a 5-minute break. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. See if my blood flow to my legs returns. We will be back.
And keeping him upright and not letting anybody hit him, and that's what workshop's gonna be, Hunter. Without a doubt, man. When people talk about this guy being a great athlete for an offensive line, let me tell you, he's a great athlete for a football player. He ran faster than most tight ends did at the combine. And when you look at how the run game is built today, the zone scheme, you need athletes on the offensive line, whether it's a guard or a tackle. And also, you talk about Tom Brady. You're going to need that guy that has a strong punch. We know Brady is an iron deer in the front lawn. He's not going to move much. You want somebody that has strong hands that can solidify that punch. The Buccaneers got a steal here at this pick with Tristan Wirfs. Well, again, he's the fifth Iowa offensive lineman to be selected in the first round since 2004. The draft nervousness is over for him, and Bruce Arians and Jason Light hope they have their guy. Bruce is fired up as we continue with the first round of the draft. The New York Giants select
This week, a couple hundred young football players are getting their dream job.
Saquon Barkley.
For millions of small business owners are having a tough time.
I have an older brother that has his own small business. That's why, even though I'm a Giant, I'm standing with the team at Johnson Barkley Entertainment Service. I'm with the team at Camelback Barbershop.
My team is Western Gym.
Join Visa in supporting small businesses because where you shop matters.
49ers taking a long time to pick.
Working together to keep your home working. It's just what we do. What we've always done. What we'll continue to do. Because home is what unites us.
Hmm. 49ers are burning all the clock. I wonder if they're looking to trade again.
That's what I think. I think they probably are.
I can see
again.
I can see the Eagles with Lamb and Judy still on the board wanting to go up. Another wild card, Jordan Love still on the board. That's a wild card right there.
What's up, everybody? Tony Dallas here, urging you to stay at home, take care of your family, protect yourself.
We're at the end of another day here at Cousin's household. We're going a little stir crazy in the house.
I wanted to share what I've been up to.
This has been interesting so far. None of it has been like surprising, really.
Over the top. Other than Simmons.
Yeah.
I think Becton was a little surprising too. I expected them to go wide receiver. Not sure what they're going to do about their wide receiver problem now because it's a big problem. But they might trade back into the first maybe. But yeah, at least they have protection. They protect their guy.
Yeah.
I know we're going to get through this together.
Man, they take a long time to do this.
Beating this clock, right? I can't imagine the pick is that hard. Maybe they'll go Kinlaw.
They've got to be looking to trade somewhere because otherwise they wouldn't have taken so long.
Picks it in, like they're picking. I can see it being Kinlaw, but I think that's just so weird. Why trade a proven interior player to go and draft a guy?
I mean, I think that's a fair criticism. I think I don't know. The people put a lot of stock in rookies before they played at all. So.
Henry Ruggs was the first to go, and now we're looking at Jerry Jeudy. Our own Todd McShay says Jerry Jeudy is the best runner at a wide receiver he's seen in all of his years of studying. So could San Francisco be looking here at a wide receiver to replace what they lost in Emmanuel Sanders? Let's go to Michael Irvin here. Michael, what do you think? If it's one of these, which one do you like?
This is the most awkward hug.
Right.
Between Tristan Wirfs and his kicker. It's like the kicker went for just like a dab, and then Wirfs like kind of looks like he's gonna go for the full hug, and then he goes and he grabs like the kicker's helmet, but then the kicker is already committed to the full hug, and he like wraps around him. It's silly.
Concerns about offensive line as well. Let us see what San Francisco did. They moved one slot back so Tampa could move up. San Francisco going.
I would imagine this is Lamb because he fits their offense better.
In the 2020 NFL draft, the San Francisco 49ers select
Fourth rounder.
Oh, they took Kinlaw. They took Kinlaw. I don't think that makes sense.
You were right on the compensation though.
Fourth rounder,
and then the then the Bucks get a seventh rounder back. So.
Okay.
Is how he grew up. He split time between his mother and father in Goose, South Carolina, as well as in Washington D.C. And Some of them.
Apparently, my dad texted me to check his comment on Fromm in the chat.
It was colder than it was inside or hot.
Williams, blah, 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 which team? I don't see it here. Where? Hold on.
Related to
Fromm peaked on the show QB1. I don't know what he's talking about. Is that a show on? Oh, it's on Netflix. I see.
This story is absolutely remarkable. Booger, this story...
Oh, I know what show he's talking about. About high school football. Sorry, Dad. Missed that by an hour.
Big and powerful. And the San Francisco 49ers.
Alright, so Kinlaw off the board. Which I think is that's a weird pick. I mean, it's an A pick because that defensive line is already like disgusting as a penetrator already, but it's just an odd move to trade Buckner and then, you know, I mean, I guess it's a money move, but you have no clue if Kinlaw is going to be as good as Buckner. So I mean, we'll see.
Long arms, long levers. He can do it inside. And dare I say, John Lynch, they traded away DeForest Buckner. Now they get to Devon Kinlaw Mel, and the defensive line is going to be.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm like too invested in the like need strategy and not best player available.
Right.
Because Kinlaw obviously was the best player on the board at that point. Unless you want to argue Jerry Jeudy's better than him, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one. I bet they were trying to trade it.
Yeah, I think the move might be a tad bit counterproductive. I guess if you don't get a drop off in talent from Buckner to Kinlaw, it's a money move. You get to have basically Buckner on a rookie contract for the next 4 or 5 years. So that could be it. What they were going after.
Yeah.
You trade back and get an extra pick, and you replace DeForest Buckner at the same position with a younger, cheaper player. John Lynch putting that Stanford education to good use.
Now you have Broncos with the pick in. I can't imagine this is. I would never in a million years imagine Jerry Jeudy falling to the Broncos. So this is like A+, maybe best value in the draft for them if they decide to go that way.
Yeah, it would be really, really good for them to get Jeudy at 15. That's
insane. I'm surprised the Eagles haven't tried to trade up.
The Eagles are sitting at what, 21?
I believe.
Go to San Francisco saying they're just a wonderful group of guys, a talented group. Same goal, not in the.
I wonder if they just didn't want to give up enough to move up past Denver here.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We are all home right now. That's why
Man, Kinlaw to the Niners. That's a solid pick, I guess. I mean, you can't really. I still think that's weird, man. That's a weird pick. That's an awkward pick. But it works.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm back. I ate some steak.
Your video is still frozen.
It's probably for the best. I wonder how to fix that, because I can see, like on Skype it works. So what the heck?
It's frozen on my end on Skype though.
Oh, it is? Maybe
Yeah.
I'll leave and come back. I'll be right back.
Man, Drew Lock, Courtland Sutton, and maybe a Jerry Jeudy. That's insane. And Noah Fant. Whew.
If they can give, if he has any time to throw, he should be fine.
We got Vic Fangio, the defensive guy. Could be looking at Christian Folsom here to replace Chris Harris.
No,
Jerry
Jerry
Jeudy.
Judy. How am I still in this call when I closed the application? That's very strange. Can you guys hear me?
You're frozen now. Oh,
Well, I
now
just
can't.
removed him from the call. I thought maybe it was a problem on my end, so I just kicked him from it.
Judy to the that's great value for them.
Hey, Daisy. What are you doing? You need to go outside? This dog is so neat.
Falcons to 16. I think this pick is going to be Christian Fulton. Makes the most sense for them.
Turns out he indeed was correct. Jerry Judy was a straight A student, but he himself with some tragedy. In November of 2016, Jerry Judy's 7-year-old sister Aaliyah passed away. Aaliyah was a miracle baby that suffered health complications since birth. Following her death, Judy posted a photo of Aaliyah with an uplifting message. I love you, sis. You're in a better place now. I swear I'm going to make it for you and Mommy. R.I.P. Aaliyah. Jerry's daughter, Journey, was born on March 27th. And there you see it. Jerry Judy going to go work with John Elway, quarterback there, Drew Lock, Cortland Sutton, the other wide receiver on the side of that ball. Michael Irvin, take us through what you like about Jerry Judy's take.
Yeah, Broncos needed a wide receiver. They get the best one in the draft without having to move. I think that's the pick of the draft so far for me. Up there with Tristan Wirfs to the Bucks.
Yeah. That's. I mean, like, I can't be upset about it because obviously I don't think that the Vikings should have moved up for that
Right.
pick in particular, but to see Judy go that deep and not have a chance at it, that's it hurts a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
A disaster for any defense when you're trying to stop Drew Lock and the Denver Broncos.
Anything, I think they'd be lost.
We are all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving
Wherever
you
CD
more
goes.
you want. Daily is usually watching
Oh man, if he slides to the Dolphins,
We love Ryder.
Does that get the shows I need?
I think the Eagles have to trade up for him. There's no way they let him slide to the Dolphins.
Movies on Disney Plus and over 70 top channels and live TV with YouTube TV.
Music players that you rely on. That's how we connect.
Plans start at just $35 so your family can mix.
Maybe the Cowboys take him.
Shop online today.
Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb.
When we first opened our doors, it didn't as long.
That'd be pretty filthy, to be honest.
That might be.
We were in the people business.
We needed to be helpful
Respectful.
and compassionate.
They'd have even less reason to hand it off to Des Bryant. Not Des Bryant, fuck. Ezekiel Elliott. Look, I've had a couple beers, so
I think the Falcons, they need to go defense. The offense is pretty set, so they need to go defense, and they need edge. And Kavon Chason is still there, so that would be my pick for them. Or maybe they switch it up and go Epinesa or Matos. But if I had to guess, if I was a betting man, I would go Kavon. I actually think I had that in my mock too.
Dave, closet organizing and jigsaw puzzling. Get Pizza Hut Big Dinner Box. 2 pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of pasta or wings. Sealed for your safety, all in one box. Choose contactless
I'm
delivery
trying to
or
add Joe back to this call, but it's not working. I don't know if he's just not on Skype anymore or what's happening. Maybe he just doesn't want to be here.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Murray. And for more than
Kirk Cousins needs to do better.
They were starting to get into the range of surprise first rounders. I saw a report saying the Packers might go Cole Kemet, which I think would be weird. Super fucking weird.
That would be extremely strange.
Good pick for us, though. I think Rager, if they got Rager, I think they get, like, he gets us some problems on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't go cornerback in either the first or the second, anybody's gonna give us problems.
Oh, you know what? The Falcons need a cornerback. They might go Christian Fulton.
Welcome back to the draft. Roger Goodell doing his part, FaceTiming with all the quarterbacks taken in this draft. High practice. You see Tua Tagovailoa there. You have Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert as well. Meanwhile, take a look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, what do we got?
Liam, Jefferson, Chason, Kenneth Murray.
Receivers are CDYAC. Already after catch, he's phenomenal there. CD Lamb is.
CDYAC.
Xavier McKinney. Justin Jefferson improved by leaps and bounds this past.
This cord is shot.
And Kenneth Murray, all this.
I tried my phone. It's not working. I think this cord is shot.
Oklahoma. One of two outstanding inside linebackers.
Yeah, when you look at the Falcons, both of those teams need edge rush, and the second best edge rusher in this draft by a lot of people, including myself included, was Caleb Chason.
They put Falcons draft room and put Cardinals logo. This is it's a mess. Somebody's about to hack in. I can feel it.
All right, folks, thank you. There you see Dan.
They're just using Zoom. They're just completely unencrypted.
Have a personal draft. It would be Thomas Dimitroff. He was showing off his setup like 3 weeks ago. So we'll see what the Falcons are doing. We know their head coach, Dan Quinn, is a guy who built his reputation on speed defenders. That's what got him the Atlanta head coaching job, the things he was able to do in Seattle.
I wonder if Christian Fulton comes off. Maybe Jeff Gladney when he comes off here.
And Thomas Dimitroff don't reach the halfway point of the first round of the draft. The pick is in. Let's find out what they're doing.
Here's your team. With the 16th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select A.J. Terrell.
A.J. Terrell goes 16?
What?
Oh, that is really early for him.
I mean, I like him, but hold on.
I heard people saying that he was a first-round talent, but that's a reach.
2018 college football championship game. He scored the first.
I had him like at maybe 25. Like
yeah, I think I had him like early second. That's a reach.
I like to understand why they do. Well, he sized up people pretty well as a college player at Clemson.
Well, we got to get the kid some strong games. Go back to the Alabama game 2018, final game of the year, returned an interception, 44 yards for a touchdown in that game. Talking about well in that football game. Then you go to the final game, you think about what happened there against LSU, where he had trouble there in coverage. I think if you look at A.J. Terrell, he has the length, he has the recovery speed. It's a little grabby. That's going to result in penalty flags in the NFL.
A.J. Terrell goes early in front of Christian Fulton and Jeff Gladney, which is crazy.
Has to become more of a wrap-up tackler, and I think when you look at him, Lewis, the talent's there, needs a little bit more coaching.
I think that's a reach pick. I think that's a reach pick. If that's the first pick here, I'm comfortable saying that there was a reach.
It's a reach that didn't even need to happen. Like,
right.
You still got Gladney and Fulton on the board. Even those two, I don't know if they're, that high, but like they're at least close.
Yeah. Even with Chase on the board, there's an obvious need for them at edge rush. They couldn't even settle with Chase on, but it's a weird pick there for them.
Which means Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Very impressive setup for the virtual draft there.
Yeah, what kind of house is that? But they also need corner. The Cowboys now that they ooh, it's been 25 years since the Cowboys have made it to our conference championship. Oof, that's poverty franchises right there. But I think they need a safety. They need a corner too. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fulton was picked. But I'm thinking I'm thinking Xavier McKinney finally comes off the board.
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it for sure, especially with like not a ton of other strong needs, like
right.
that are still on the board.
So as far as like my scouting went, I actually have Del Pitt in front of McKinney because I tend to drift towards safeties with more deep range. I know the box safety thing has kind of become the norm in the NFL, but I think I like my safeties to have. Maybe might be biased because Anthony Harris is probably the best deep safety in the NFL, but I like my safeties to be able to roam on the back end and do well there. I forgot Mike McCarthy was the head coach now in Dallas.
Yeah, so did he.
Maybe they go Lamb. He's the offensive guy. Maybe they go CeeDee Lamb, pair him with Amari Cooper, and have a crazy offense.
They won Super Bowl 45, by the way, interestingly, in Dallas, 31-25 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. 9 playoff appearances in 13 seasons. Lewis, look at the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, they lost Byron Jones in free agency, making that mega deal to go to the Dolphins. They have needs on the back end of that secondary. They have some needs on the edge rush. But
no, didn't they just sign somebody?
Because I think a lot of the
Cowboys signed a defensive tackle. I can't remember. Was it Gerald McCoy? Yeah, I think the Cowboys signed Gerald McCoy.
Someone a little bit of safety, playing a little nickel and dime linebacker. I'm looking at Xavier McKinney from Alabama.
Gerald McCoy. Dontari Poe.
I'm back.
Oh, nice, Joe.
What? I mean, laying on too thick? We can do it. The dream is alive.
Men's backdrop.
I didn't know you could do that. It's kind of nifty. Although it may have... There we go. It loaded finally.
So that's another interesting storyline to keep an eye on.
Oh, I could put like a tropical background.
That's a really interesting point, right? Because you want to build.
I know them.
Why is Mike McCarthy so close to the camera?
At 17, are you surprised Lamb is still there? Inside was 50% of his production.
I also didn't know you could do that. Hold on, I got some good pictures.
I'm thinking Kenny. Xavier Kenny should be the pick here.
How did you do that?
You go into hold on. I want you to see my new one.
I'm maybe a center at some point where they look at Cesar Ruiz from Michigan, who played guard, then was an anchor of that Michigan line the last 2 years. I think that third receiver, if you want to do that, it's tempting here with
There we go.
Oh, official. We're official here.
So yeah, you guys. I mean, I'm just hanging out in the draft room, getting some scoops. Even though I think everything is backwards, and that's the way it's showing it to me. The writing on the wall.
There's a lot of ways this team could go.
No, it looks good to me.
Okay, so I am in settings, audio and video. Under camera, it says choose background effect.
Maybe my camera isn't good enough.
Ooh, my $20 Target POS. But yeah, you got the blur, so you should be able to add it next to that.
It's weird. It's not.
It looks legit though, right? Looks like I am starting on fire a little bit.
Oh, I like how we're not covering the draft at all right now. Me and Joe, we're just.
You know what? It's Jerry Jones, and then McCarthy's aged like a jack-o'-lantern in a
Yeah, I don't
trunk.
have the option. Oh well.
Well, if you guys want any inside scoops, I can just turn around and ask this guy, that guy, this dude.
When he was in China. But CeeDee Lamb is a big play.
Is that a wardrobe change for Goodell?
I think he just took his jacket off.
I think somebody on Twitter
CeeDee
was
Lamb,
saying.
oh man.
Somebody on Twitter was saying he's already done like 3 wardrobe changes.
He's like the Madonna of NFL commissioners. Ooh, pronounce that. Opelousas. Haven't they shown this?
So I mean, Lamb doesn't really fill a need. The Cowboys had like a top 5 offense last year, so the Lamb pick is kind of redundant.
Yeah, you say redundant. That's an interesting pick. I mean,
but
he's the best player available still, I guess. But
maybe they just want to really reinforce their offense and give Dak all sorts of dangerous weapons and make up for passing on Randy Moss 21 years ago. Look at that. Where was the coverage?
So I think they just did payback to the Eagles. If you remember, not too long ago, the Eagles spent a first-round pick on Dallas Goedert so he wouldn't go to the Cowboys, and now the Cowboys paid them back, taking CeeDee Lamb so they can't get him.
Yikes. I don't know. The dream is still alive. That's a dope catch right there. Wow. Horrible throw.
Well, listen, Michael Irvin's going to love this. CeeDee Lamb forged the most.
Yeah, that's my boy Jalen Hurts you're talking about.
Sooner is off the board. He ranks first at OU with 24 career receptions of at least 40 yards.
Is that him?
At least 160 receiving yards.
Lamb sitting there with that gorgeous.
With that mop. Yep.
They must have showed him earlier, or these guys are all hanging out in very similar rooms.
Nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you go through tough times.
Horrible TV.
You're much tougher.
Your heart, courage, and commitment have always inspired us. And now it's no different.
What is that behind him? This big circle.
And the online tools you need
Illuminati.
at the highest standard and reach
They just show Michael Irvin laughing for 30 seconds.
What the heck was their offense rated last season? I don't think they needed Lamb. That's a weird pick. I mean, anything to spite your teammate, your team.
Who was their number 2 receiver?
Michael Gallup, who had a pretty solid year last year. I want to say he was close to 1,000 yards.
He lit up the Vikings pretty good.
Oh, that's true. Didn't he have multiple touchdowns, or am I making it up?
I think he had 2. He had 1 on Kendricks.
I think that was Randall Cobb. They lost Randall Cobb. Michael Gallup. Michael Gallup had 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns last year. They do not need CeeDee Lamb.
And his average yards per catch was almost 17 yards.
Right. So now between Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup, 2,200 and about 96 yards and 14 touchdowns.
Jeez.
They don't need CeeDee Lamb.
They're going 3 deep.
Now they have CeeDee Lamb. No? But the thing about the Cowboys was that their defense couldn't stop anybody. It was never about the offense not being good. It was about their defense can't stop anybody.
We should do a podcast called 3 Deep.
3 Deep.
I feel like somebody already does that.
I did it. It's the worst experience of my life. Me and Joe did it with somebody from BWO. That was a fun experience.
Are you using fun in a sarcastic sense?
Yeah. It was not great.
We are all home right
That's why Verizon is giving you more of these.
So delusions of grandeur is the best way to explain it.
It's almost always listen to music. Like shows I need when I need them. Now, unlimited is coming with your favorite music, shows and movies on Disney Plus, and over 70 times live TV.
Are you using your laptop mic that's built into Sean?
Yeah, but do I sound weird?
No, you sound really good. I'm surprised.
That's a Windows. What kind of you guys
Every
have?
time that's like overly uses his, it's horrible. It's like an echo, but I'm sure his laptop runs on coal.
I was about to ask, is Overly's laptop from 2006?
You know, the Windows Millennium Edition.
The Dolphins pick is in. We got like 3 picks.
Ooh,
Vikings
I
draft.
know. We're getting there. They're really cooking with fire or gas. Yeah.
You usually cook with fire.
Yeah, I know. I'm running out of non sequiturs. I'm not used to. That's not real. Is that real?
Joe can only go in hour-long segments.
Yeah, then I just.
Then he just starts repeating himself.
Ooh.
So do you think that CeeDee Lamb pick makes them better? So like I said, they have 2,000 between the 2 wide receivers currently on their 2 starters currently. They have 2,296 yards and 14 touchdowns last season. Does CeeDee Lamb make them better?
I said I think it does, but then I retract that because you have an offense that runs through Zeke, right? So how many balls are really going to be going out to the receivers? I mean, on paper it sounds amazing, right? But
it's really good on paper.
I mean, I would be ecstatic as a guy that grew up with Robert Smith, Moss, Carter, Jake Reed to a lesser extent. But I mean, they
Dolphins are. I'm guessing this is Austin Jackson.
Okay. All right, so we got some time to figure out here what they're going to do.
I mean, what was their biggest position of need? Like, it has to be.
So they definitely need another tackle, for sure.
Okay.
But I would not be surprised. So I was gonna change it and say CeeDee Lamb. You just don't pass on Lamb. But they need a tackle. So Austin Jackson, Ezra Cleveland, Lucas Nine, all still there. Josh Jones, which would be what a lot of people mocked to them at 18. They could go safety, Xavier McKinney, because they lost Minkah Fitzpatrick. But I think you just drafted an injury-prone quarterback. I think you have to try your best to protect him.
All right, we'll see if that's the case.
You would think so.
Also, they could have been a quiet player in the Trent Williams sweepstakes that we didn't really consider, but we'll see now if they stay in there.
Yep.
So he just gave away the pick. Austin Jackson, yep.
You're on fire.
You know what just happened? Roger Goodell tipped the pick.
Right? He definitely tipped the pick.
They need better internet at Greer's house.
USC as a junior last year. Ran the 40.
What is he doing?
So Austin Jackson, I'm not a fan of Austin Jackson. I didn't like his tape is not great, really. He's just athletic. He's just really athletic. He's an athletic tackle. His technique is messy.
I was gonna say, is your raw?
I have him more as a second round talent, because that's when you put in the athletic tackles that you want to develop. But because of tackle need, he was gonna go much higher. I still think 18 is a tad bit higher for him. If I'm gonna go athlete at tackle for the guy that doesn't have much skill, I would want Josh Jones instead, because he's the more superior athlete with more power. But I think it's a tad bit of a reach pick, but they didn't really have a choice with all the tackles off the board. They could have traded that, but
I hate to keep asking the same question, but I mean, there's no way Vikings go tackle now.
So Ezra Cleveland is there, and I think so. I wasn't very high on him at first, but I just looking at it. I mean, if you have a chance to replicate Brian O'Neill and put him on your left side, is that not worth the first round pick?
22 pounds. We mentioned his
You're saying not move O'Neal, but he's an O'Neal clone.
Yeah, and I think his scouting. If you read his scouting report and you read Brian O'Neal's scouting report, it's so similar, so similar.
Well, yeah, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, assuming it works out, I guess.
Yeah, assuming it works out right.
I can't help but want a receiver. It's just like in my DNA, and I know that's probably not the.
So now we have the Raiders up now, who need a corner, but they also could go safety. But a pick here, Kayvon Chason fell a lot further than many people thought, and they need an edge. They can use an edge. Cleveland Farrell wasn't very good last year, so we can see them maybe go Chason. They could go McKinney or pick is in. So they went pretty fast too. So we could be McKinney, could be Christian Fulton, Jeff Gladney here. If I was the Raiders, I would probably lean corner, and I would probably lean Christian Fulton. Or AJ Epinesa would be really smart here too.
So there you see it, Tua Tagovailoa under center, protecting that man under center, the offensive tackle out of USC.
Ooh, we're almost on the screen.
We are up
right. I'm really surprised I haven't seen any more trades. Jordan Love. I'm surprised Jordan Love isn't as sought after as I thought he would be.
Austin Jackson there went through that procedure.
Has there been a running back taken?
No. So in my mock, I don't have any running backs being taken. Not because there isn't talent. There's just so much talent elsewhere that I just thought running back would take a backseat. And I don't see any. Every year, you see like this generational running back talent, like the Ezekiel Elliott's, the Christian McCaffrey's, the Saquon Barkley. I didn't see that in this year's draft. I saw DeAndre Swift, who was very good, but I don't think he's Saquon or Dalvin Cook.
What do you think of Dobbins?
I think Dobbins is good too, but if I had to compare him, I think I have him and Jonathan Taylor both. I have questions about their long speed to really game break.
Okay.
So I think if I had to compare them to, they're more like, I don't want to say middle of the pack, but like Josh Jacobs kind of guys later around.
Okay.
As you may know, we are scheduled to host the draft in Vegas this year. So many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020 NFL Draft.
This is the 2020 NFL Draft. 2021.
Yeah.
I see why people boo him. Sheesh.
Yeah, I don't understand how he saw this job.
I would bring Christian Fulton here. Ooh, Damon Arnett.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
A literal head scratcher.
So, Damon Arnett is...
It's 3 Ohio State defenders.
He's the best. He's the best man technique guy in the draft, I think, personally. But I don't think he has the physical components. But I mean, he was a fringe first round guy. We'll see, maybe.
Man. So Justin Jefferson's still available. Mims.
And Mel, we thought we'd see a second or third round grade on Damon Arnett. How surprised are you that he's in the first?
I mean, JR has Jefferson as the 18th overall guy.
Right.
Mims 37. Yeah, you could wait on that, I guess. I don't know. I was seeing things. Some teams have him as a day 3 guy. They can wait. Get KJ Hamler, get a little slot guy, Big Ten guy. I don't want to be mad at that.
He held up very well.
Granted, he's tiny and one-dimensional.
They're forcing these needs because, like I say, that third corner was very much up in the air.
Minnesota on the screen.
So I think people had that.
Mel Kiper's got that Packers helmet.
What the heck happened?
Damon
Oh.
Arnett, 19.
Oh, look at that little muncher. What a cute little kid.
Thanks.
Did you rub a balloon on his head?
No, this is just how his hair is. Arnett at 18? 19?
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
there he goes.
You want to be on the air, I know.
I love the Vikings.
That's such a reach.
Just as well as included in many respects, especially when you're talking about playing press coverage.
Who did they take with their first pick?
Ruggs. But yeah, so yeah, like NFL Network just said, Damon Arnett has some of the best press coverage technique. And that's what's sought after. I mean, you want your guys to be able to know how to press cover. And he's up there with Okuda as far as a technique, but
They were psyched with that pick. Mayock was jazzed.
ooh, the Jaguars. Who did they go? They took CJ Henderson. I could see Ross Blacklock here maybe. They need an interior defensive guy. Maybe Josh Jones go tackle.
Slap the microphone. It's a really bad noise.
Wow. Yeah, man, you're not wrong.
Damon Arnett though, that's interesting. That's a Mike Mayock kind of pick. It's like Quinn Carroll again.
You knew he was gonna make one just huge.
Yeah.
He must have really liked this dude. I will say a lot of these highlights, I don't think you'll get away with some of that stuff in the pros. A lot of handsy stuff. A lot of trade Wadesy and stuff. Put the boxing gloves on him for a while.
You gotta learn how to transition to the NFL. You press technique. You're not the strongest guy anymore. Wide receivers are built like running backs in the NFL. So.
But can he open his hips up, Joe?
That's a deep cut right there.
Yeah, I wonder who's gonna draft Jordan Love. I wonder if he just slides to the Patriots or somebody tries to make a move on him.
I kind of want to see the webcam of him sitting there. Just all.
I don't think he
Rodgers.
There was a really like you know how the green room usually has like 30, 40 people.
I thought that was like the top 50 guys. Maybe he doesn't.
No, because I know Jake Fromm's participating in it, but he's not gonna go into like the third.
I could ask some of these guys behind me, but I'm gonna switch my background. Cry.
It's flexing triceps. What? Who made this commercial?
I'm still somehow like 5 to 10 seconds behind both of you.
Oh man, have I been roaring the picks for you this entire time?
Yeah, I mean I've been listening for them through your speakers, so I'm not really. They're not really ruined for me, but. Who do you guys think the Jaguars go here? What's their needs list? I know it's like they got their corner. They need edge. Oh, Kayvon Chase. Oh, Kayvon Chase on. Perfect. No one expected it to be 20 to the Jags. And he fits their system well too. That'd be a great pick for them.
Is that who they took?
No, but that's what I'm guessing they take. It's kind of a no-brainer here, I would think at least.
I feel like there's been a lot of edge guys taken. Either. Where's my notebook with all my little needs? Yeah.
The entertainment you want. Daly is usually watching a TV show, and McKenna is almost always listening to
Exactly the shows I need when I need them. Now.
Kind of makes too much sense. Oh, we're 2 picks away.
Yeah. Party.
This is exciting.
Before I get gravely disappointed in our decision to draft a wide receiver, it's coming.
It's coming.
Trade it.
Honestly, wouldn't be mad if they traded this pick to the Colts for the 34 and some other picks. I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, I don't think I would be either. I mean, I just wrote a whole article about if there's a time for Spielman to be a Spielman, it's this draft, just with the amount of needs they have. And I don't know, man. I'm saying, I'm not just saying it for a fact. I really getting excited about the idea of a deep threat receiver.
Right.
But that's
still.
he has.
How upset? How much stuff behind you, Joe, would you break if they drafted a running back?
Well, if you can't tell,
Jordan Love, 22.
everything behind me is already kind of falling apart. If it's a corner, I might be a little. I mean, I can't get that mad about it just because they need them, but it's just like, again, is this what we're doing? We're just gonna rebuild the defense the way that Zimmer wants it and get the same results.
Jefferson, Chason, Murray, Jordan Love.
I mean, I feel like maybe they should trade down and just move O'Neal.
What time does the draft start tomorrow?
That's a really good question. Earlier.
It's like, was it like 6? Probably early.
I was gonna say 5.
Yeah, I think it is 5. It was last year. We did the day 2 draft party.
So
April,
6
Friday,
for me.
7. What? 7 Eastern, 6 o'clock.
That's
7 Eastern. Okay.
3 o'clock for me.
Oh, here we go. I'm expecting this pick to be Chason, but it could be McKinney.
With the 20th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft.
Clavon. Clavon. That's a.
Clavon.
Oh, well, no, it is Clavon. It's not Clavon. Clavon.
It's just funny to hear Roger Goodell
Right.
pronounce any names that have any sort of background that isn't white. Like traditional English names.
Surprisingly.
The thing about Caleb on Chason you need to know is he's prepared to do anything. He said, when you hire somebody, do you want to hire someone who speaks one language or do you want to hire somebody who speaks 3? I speak 3. I do pass rush. I can drop into coverage and cover anybody.
Good pick. That's a good pick for them. So I'm wondering if they take Mims or if they take Jefferson here.
Booker, I think we need to understand what an exceptional athlete this kid was. He didn't play
The Eagles?
Yeah.
Who do you, if the Vikings, the saying the Vikings have the choice, who would you take?
Without a doubt, Fred. You talk about a guy that.
Nobody.
Kind of hard. I think Mims is what they need. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I like Mims more for them, but not sure if they'll be able to.
Like you said, Thielen, slot.
Dave Aranda, now the head coach at Baylor, dropped him off his coverage also. Caleb Vaughn, Chason was the
I would be excited about Fulton at 22. Personally. But I think I have a higher grade on Fulton than a lot of people.
Yeah, what he is someone really compared to Josh Allen now and really give you some heat off the edge.
Oh, they do still have Josh Allen.
Maybe not going to be on the roster here at some point, so they're planning for the future. And Chason, you're right. He's not a one-trick pony. He's not just somebody who's just a pass rusher. He will compete in the run game. And DJ, right now they set themselves up to once again have a young upfront group.
So they get to go to. He used to go to Miami. You know what I never really think about? These people, like, we have to sit and wait for someone to call them and tell them
where they're gonna live for the next 5 years.
For the next 5 years of their life.
I know. I don't know how I connected that with you on that, but that is a very strange thing.
Very strange.
So like, all right, well, I gotta hop on Zillow, I guess, and move to Cleveland.
You imagine going to Minnesota? Like, imagine being like a Florida person. Dalvin, imagine being in Florida for 4 years of your life, loving the sun, and then you get drafted and you have to go way up north.
I can't speak.
Is Minnesota a part of Canada?
I can't speak to this topic unbiasedly because I've already been indoctrinated to love everything that's terrible about Minnesota.
Yeah, I think you know, we always are like proud of how cold it is just because you kind of lean into the negativity. You don't want to admit it. That we literally live somewhere where if you go outside without a jacket, you die.
I want us to be Denzel Mims so bad.
Come on.
In my big, I have it above Jefferson in my big board.
Oh, 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 that's a pretty dope depth chart. Yikes. Yeah, they're taking Jefferson, guarantee it. If I'm wrong, I'll shave my head. Just because I kind of want to.
I kind of want to. Joe, did I have more views than you that one week?
Yeah, it's Justin Jefferson. He's on.
Oh, that's a really good question. I don't know, because I got that really cheap article that got like 20,000 views somehow, and it was like 2 sentences long. That's how I do. Pick is in. Ooh-wee.
About 90% of his plays came out of the slot position there, but he could make plays all over the field.
Yeah, I called it. No haircut for me.
Keenan Allen, the kind of guy that you cannot stop no matter where he lines up. All right, we'll see what happens. Again, sometimes you have to let the board talk to you, and if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you know you need to get some sort of wide receiver for your help.
No, I'm muted.
Wentz, who has obviously had his own issues the last couple of years, but you just saw the Dallas Cowboys load up in that division. Everything else they've got going there. We're talking about Dak Prescott, who for almost 5,000 yards, 4,900. Do the Eagles feel like they need to ramp up the offensive side of the ball? We've seen Howie Roseman make all kinds of trades when he feels like he needs to make a trade and go out and get players. And Doug Peterson obviously has a system that works for him. It's been with him and it's been with him.
Come on, make the pick.
I know, God.
Very nicely what the Eagles have done here. And again, we've only had those top 3 wide receivers come off the board. There are the T. Higgins of the world. You heard Lewis.
We're going receiver.
Oh, man.
If I'm wrong, I'll shave my head. I'm just thinking saying that.
TCU. All of these people are players that have first
Just
round.
keep saying it until you get it right.
That's right. For the click.
Justin Jefferson.
Here it is. Why is it quiet? My God, I'm so nervous, Oslin.
Jalen Reagor?
What?
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 Oh
no.
Goodness, they got me.
Uh-oh.
I wanted no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Vikings are going to draft Justin Jefferson.
They are.
I hope not.
I'd rather have Mims.
Please trade the pick now.
No, don't trade it. These guys just kind of fell in our lap.
So I've been like loading up my tweets to like try to get it out as soon as the pick, and I made a mistake and tweeted out Justin Jefferson to the Eagles early by mistake, and everybody's like, "What are you, stupid?" I'm just like,
Fake news.
Fake, right?
I love when I get comments like people are like, "I'm so sick of you people in the media." Like, you think we're in an office somewhere? I'm legit.
This is the guy.
Do you really think we are the media?
The cabal, like we're all meeting CNN once a month. Wow.
We're all just being paid off by the Democrats. So
It's true. We're clearly living a lavish lifestyle. I mean, I'm hanging out in 2010 in the cheap seats at the Dome. Where do you live again, DeShawn?
I'm in Maryland.
Maryland. I always forget that. I've been there once. Arlington.
No, Justin Jefferson is one of the people I did not want to draft. Jalen Reagor is so fast. He would fit in our offense so well. That sucks. I hope we trade this pick.
Yeah. I mean, we could still get my guy if we traded.
Or Christian Fulton. Christian Fulton is still there, so I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but trade it.
Taylor.
Jalen Reagor. That's a good pick for them. That's a really good pick for them. Oh, that sucks.
I'm so nervous that this is going to be the worst pick ever.
Yeah. Demetrius Underwood seal around. Making a comeback, Percy Harvin style. We actually got people on our social media saying the Vikings need to bring back Percy.
I mean, I made a case for him. Vet minimum. See what he's got left.
Right.
Well, yeah, I suppose. I liked him when he was here. Who knows what kind of shape he's in.
Probably not very good.
He'll probably want to play for the Broncos, though.
Hey,
Colorado.
it's not a finable offense anymore, right?
They're picking. They're not trading. They're picking.
No.
Oh.
No.
Here it is, guys.
He's such a bad pick here.
Here it is.
DeAndre Swift, running back. God. Oh my God.
Were you just making a joke?
Partially.
Oh no. What's happening? Kirby's got his head down.
I'm not excited. I'm not excited about Justin Jefferson at all.
I'm not either.
Yeah. And I can already hear my dad. SEC crap. And we keep taking receivers from the SEC with Spielman, and they don't work. 12 of them. Why just go with my Big 12 buddy? Even though that'd be kind
They didn't trade back, so I'm guessing nobody really.
Oh man.
Nobody probably wanted our pick. That's the problem. I mean, also, I wouldn't be surprised if they have quote unquote their guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Every guy is their guy.
Fuck. I was really hoping Justin Jefferson would be off the board so we resisted temptation.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I just can't. He does 99% of his damage from the slot. So why would you take away? It's almost like a double negative, but not turning into a positive because you're going to take away what Thielen does.
He's trapped the corpse of Brett Favre. Oh my God.
Come on. Somebody, anybody tell me why we die. I don't die.
See, Sean just tweeted out that the Vikings took Jefferson.
He did?
Oh wow, the Patriots traded out. That's weird. That's really weird.
We appreciate you and thank you.
I was almost sure they were going to pick Love. They traded out. That's crazy.
And don't forget you can visit NFL.
Huh. I wonder what they're going to do at quarterback. They traded all the way out of the first round, too. What the heck?
Drew Bledsoe's finally ready to come back.
You still got some gas in the tank, man.
Justin Jefferson is such a bad pick.
Is that legit? What?
Or whatever.
I think so. I think he might just be a little ahead of the rest of us.
I told him he should hop on the show because that was the plan. So we'll see. He's also going to write the article about 22. I'm supposed to do 25. Someone's carbon monoxide detector's going off.
Oh,
Is Kirby spontaneously combusted?
After Adams Thielen's got him down there, comes up.
You know, the draft would go by a lot faster if they just told us what the pick was when it was in, as opposed to selling so many damn ads. God, those purple on purple uniforms are dope.
I really don't want Jefferson.
It's not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't either. Unless we use 25 to get Mims, and then we just have this, like, finally, 1, 2, 3. You got the X outside guy and Mims. You got Jefferson. Jeffersoning it up in the slot. Well, you had a one-trick pony in Treadwell out of the SEC. You replaced him with a dude who's made a lot of hay because he was in a spread offense and uncovered the entire time. It wouldn't be the Vikings if we weren't massively.
Oh, man. I don't like that.
Completely upset about the pick.
I don't even know.
Look at Roger Goodell.
Oh. What does Zimmer got on his wall? There's been big game hunting in Africa? That's a freaking new.
Fuck. Justin Jefferson. Why trade Diggs just to replace him with the first round pick you get? It doesn't make sense. Oh, that's not a good pick at all.
Oh, dude, stop. He's playing with his Xbox Connect, pretending that he's a regular person. Wii bowling. Just tell us the bad news.
Your season's incredible. A school record 111 catches.
What? Oh, God. I know we knew, but I mean, are you kidding me? It's a nice couch.
Play football at LSU. Jordan is older.
Oh my God.
And Ricky, another older.
Why though? Why though? Oh my goodness gracious.
He grew 4 inches in high school. He used dope at 9. Is that how the deep cuts? Yikes. What?
So what is that?
Who's available at corner? Because we're going corner at 25. Or I'm shaving my head.
I don't know what we're gonna do now. So we needed offensive line. We have Trent. If Trent is kind of like already a done deal, then maybe. But even still, I don't know.
Even if Trent is a done deal, you still have so many other options that are much better than Justin Jefferson at.
Right. Yeah, that's not. I don't see.
Spielman can't draft receivers. It's just.
So the thing is, I think I think the corner you want at 22 is still going to be there at 25, so you can still go corner. But just to neglect the offensive line in the first round is just not.
That's the most Viking thing ever, or the most Zimmer. Look at his. He has no breakaway speed. He's the same size as the corner.
I'm so floored that, like, have we not learned our lesson?
Let's get Randall Cobb. No, he's not.
He's not. He's definitely not.
He's got no breakaway speed. Push stop. You don't have to highlight him. We'll just look for the slowest guy on the field that's wide open because it's the SEC. Christ. I just fell down.
Who are the black people in Spielman's house? This is weird.
I wanted to say that, but I didn't.
It's his adopted son, isn't it? And like,
oh,
yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. That'd be great if it was. I didn't know that.
Yeah, his adopted son played at Nebraska.
That's why it's so infuriating. They don't go to the Big Ten for any of these like offensive linemen. Maybe Wisconsin is next to us. His brothers,
the Chargers.
They have Ohio State. Ugh. That's a really weird room.
The Patriots have like 5 third-round picks now.
Well, I decided to jump ahead, get ready to get my head shaved. You guys aren't reacting to my background change.
Who are the Chargers trading back?
I thought it was funny, Joe. I'm just also very terse.
Yeah. They got a tackle. They lost their tackle. Oh, Josh Jones would be a good pick here.
He would have been a good pick 1 pick ago too.
He would have too if I think if Josh Jones gets picked here, that's really bad for the Vikings. But I don't think they were going to go tackle anyway. I think they were going to go corner.
Here's what I will never understand about Rick Spielman. Why, in a situation like this, you've got so many good players left on the board, and you pick the mediocrest wide receiver you can?
I wonder who this pick's going to be. They can use a tackle. I think it's going to be Josh Jones. Maybe they'll go Epinesa.
We're also waiting to figure out what the chart. Has traded the 23rd pick to the Los Angeles Chargers.
A linebacker. Okay, Kenneth Murray. So the linebacker can see him trading back in for him. So that's solid. That's good. That's a good pick. I guess the best pure linebacker in the class, best inside pure guy. I think that's a good pick for them. Oh, I need my charger.
His uncle said, I called him because at the age of 2, I knew that was a man, right? And he has been a man on the field.
Joe.
Yeah.
I don't think there could be a more Spielman.
Okay, so
situation.
I'm writing the article for the 25th pick, and I already can see what's going to happen. It's going to be a corner for some reason or a trade. And if they take a corner, it's going to literally personify or be a microcosm of the entire Zimmer Spielman era. It'll be an SEC receiver who was a reach and is a bust. Meanwhile, you passed up on at least one or two receivers who are going to have a way, way better career, Michael Thomas style. And then probably a corner because, of course, you took a corner while ignoring the offensive line, which is the reason we got to where we are in the first place. If that ends up happening, dude, it's just this is why. I mean, this is why they shouldn't. I mean, I know the contracts didn't line up or whatever, but why let them have control of these 12 picks if this is what they keep doing? They haven't learned their lesson at all.
I just can't see it being with the way that the offensive line performed in bigger.
You would think so.
You would think that would
had
be
years to get
right.
that message.
Right. And I don't see the value in trying to immediately replace Diggs when you have massive holes elsewhere. I mean, you could have waited. You definitely could have waited. You were given compensation to fix the rest of your team, but you kind of just go back to fix the shiny piece, which I don't think.
Exactly. The logic doesn't make sense because essentially you traded Diggs for a guy that you hope will be what?
Basically,
half as good as
Diggs
Diggs?
again. But
at best would be Diggs, so then why trade Diggs in the first place outside of the fact that you kind of had to? I understand that.
Right.
But, again, you could have waited.
You done?
So,
okay.
I mean, even with Diggs on the team, at best, we were a divisional round team, so we weren't getting past those rounds, and it was because the offensive line wasn't good enough to do so. So you would think that with this pick, we would go, buff the offensive line. Now, I could be wrong. This 25th pick, they can end up taking a tackle and not a corner, but I'm kind of thinking they're gonna. If I've experienced Zim long enough, he's gonna take a corner.
That's what I'm saying. You were gone, but I already told Kirby I wrote the article. It's just the most Vikings thing, right?
Right.
If anyone takes an SEC receiver that he didn't need to, that's gonna not be great. And then Zimmer couldn't help himself but take a corner.
Jefferson could be really good. I think the thing is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter how good Justin Jefferson can be if we can't block. He can come out.
Would you feel better about the pick than if they end up taking a lineman that you like?
I think if we ended up landing Trent Williams and then we come back in the second round and land a pretty solid guard, I would feel better about the pick.
So you're saying trade the pick Williams?
So I mean, I don't know what the compensation is going to be for Trent Williams, but I'm thinking we have to find a way. We have to find a way to get this offensive line to block better, or the Justin Jefferson pick doesn't matter because it doesn't matter how good he can be if we can't protect Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I mean, I know Oberle's listening right now, and I know he'll remember on the show that we had for Morning Joe's Purple Journal podcast. The only time I kind of got like a little bit of a shouty match with Luke Braun was about Cousins coming here, and it was before the draft, and I had presumed, not even assumed, presumed, because this is what a normal team would do,
Right.
that they knew that Cousins was bad under pressure, and they invested all this money into him, so you would have thought, instead of going with Mike Hughes, they would have invested on replacing Joe Berger.
Right.
But instead, they took Remmers, who had never played guard. They moved him to guard because they didn't replace Berger. Brian O'Neill, okay, he worked out good, but you had Compton and Remmers, who were historically awful. I mean, it was like a black hole of just terribleness on the inside, and you completely wasted the first year of that record contract of Cousins by doing it. And it just seems like Groundhog's Day, man. Like, it's just the same thing over and over again.
Right.
I have no faith that
So I mean, I wasn't really expecting the Vikings to do well this year. I kind of, when I look at the schedule, I think I had them at 7-9. I said their floor was 6-10 and their ceiling was like 9-7 is what my initial prediction was. So I mean, I wasn't really expecting them to be good this year. I expected them to start building in the correct spot. And I just feel like the wide receiver in the first round could have been used. The 22nd pick could have been used elsewhere for a better, I guess, cause for the team in the future. And
my dad is calling me for the first time ever he works nights at the post office. I have to answer this on here. Dad, hold on. I'm doing a live show about the draft, and I've been talking about how I'm waiting for you to freak out about that pick. Another SEC receiver that's like undersized. Can you hear me? No? Well, that wasn't the viral moment I had hoped.
So I'm getting so on Twitter, as I'm like ranking the grades on Twitter, I put Justin Jefferson's grade as a C for the Vikings. Okay. And getting a lot of pushback. So actually, I should read off some of the pushback.
You should, man.
So let's see. All right. So the first thing I put. Hold on. Let's find the grade. All right. So first thing I got. So this guy took a screenshot. Jordan Reed, our beloved scouter that everybody loves, said that mature route runner, extremely hard worker, dependable, inside out versatility, home run pick for the Vikings. That's the first comment. Second comment is it'll work out. Third is haha dude, what the F. Fourth is someone telling me to shut up.
I don't think there's ever like a hey.
Oh, here comes the Saints.
I slightly disagree with you, but thanks for providing free content.
I guess I'm just.
The Saints take Cesar Ruiz. That's such a good pick for them. Wow, that's a fantastic pick. Wow, Jordan Love is really sliding.
I guess I'm not surprised, and I'm probably gonna be okay with the pick in the end, and hopefully Jefferson is way better than I'm giving him credit for. It seems very, like Joe said, reactionary instead of like being proactive to fix another problem. Because like you can get by with Thielen, BC, Tajay Sharp, Rudolph, and Irv, not to mention Dalvin Cook. But like,
didn't the Saints sign back Andrews Pete?
He was then struck and killed.
No idea.
I think they did. I mean, Andrews Pete wasn't great anyway.
His father was 26 at the time.
Yeah, he still plays for the Saints, but he wasn't great. Maybe they'll replace him. But hey, either way, great pick. Wow. And so in one of my the article that I forgot to publish, I had Cesar Ruiz as pick at 22, and I thought it was the necessary pick for us. Wow, I thought he'd be there at 25. It's crazy that they took him. That's a good pick. That's a really good pick.
I think they got just enamored with the. I mean, he had monster stats, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Justin Jefferson like 18 touchdowns last season.
1,500 yards. That's 100 yards a game in 15 games, if I remember right. I mean, I saw that in my like when I did my mini prep last week, and was like, oh wow, that guy's that's some monster. What's the internet shit? And yeah, the more I looked into it, the more I'm like, I don't get it. He's not gonna help on the outside. He's not gonna help down the field.
Well, so I think
Tajay Sharp is bigger and he can do short and intermediary stuff.
Right. So I mean, Thielen is capable of playing on the outside, so I think they'll split time in the slot. But I think Jefferson's 6'2". He runs a 4'3". Or 4'3" something. He should be capable. Yeah, he's 6'2", which is crazy that he spent so much time in the slot. He's 6'2", but I think he should be.
Oh yeah, 6'1", 202.
I think he should be able to train to the outside. It's just having that many career snaps from the slot is just a tad bit concerning for a team that's looking for a traditional X.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing was he didn't do anything on the outside, and then they moved him to the slot. Then he was amazing. So, what does that tell you? I don't get it.
Right, could be, but yeah, not a super
God,
big.
I can't believe he's 6'2", man. Like he looks like the same size as every corner that covers. These corners are getting bigger. Everyone's getting bigger.
Let's see. So, yeah.
Look at that. Sean Payton is cheating. Alvin Kamara jersey.
Yeah, I think that repeat. Yeah, just eat Cesar Ruiz. That's a good pick.
How much time is left on the clock?
Oh, I can't see. So it just says on the clock. They're gonna be traded out.
Oh, we'll see what my dad texted
Oh,
me.
yeah. So the Vikings trade 25 to the San Francisco 49ers.
Are you kidding me?
Did they pick up 31 then?
I'm guessing so.
Because that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's not a big trade back.
Depending on what we got.
That's right, basically. Moments ago, the San Francisco 49ers traded picks 31, 117, and
117, 31, 117, and 170 and one something else.
Ooh, Denzel Mims would be good here.
What did they get?
So we got 117. That's our early 4th round pick, I want to say.
And then we got like 170, I think.
So a 6. So we got a 3rd and our 4th and a 6th.
Cool.
So the 4th round pick could be compensation for Trent Williams. I heard someone, I think Paul Allen, tweeted that he thinks Trent Williams is going to become a Vikings for a day 3 pick. So that could be used to get Trent.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, 4th round's also filled with a lot of athletic edge rushers, so having 2 there would be nice.
My dad is pissed.
My highest rated receiver this left. Outstanding. Another one that is outstanding after the catch. He's working out with TJ Hushmanzada, and TJ told me he reminded him a lot of Chad
I
Johnson.
hate TJ.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
For Brandon Ayuk.
He came here, went to Manny's, turned us down. Broke my heart.
San Francisco has moved up.
Was it 170?
176.
176? Okay.
They get 31, 117, and 176. I'm not upset about the trade. I'm still just very annoyed.
Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Why? You have. Oh, that's weird. You have Deebo Samuel. I compared Brandon Ayuk to Deebo Samuel. It's the same player.
Who did they take?
They took Ayuk?
Ayuk is the same player as Deebo Samuel.
Deebo? Yeah, that's weird.
That's a strange one.
I mean, that's their offense. Their offense is a bunch of rat guys.
Just about 6 feet tall. Wingspan is 81 inches. Let's put that in comparison, Michael Irvin.
I don't have my fork.
I tell you, it's a blessing from God to have that reach. I call that an area code wide receiver. You put the phone anywhere, you put the ball anywhere in the area code, and he will make that play. And you match him up. You get Kyle Shanahan, that genius of an offensive mind, a guy like Brandon Ayuk, who can make plays as you're watching right here on the screen. I mean, it's going to be a great combination to put with that young group they have in San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah, when you think about Brandon Ayuk, just think about this.
You know, I probably should have expected to be disappointed.
I mean, that's weird. They have two of the same player on. That's really weird. I think that's a weird pick.
They traded it up too.
And really break the game open that way. This is a pick for the San Francisco 49ers and give them.
All right, so that's the 6th wide receiver in the first round. Seems to be very happy about the fact that Brandon Ayuk is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers. John Lynch pleased as well. We'll see if the Niner fan base will be pleased. The Ayuk number.
So who do we have for Miami here?
I have Josh Jones. No. They picked Austin Jackson, right? And then they picked who they pick at 18? Austin Jackson, right? Stupid. I'm having a mental moment. It's past my bedtime. At 26, I have a wide receiver here, or they could go running back. Just where you can see the first running back off the board, but they did pick up Jordan Howard. I think DeAndre Swift would be a really good compliment here. I think they might have been looking towards having Cesar Ruiz still on the board because that would have been another great fit. Archer will be really good. And the guy I'm looking at is Denzel Mims. Having two long, rangy wide receivers on the outside, it'd be like having Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
Shows and movies Disney Plus and over 75 YouTube TV.
Music plays a huge role.
So CBS Sports is talking about Jefferson and saying that his there you go. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
No. That music. Ugh. You weren't lying, Kirby. I go to CBS Sports and they start playing some weird commercial. They were saying that his 875 yards as a sophomore was actually a larger percentage chunk of LSU's offense than his monster junior year, which means that maybe his sophomore year wasn't as bad as advertised. But he ran 575 of his 583 total routes from the slot. As a junior.
What's that number? I'm gonna tweet it out real quick. What's that number?
Justin Jefferson ran 575 of his 580 total routes from the slot as a
575 of his 580
583
from the slot.
Yes.
Where are you getting this from?
This note I found crumpled up on the ground from Pro Football Focus. Oh no! I'm putting it in my article about it, so you'll see it there.
LSU tweeted a video of a Jefferson highlight of a step back in the national championship game at the Vikings, and it's I mean it's nice, but it still doesn't assuage my concerns. And like I said before,
14th ranked. He ended his 2019 with a career-high PFF receiving grade of 86.7, and 2019 14th among the 130th draft eligible FBS receivers. He averaged an impressive 2.64 yards per slot run, 12th of the class.
He does have the highest contested catch percentage in the class, and it's not really close. But
that sounds like a Treadwell talk.
Well, yes, but he's a little faster than Treadwell, at least.
Yeah, he's significant. I mean, I think all of us are faster than Treadwell. Treadwell's still running his 40 from his combine years ago. He's almost done. He's gonna make it. I have faith. Yeah, I mean, 37.5-inch vertical, 33-inch arm length, 4.43, which I think Diggs was a 4.45. Thielen's a 4.46. I mean, at least he's good at running routes. He's not one of. I mean, that's the Mims thing. He's not, like you said, Kirby on Slack. He doesn't have the most complex route trees. LSU's system requires the receiver to convert routes and read coverages during the post-snap phase.
Yeah, I mean, the more I think about it, the more I'm okay with it. But
I just, again, I mean, do they really? Is that what they're gonna do now? I guess just dink and dunk. Because that's what they got. I mean, DeShawn's not wrong. We saw that 2018, especially to start the season. I mean, Thielen is. It doesn't matter if he's covered. His catch radius is so crazy. He's going to come out with the ball. We saw that overtime against the Saints. But at the same time, I just wonder if they could have gotten something similar from, maybe what's his face from Penn State. They could have got him in the 4th round.
Meanwhile, we have another trade, our 4th.
Green Bay.
Oh wow! Oh, why the Packers drafted Jordan Love?
Please.
Oh yes, please. But then again, do I want him sitting behind Aaron Rodgers, or he might actually be solid?
I just want to see Rodgers be a little baby about it.
That's not like him.
It's not like him to be immature.
No, he's always so supportive and happy. His family loves him.
Every time. It's funny every time.
Isn't it? I mean, most of my family hates me too, so can't really point the dirty end and stick there either. Oberly, of course, texts me that we're behind. I'm like, of course, because you're like 5 minutes in the future somehow.
Oberly's like, man, can you believe who the Chiefs took?
Can you believe the results from week 3 of the 2021 season? Where's LaFleur? Brett Favre Steakhouse? Is that the Bay Bridge? God, I'm turning into my dad. It's crazy. Pick is in.
Jordan Love.
Fuck.
Pick the future.
Are you kidding me?
Jordan Love.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, that's interesting.
Son of a. So they get another 2 decades of Hall of Fame quarterback play? Or?
I'm a little. I mean, my entire life has been them having good quarterback play and us having bad quarterback play.
I'm not excited about it.
So what does that mean? After Cousins is 2021, they cut him. We bring Rodgers in.
Revenge? I wouldn't want Rodgers. Even if he was incredible, I would not want him. I just hate him that much.
I said the same thing about Favre. But Favre had redeemable qualities.
Jordan Love. That's crazy. So I scouted Jordan Love. So I don't, as a lot of people know, I try to tell people that I don't watch college football like on a regular basis. So I do all my scouting in the off season. So the Jordan Love that I watched was 2019 Jordan Love, and 2019 Jordan Love was not nearly as good as 2018 Jordan Love. So I didn't have a super high grade on him. I don't think he has the mental aspects of the game. I think he's a physical guy. Like, he's a physical specimen. He's tall, he can run, he can throw far, and I think that's what people really look at. But I think pairing him with someone like Aaron Rodgers to really learn the mental aspect and learn all the weird stuff that makes Aaron Rodgers such a good quarterback it's a good fit for him. I think it's a good fit. But I think it doesn't help them now, and also doesn't help them for another 2, 3, 4 years. So it's an odd pick unless they're moving on from Rodgers now.
Well, did you see who Love was with on the couch?
I didn't.
That was Aaron Rodgers' family.
This is my quarterback now.
What's her face? Olivia Munn is there. Danica Patrick. Starting to understand why I don't have a press pass.
For some reason, he keeps getting this I don't know, Jordan. The comp that I think I saw the most was Patrick Mahomes, and I just did not see it. I did not see any kind of Patrick Mahomes in his game, really. So the comp that I gave him was Colin Kaepernick, and I think I saw that on Draft Network also. But I think he's a mover. He can be inaccurate at times, a lot, and he makes a lot of boneheaded decisions.
That doesn't sound like Mahomes.
Nick Olson just tweeted, "Nice to see Green Bay reunited with Brett Hundley."
Well, I will say, despite the fact that I am exhausted, I'm having a fun time with you. What did Tice say? Motley Crue. That was a little crazy, right?
Right.
Having Tice on. I tried not to get nervous, but it was. Maybe we should do the second round tomorrow, and then do.
We should.
I'd be down to do it. I will try to get somebody to come on. Since Greenway ghosted me, maybe I can get him to come on tomorrow, or Swartz, and I have 3 people I name drop every time that I have a show with Kirby.
So what do you think you can learn from Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I'm already knowing that I can learn a lot from Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's one of the don'ts right there in the game, and I'm excited to be able to come back behind him and just learn as much as I can.
Especially now, we are all so appreciative of the people on the
What a cool thing, though.
Protect us. Both your parents were in law enforcement.
Yeah, but we presumably come out the first round, and we still can't block. So We'll see what the second round holds for us.
Yeah, I don't want to get too bitey in my coverage of the 31st pick. I've already written the intro though, so I have to change that. But if they
I
go
could make
corner,
the NFL pick
I'll
faster.
shave my head.
I just think I don't
Joe
know.
just wants to shave his head.
Right? I just think we had like such a clear-cut plan. We should have at least, and I feel like the Vikings didn't really follow that plan.
Rick Spielman
I mean,
doesn't
Do you
follow
think they
a
didn't
plan.
expect Jefferson to fall and then they got all excited about it?
I mean, it could have been. I mean, maybe. I mean, Jefferson. Don't get me wrong. Jefferson's like a super like shiny piece. Like that's what he is. He appeals to the eye because his highlight reel is insane.
Yes, and his numbers are nuts. So if you
His
look at
numbers are
that,
nuts.
especially as a casual fan, say, "Oh my God, 18
Right.
touchdowns,
But
1,500 yards."
he's not going to do is he's not going to help you beat San Francisco. He's not going to help you beat Green Bay. He's not going to help you beat Chicago, and that's what we need to do. And coming away from this first round, I don't think the Vikings got better than what they did from 2019, and that's kind of like what you want to do. I mean, you expect some kind of drop off, but you want to, at least try to get back to that level of football. And this is me presuming that they take a corner with losing their top three. I don't think they really begin to make that trek back to being a playoff team.
If I wasn't, that was, yes, you just killed it, man. That was so, you articulated my rage. That's exactly it. It does not help them get over the hump.
Right.
I mean, they're already so at peak, right? 2019
Right.
peak,
So
they
low
couldn't
now.
get over that hump.
Right.
And you have to look at why. And it's, I mean, you could even go back to the Monday Night Football, the Green Bay game late in the season. Zadarius Smith was in the backfield almost before the ball was hiked every play. That was a precursor to like, okay, this isn't going to be good. And so I get they're in a weird spot at 22 and 25 tackle-wise. That was kind of why earlier I was like, maybe they should move Brian O'Neill over because I don't really see that happening. But if they don't shore up the offensive line, all of this is for naught. All of it.
Ooh. Who do you guys think here? In here,
We just waste a year, Zimmer gets fired, and then next year we do what a real football team does, I guess.
Yeah, build the trenches. So we have the Seahawks on the clock at 27. Who do you guys think? I've read an article saying that they've kind of closed the door on a Jadeveon Clowney return. Mm-hmm. So I have Matos here. Matos or Epinesa?
Are they not going after Griffin anymore? I kept seeing a lot of stuff about that.
For Griffin, I saw something about that too, but it's kind of been. I think they kind of waited too long, honestly.
Yeah.
And I kind of see Griffin coming back, but I mean, if Trent Williams comes back, I'm not sure if they can make room. But
you would love that Trent Williams pick.
I would. It's just, I mean, like I said earlier, I think Trent comes in and he's instantly better than any tackle you could have gotten in this draft, and you don't have to spend a first round pick on it.
I think
if you don't have to spend a first round pick, I'm all for it. Especially if it's like you're giving up the third round pick you got from the compensatory draft or whatever, or even later, like you were saying, fourth round pick, I would be enamored by that. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
And it still gives you a chance to get some inside help too. You have Lloyd Cushenberry, Jonah Jackson, Matt Hennessy, Natane Mutai. It still gives you a chance. And I'm hoping that's what they're planning because it doesn't look like they're going to take a tackle in the first round. Even though I like some guys in the second, Matthew Purr, Prince Tagovailoa, Ezra Cleveland, if he makes it that far. So
where do you see like some of those inside guys going? Are they?
So there are a couple teams that need an inside guy. So you have the Ravens coming up next, who I think with Ruiz off the board, the inside class kind of drops off a little bit. So I don't expect to see anybody else in this first round. But middle of the second round is when you usually get the run. What a reach. The Seahawks are always doing this. The Seahawks do this every year. I'm my fault. This
crazy picks.
Jordan Brooks, an inside linebacker.
Why?
We like Jordan Brooks.
Yeah.
Patrick Queen is on the board. What? I mean, he might be a solid pick, but they do this every single year.
Interesting.
I
Well, it
think
seems to work for him.
It does sometimes. Yeah, they're like one of the best at home that maintain
Developing.
talent.
Yeah.
I have to see where I have him rated.
Our boy Jordan
Buckus
Jordan
Award
Reed
finalist.
has him as a late third grade.
Oh, word. That's them. That's them. Day 2, day 3 picks in the first round. I love the Seahawks though. They keep things interesting. They really do.
The thing that frustrates me, speaking of day 2, day 3 picks, is that the Vikings have shown the ability to develop those guys.
Right.
You know, more so than develop late round offensive linemen. None of those guys have panned out, unless David Yankee's going to come back at some point.
Right.
He's still rehabbing.
Man, I'm kind of weird. I'm weirded out they didn't take an edge here. There was a kind of an obvious needed edge. I know Wagner
unless they have a deal already worked out with someone in free agency, and they're just waiting for Clowney to fall.
Also, it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of edge guys taken. Or maybe I'm just
that 4-5-4 shows up on tape. And just think
blinded by rage.
You have San Francisco.
Not bad.
You're not getting more space.
All right, we're getting there.
This guy's had his whole existence in space, so it makes sense for the fit inside the division when they're going to play those teams twice.
NFC West is just unbelievable. Pete, very happy. A lot of room in Pete Carroll's virtual set there in Kirkland, Washington.
I will say right now,
Happy, sure, Jack.
this is quite the lineup for about the labor. Not gonna lie, it's a good dry run.
At the end of the first round.
Monday nights during the season.
Is this Shooter McGavin covering the NFL draft?
Sizzler and Catch Some Grew Up. One of my favorite movies ever.
My wife doesn't watch a lot of comedy movies, so she never understood whenever we would see a Volkswagen.
Volkswagen. Yeah, me and my cousin used to do that. Yeah, my fiance doesn't like comedies, but I made her watch The Burbs, the Tom Hanks movie from the late 80s. If you haven't seen it, it is really, really funny. She actually laughed her ass off.
To deliver medical supplies and equipment to our hospitals.
Rogers is 36.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it. I don't know, maybe because I'm a year younger than him.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I don't know. His career went by really fast. Granted, he had to sit on the bench for a long time, I guess, so.
So it looks like 137 is going to be.
I'm trying to make this work.
117 is the pick we got, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and 176, I think.
117, 176.
Who did we?
Ooh, most best available, Antoine Winfield Jr. Maybe that's what the Vikings do at 30. 31.
And then what?
Spend it on Winfield's kid.
No, but then what do they do with Harris?
That's weird. That's a weird what?
You can Joe, you can never have too many safeties.
Trade him to the Patriots for Jim Thuney. So 117 looks to be about midway through the fourth round. So it's like 15th pick in the fourth round. So the Vikings now pick at 117 and they pick in the fourth, along with 2 in the third and 1 in the second. So I imagine the Vikings are going to move up pretty far in the second round. And I also think if I'm the Redskins, I don't want the pick from this year. I want next year's fourth round pick from the Bills instead. If I was going to get a day 3 comp for compensation for Trent Williams, I would go fourth rounder for next year instead.
It looks so white. Seriously, what is going on here?
Oh yeah. Did a vampire get you at some point? You look like what's his face from Twilight when he goes outside.
Generosity, we are given kindness and without discrimination. Today and
I
always.
thought maybe it was I could change the lighting. It just doesn't work. It's because it got dark here finally.
Oh yeah, I suppose. Oh yeah, I could see like your internal organs.
The Ravens pick is in. So I had
Swing
the
good body.
Ravens. I had the Ravens going Cesar Ruiz here because of Marshall Yonder retiring. But now that he's off the board, they need somebody who can tackle because Derrick Henry all made them look super soft.
Yeah.
So the Seahawks for some reason skipped on Patrick Queen. So I would have to assume that this pick would be Patrick Queen.
Over Ruiz.
Over who?
So wait to see when their names will indeed be called.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, I mean.
Wait a minute.
So what the Ravens tried to do was they lost C.J. Mosley to the Jets, right, on that massive contract, and they tried to like not replace him because they had this guy, this athletic, linebacker. Oh, they do have Calais Campbell too. Jesus. Oh, that defense is going to be crazy. That defense is going to be insane. I think the Ravens were supposed to win the Super Bowl last year, and they got bounced by Derrick Henry.
I can't believe that happened. I thought that was a foregone conclusion. I meant what's his face? Cesar Ruiz.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm wrong, I'll shave my head.
I'm thinking Patrick Queen is definitely the pick here.
God, Winfield's house was dope.
I wonder, would they take a safety? How old is Earl Thomas that old that they need to take another safety?
He has to be. Has to be.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look. He's like the only one left.
Patrick Queen. That's a good pick.
What was the question?
Oh, look at that. Why do we keep Kirby around?
It's a good one.
No, Earl Thomas is 30. That's not so bad.
Made game-changing plays when they mattered most. It was his interception right before the half that led to LSU's halftime lead over Alabama.
I love Goodell in his jeans. He's so relatable. You know, he's just like one of the people.
He seems like someone you could have a beer with.
You know?
2.5 sacks for loss and have a half a sack to go along with 8 tackles. He was the defensive MVP, and he was a guy on a mission this year for LSU.
He's probably yelling at his assistant to dry clean his dungarees.
His assistant is what he calls his wife.
That was the one. Jeez.
There. Oh well, I kind of look less white.
Nope.
Campbell, Brandon Williams, and now adding Derek Wolf, they're gonna have an undersized linebacker that's gonna be clean. He's gonna be able to go sideline.
There. If I just scoot back.
Look, I'll tell you what I'm watching.
That's what Trump does.
Camera can't just splash.
You guys think we trade out completely of the first round with all the
I would not be surprised.
with all the corners that we want on the board?
Yeah.
Off the
Disappointed.
I mean, for the sake of this show and the marathon that it's been to get here, it's kind of satisfying to think like, okay, we can, end it with that or whatever. But if they could trade down, I guess I don't know. What are they going to get for it? A fifth?
Probably like a fourth again. They can trade back to 34 for the Colts.
Spielman's trying to find someone to trade him 3 7s.
What if we said all 7s, like 20 of them?
You'd have to imagine
We
that
should
you
do
hit on
these for the
one
new
of
video
them.
stuff we're doing. Those awkward like zoom-ins where they have to like make hand gestures.
Right.
Titans on
Yeah.
the clock.
4 LSU players in the first round.
Yeah,
Probably 5 once Fulton comes off the board.
it's a good squad.
See, LSU is stacked. Crazy
Yeah.
stacked.
Is Moss's kid in the draft this year?
Yes.
Yeah, he's graded out as like a 4th rounder, 3rd or 4th.
I mean, we don't need a tight end, obviously. I wouldn't be mad at that pick. It'd make me happy to have that jersey again.
It's weird that he's even that high though, because his stats are not good, and there's not much like good tape on
He had
him.
that one.
Right,
Yeah.
and I mean, and there wasn't really much. When you have Jamar Chase and you have Clyde's, Edward Herrera, and Justin Jefferson on the same offense, there's only so much that you can do with the football.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've seen him at what his peak can be. So I think that's why he's like a fourth guy, or maybe like a 5th guy or something. He can block though. He can block well.
Ooh, the new David Morgan.
Right.
I'm gonna look at his mock draft. I love that site. It's so good.
And now he's going to be rambunctious on the field.
No.
Going with the
What?
in the first round. Next, Tennessee.
Oh. He's only 6'2".
Because they made it all the
I
way.
think he's taller than that.
And they
4th percentile for tight ends.
King. There's Mike Vrabel, Titans head coach, and John.
Why is there a guy in a Titans? What is happening?
Came through the Patriots organization, and it was
Derrick Henry running over everybody.
that guy, Derrick Henry, that took down the defense.
Who said running backs aren't important?
Patriots in just 13 points, and Logan Ryan, a former Patriot, kicked off.
Oh wow! You know what's a really underrated pick here? Like Christopher Fulton or Jeff Gladney, because Logan Ryan is gone. I expect him to go like 9 or Isaiah Wilson to replace Jack Conklin, but a corner here wouldn't be a terrible pick.
Yeah, then that might dissuade the Vikings from taking him.
Kansas City, but everybody was up big on Kansas City until Patrick Mahomes says, no, it's winning time, and they won the AFC Championship game 35. Despite the fact that they were up.
I was so happy to watch the Titans beat the Patriots.
That was a great watch, right? Who are these characters in his house? What is happening? Are you guys saying the same thing I'm seeing?
I'm behind. I'm watching Derrick Henry.
Oh man,
They
showed
through.
I'm watching Pat Mahomes destroy.
He has the mascot Joe Dirt in his back.
Joe Exotic. By the way, I think I might change my name to that on the site.
Joe Exotic, you should, Joe Exotic.
Oh yeah, who is that dude?
He's supposed to be his sons.
And why is that other guy wearing like a luge
onesie.
costume?
Why is the one guy wearing a Patriots jersey?
The guy on the right looks like he broke into cook meth.
He fit right in central Minnesota.
Kurt Warner really has got some trophies in his house. What is that thing next to the bust of? Is that his head? But then there's like an Edward Scissorhands thing going on.
Perhaps it's a key to a city?
To the dungeon in his base. Is he a serial killer? Did I just break some news?
He's a very Christian serial killer.
Lucas 9.
That's how that usually goes.
Did you know Kurt Warner released a VHS
Gospel
tape?
album?
I mean, he might have done that too. He released a VHS tape that was basically like, with God, you can do anything.
Really?
And I own it. It's somewhere. I bought it at Goodwill in Winona.
I'm not judging you one way or the other. Why do you own that?
Because it's 10 cents and I thought it was hilarious.
Can you upload that to YouTube as part of our new video offerings?
Maybe. I'll see if I can find it ever. I mean, I paid $10 for a cord that can plug into my son's like power wheel, because he's got a power wheel of a police car. Literally just so I could play the Bad Boys theme.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean like the power wheel? Those things they drive around in little
Yeah,
cars.
yeah, and this one's like a cop. This one's like a police car because
I wanted one of those so bad.
my father-in-law's a police officer, and you can plug in an aux cord, but I didn't have one because I got a stupid iPhone, and so I need to buy a special cord, and I paid $10 just to play one song.
Worth it. I feel like the Dolphins have had 10 picks. Check my look, Dolphins. We're up next. Ooh-wee.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom before the Vikings pick.
All right, bring the camera with.
He looks like he's a wrestler. I mean, he is enormous, and we saw him move.
The mascots in his background again.
What we see in the run game, he can displace people at the line of scrimmage. Georgia loves to run the football, but in pass.
Where did I put my phone?
Sink his weight and play low, got a little bit too high. So there's some work to go with him. Needs some development, but you are going to be able to pound the ball with Derrick Henry running behind him.
Well, you mentioned a wrestler. He was a wrestler. He also played lacrosse at Brooklyn Poly Prep in New York. Isaiah Wilson is headed to Tennessee and trying to protect Ryan Tannehill and block Derrick Henry.
All right, I saw this. So apparently, Aaron Rodgers was on Pat McAfee's show earlier today, and he said, "We haven't picked a skill player in the first round in 15 years, so that would be cool."
We help make people feel connected.
Well, that's really funny, actually.
Yes, we are the pizza guys, and we're proud to serve. Right now, we're all having to adapt. So it's only right that at BMW, we adapt the way we support you. Which is why, if you need a vehicle, we're offering special financing options. Just choose the model that best suits you by shopping online. And for the safety of our customers, we're now providing service with at-home pickup and drop-off. Because in times like these, we need to do more than just adapt with.
Justin Jefferson. That is, man. I'm trying to come around to it. Like, I'm trying to, like come around to Justin Jefferson being a good pick, and I can't. I can't. Man, I don't think that's a good pick at all.
I think it would have been a fine pick if it wasn't like 22. For the context of who else was still on the board.
Yep.
Right. I just say we gotta find a way to fix the line before next season, or our first round pick is basically meaningless. Like, Justin Jefferson being good hinges so much on the offensive line being able to block that just the pick is just not great for me.
I mean, maybe having a guy to dump the ball off to will help because Cousins just going to get murdered on every.
Yeah, right. Ooh, what? Patriots trade for Aaron Rodgers to use him for 2 years. So Sam Monson from PFF says the Vikings trade Stephon Diggs for a player who's unlikely to ever become as good as Stephon Diggs.
And I think he wants to move in with her.
Yep.
Got a potential lead on a base.
Sounds about right.
Right.
Oh, is that your dog? What's up with the cone?
I told you this would work.
And I have to agree. I mean, even if he does, and that's the thing, Jefferson could come out and be. I mean, I don't think you can really get. I mean, Diggs was a top 10 wide receiver, and in any given week, Diggs could have been the best wide receiver in the NFL. So he can come out and be just as good or even better than Diggs. It doesn't make us better. And that's just the part that Prince Tega has a commercial. I like him. That's my guy in the second round. Prince Tega wanna go. That's my guy. But who is that? Oh, Justin Herbert. But that's the part that I'm trying to get over is that no matter how good Justin Jefferson is, he just doesn't make us better. As of right now.
Traded down, then gotten Mims.
Right. So that's where I'm at. on that right now. Now we could leave this draft, trade Harris for Thuney, and trade a fourth for Trent Williams, and I'd be happy with the pick. So it could turn around very quickly, but we just have to find a way to fill the trenches and like very fast.
Of course, that's just one of 3 picks that they had. You have a quarterback, you want to make sure you protect him, and they went with the All Pac-12 selection, Austin Jackson, with the 18th overall pick out of USC.
The Dolphins still need a safety, so I can see Xavier McKinney would be really good value here for them, or maybe Grant Delpit, even Antoine Winfield, who's like probably the better deep safety.
I was gonna say.
Mel, we see a lot of defensive backs and running backs on the board here.
Yeah, the safeties, Trey, not the corners. The safeties will last a little longer. These are good football players. McKinney and Winfield are outstanding.
Maybe they take Swift. Maybe they finally take a running back. If I was them, I'd probably take a wide receiver because I feel like the safety class is a little deeper. Not deeper, but I think there's really solid guys in the safety class. I'd probably take Mims or Pittman here if I was them.
Looking running back. Junior, all he does is get open and catch the ball in contested situations. At 6'4", he ran 4.52, which was better than Juju Smith-Schuster's 4.54. Juju Smith-Schuster's second round. Devontae Adams, second round. Jarvis Landry, second round. Michael Thomas, second round. So if Michael Pittman goes second round, he's following in some very good footsteps. With guys who dropped into the second.
All right, well,
We're fast.
Can't get a hold of Sean, so I'm gonna post the article about 22.
More on this, let's go back to the ESPN Insider Extraordinary.
It's gonna get
What are you hearing about what
some hate mail.
So here's the interesting part right now. We're at the point in the draft where you could finally see a running back sneak into the back portion of the first round. Essentially, no guarantees it happens. But we got Miami up at 30, Kansas City up at 32, and you have the top running backs all on the board still. DeAndre Swift, J.K. Dobbins, all out there at this point in time, waiting to be picked. We'll see whether one of these teams pulls the trigger on one of those running backs right now.
Hello?
That was weird. We just lost the sound from...
Oh, that, yeah, he...
Dobbins at Ohio State.
There he is.
That was so odd. I was so used to it.
Oh, the talking in the background. Ugh, this is good. I think Miami is like winning the draft. I mean, Austin Jackson isn't like a great pick, but to be able to get basically who you want and trade back and get some picks. Do we know what they got for that trade back for Miami?
I didn't hear.
Wasn't it fourth?
I think so.
A fourth, and then they traded a seventh.
Yeah, I think so.
You also have Ross Blacklock, who can give you some.
Oof, Ross Blacklock would be good.
If they want to go along the defensive line, there's a couple good options there.
Nice.
I'm trying to remember what I said about Blacklock. I think I was not enthused about his tape. But I am not sure if it was. It might have been specifically for the Vikings. I was not enthused.
Yeah, his tape isn't like fantastic, but I think the sparks are there, and that's just kind of what people get attracted to, is seeing those instances of him being able to do what you want a first round talent to do, and up to your coaches to get that out and be consistent.
Listen, Brian, I get it. Coffee, caffeine, it's important right now. We understand. Chris Greer, the general manager, also trying to figure out.
Man, drinking coffee has
taken so long.
Midnight, right?
Has finally been handed into
trade out.
So we're going to find out after taking Tua Tagovailoa, 5th overall, then taking Austin Jackson.
It sounds like they're just filling time. They're just like, okay, we've already said this, but
With the 30th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Noah Igbenogany, defensive back, Auburn.
A corner? You have two.
Wow.
Right. That's weird.
I mean,
you need it. I mean, you do need more than two corners, but that's just an odd pick. That's an odd pick.
I'm a little surprised at like
Olympians.
Fulton's still there.
Right.
I think he's probably the pick here, unless they're trying to trade it.
A sprinter in Alabama, completed in 1992 and 1996 Olympics for Nigeria, and won the 1996 bronze medal in the 4x100 meter relay. His sister Hope is a freshman runner at Auburn, and Noah was named to the Alabama Boys Track Athlete of the Year in 2017. Noah Igbenogany is an athlete now, loaded backfield in Miami.
You make a strong argument. I did. He's the third best quarterback in this draft. He's a former wide receiver turned corner, so he's still a little raw, but the kid's got a lot of talent. He's a phenomenal kick returner. You get those XFL rules where you get the kick return game back in. He could be a huge weapon, but he's got recovery speed, improving cover skills. Think about a guy excels in coverage. He did a good job in terms of showing physicality, made some nice balls, played with the ball underneath. He can do a better job at times, locating the ball on the deeper routes. He's a little inconsistent there. Instincts people were critical of, DJ. I thought he showed decent instincts for a kid who was a receiver.
Pick is in.
Now, say another thing, DJ.
So it's probably going to be a corner. Do you guys want Fulton or Gladney?
Fulton, personally.
I think I would probably lean Fulton too. I think he's more of the man cover guy. I mean, Gladney is. I think Gladney's more of a Zimmer kind of guy, and but I think he struggles a little bit in man coverage and man coverage technique.
But you quickly realize why he's a former wide receiver. He's got 18 pass breakups over his career and only 1 interception. That's the problem. He just can't catch. But he's always in position. He can find and knock the ball away.
Okay, the Vikings just posted a GIF of Zimmer smiling, so I have to assume it's a cornerback.
Yeah, it's definitely a cornerback. Yeah. I think I'm going to lean Jeff Gladney.
Now they have 3 guys that can play man-to-man, and there's never enough corners or DBs that can play man-to-man in that Brian Flores scheme.
A couple of quick things. He's from Auburn, so he's the 14th player from the SEC taken in the count. 13 was the record just a few moments ago, and now we've added another one. His high school coach said, "I've been doing this for 41 years. I've never had an athlete whose parents were both Olympians." And someone said, "Hey, coach, you're doing a great job with Noah." And he said, "Brother, listen, I just tell you Boston's leaving. The rest of it is up to him. I don't get in his way." So we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Vikings are now up with the penultimate pick in the first round. Let's go to Commissioner Goodell.
You got to get that horn up.
Goodell just loves the Vikings fans.
In the 2020 NFL draft.
Yeah.
Defensive back, TCU.
Oh my god.
I'm not disappointed really, but I think Fulton is the better pick.
I do too. I think
this is the same crap. Nothing has changed. They downgraded at receiver massively, and the line still sucks. So what? We're gonna wait for this receiver to be good in 5 years? Give me a break. This is why they should have fired Zimmer. Why fire George Edwards? It wasn't his fault, but he didn't bring the PowerPoint on time. Zimmer's the one that did all of the game planning, all the game play calling during the game. Why give him he's just doing what he did before. So what, we wait from 2014 to now. So we wait until 2025 to lose again. What a joke. Great. Give me a break. How many first-round picks can we have at corner that don't pan out? And that's what he's good at? This sucks.
I love his savvy. I love the fact that he's already a guy coming to the NFL who should be a rookie starter, help that secondary.
Well, of course he's going to be a rookie starter. We don't have anyone else.
Really good job with those first 2 picks. Okay, so those are their first 2 picks, but that.
Sorry, my dad wanted to chat about it.
It's been somehow calling me from the post office. Literally, that's only like if he has a heart attack. Like he must have broken.
I don't know. It's I was expecting one to be. I was expecting one to be cornerback, so I'm not really upset there. I'm not a huge.
I mean, did you expect it? Because without Zimmer, it was a position need someone else would have done, or did you expect it because you knew Zimmer would do it?
Oh, I expected it because I think it's a really big need without Rhodes or Waynes or Mackenzie
But more
Alexander.
so than the offensive line, considering they've shown the ability to
I don't know if it's more so
late round guys on defense more so than on offense.
I don't know if
I'm
it's
not arguing with you.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm reliving 5 years.
No, yeah, I totally get it. I don't know that it's more so of a need than the offensive line. I think it's a similar level of need, especially since I don't think the offensive line was terrible last year. I think they weren't great. But I think with the defensive backs they have right now, you are going to have a terrible defensive backfield. And you're going to have, granted, a mediocre to decent line. So I totally understand the want for a lineman. And I would have taken a lineman. We're all on the same page
Klein
there.
is gone. So they don't even really have a right guard.
Unless they think
Alpine is bad. So they're in the same position as they were with worse off than they were with Compton and Remmers.
I mean,
I just think they had. I just thought maybe they would have gotten the message and say, you know what, shore up the line first, like every other contender has done.
Right.
We have an amazing running back. We have a quarterback who's shown with time that he can put up MVP level numbers. Figure out the defense later, because defense at peak again with Rhodes having years to develop, Wayne's having years to develop, Mackenzie Alexander at least having a couple years under his belt. It's going to take this dude. It doesn't matter because Zimmer's system is so complex. It's going to take him 2 to 3 years to pan out. So all they did was downgrade a receiver with Diggs, bring in another rookie in the first round at cornerback, and the line is still 27th in the league or worse, because the only shining part of it was the right side blocking for Cook, and now Klein is gone. So I feel worse about the team now than I did. Yes. And I felt bad about this.
Maybe there's some leverage
it
there.
Sucked.
You don't want to pay Chris Jones.
They did exactly what I thought they would.
Yeah, they did.
The first round, you get that 5th-year option.
I mean,
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think they are definitely worse off, especially with the Jefferson pick. I absolutely hate the Jefferson pick. I'm not going to be upset about the Gladney pick because, I think they were going to go cornerback regardless, and I think it's actually a decent plan if, like you say, you go for an offensive tackle with your other pick. Now, if, like we talked about here, they are using the picks that they picked up here to get Trent Williams somehow, then
that will make me feel better.
Yeah, then I feel a lot better about this going forward. But I'm totally on board with being completely disappointed and so this is such a Spielman and them move. This was such a Spielman first round. It's not even funny. The only thing that would have been
a movie about being a Vikings fan under Zimmer Spielman.
The only thing that would have been
yeah.
The only thing that would have been more Spielman was if they traded away the 22nd to move back to 25 to 24, traded the 24th to move back into the second round, then traded the 26th or 25th to move to 31st, and then took Justin Jefferson there.
Right.
Yep.
So
I out.
And
I
then
just tweeted out.
they just ran up and tackled Cousins for no reason at his house.
So I just tweeted out. I said, despite, and I did this research a while ago. I think I put it in one of my articles. I said, despite an approximate 48% pressure rate in 5 out of their 7 losses last year, the Vikings do not draft a lineman in the first round of the playoffs. And I think that just kind of speaks to what you guys.
You just tweeted that?
Yeah, I just tweeted it out.
I'm gonna put that in my article about. Because if you read my, it should have just been dry. This is who they drafted. I didn't do that though.
So I think it kind of echoes what you guys were saying. Is that a Mahomes jersey? What is that? Why does he have a Chiefs jersey?
Well, Andy Reid lost some weight.
DeAndre
Still
Swift.
looks like a Pixar
Chris Fulton.
walrus. That general
Wow,
manager's
Clyde Edwards, the first running back off the board.
Wow.
Wait, Edwards was the
last
first
pick?
one off the board?
Edwards Hilaire. Wow.
That's
I thought DeAndre Swift was a fantastic fit for their offense. I really thought he was a
the fact
really
that
good fit.
Swift is gonna be available tomorrow. That's crazy to me. I thought Swift was gone in that 25 to 32 range. I thought he was gonna be the only running back off the board in the first.
Right.
And his name is Clyde.
Oh, okay. I mean, God. Hopefully tomorrow is better. This is why.
Hopefully we'll
we
hear
were.
something about Trent Williams tonight, and then we can all at least.
This is
not be
yeah.
so-
This is why we were nervous to start the.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm so pissed about the Jefferson pick. Like, if you change that one to an offensive tackle, I think I'm moderately happy with it.
Right.
But like, I'm so annoyed about the Jefferson pick because he doesn't. I don't see his ceiling being anywhere close to what like anywhere close to like a Diggs level. I think he has a chance to be like a top wide receiver 2 in the NFL, but he's never gonna be a wide receiver 1.
What if he would have been dope if somehow he was the third receiver behind Diggs and Thielen, and then you would have had this slot guy that was not when the coverage was elsewhere, and he was single covered and going against a linebacker. You could say, okay, well that's finally they got a third guy. I mean, I would even have used the first round pick on it considering the lack of needs they had last year, but it's just again, I mean, outside of the line, of course, because they're never going to draft line. I don't know why. But
They're only gonna draft centers in the first round.
yeah, because that's what you do.
The thing is, I love the Garrett Bradbury pick. It's just it's the only lineman that Spielman has drafted in the first round since Matt Khalil, and it's so.
And they spent 5 drafts not taking a lineman before the 4th round.
I don't know. I'm so when you look at it, when you think back on it, when you look back on paper, I'm kind of amazed that this team has like been relevant in the last 5 years.
Well, I think that speaks. I mean, it does give. I not to bring it back to my love of Cousins, but I think it also should make people feel like, wow, look at what he did last season. Look at the numbers he put up that mirrored Mahomes for like 5-6 games.
Ooh, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Almost exactly.
It's going to be fascinating to watch Andy and company work with all those weapons. Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill,
I thought they only went to 32 picks in the first round.
They do.
Oh, they're just saying on the clock for tomorrow.
Yeah, they leave that thing up at the end of the first.
Going crazy. Some sort of virtual draft.
Oh.
Well,
I'm just.
I had a great. I don't know. I mean, you guys. Everyone knows how I feel. I'm relatively just like whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Because Mims is on the board still. He's who I wanted, so you could have theoretically drafted down at least had more mid-round picks. I guess. I'm sure they'll take a lineman tomorrow, but.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess if not for Trent Williams, then they need to move O'Neal to left tackle and then look for a right tackle.
It's so I don't know. I have faith in Samia and Udo to at least contribute at some point this year. But that's not to say that they are a solid plan going forward. Because then you run into the issue of you're relying on 2 second-year players who didn't play practically at all last year to be your starters, and then behind that you have
with Drew Brees.
Nothing really. And that we all saw how great that worked out in 2017 in the playoffs when they were just decimated and they had to go to Philly. I don't know. Like you, I'm very confused why they continue to make the same moves and expect different results. I mean, we said it last year with Jawan Taylor. Jawan Taylor fell. Remember, we talked about this in the Slack a bunch. Jawan Taylor fell. I'm trying to think of who else. There was a bunch of linemen who fell, and they, instead of going after them, they traded back and got Madison. And Madison's not a bad pick. I like Madison. I think he's a good spell to cook, but it feels like there's this weird algorithm that Spielman's running in his head of like value for the pick that seems to take over instead of like who can actually help our football team.
It's the argument that I used to have with Luke all the time because he was a very big best player available guy. And I think there's some of that. I think he puts position of need obviously into that equation or algorithm, but then at the same time he goes, okay, well, let's look at all of our positions in need, and then whoever is the best guy on the board will take, and then corner gets precedence because Zimmer is sitting there screaming in his ear, texting him in all caps, corner. But he doesn't seem to look at the results or lack thereof and then equate why that's happening and then say, okay, maybe we should look at investing in the offensive line, or maybe, and this has been a theory I've had for a long time, and it would be really stupid if this was the case, and it's an oversimplification, I'm sure, but he also maybe feels burned by the Khalil pick. I don't know, because it was, again, 5 years before they drafted an offensive lineman that didn't end up essentially on the practice squad outside of TJ Clemmings. Willie Beavers, everyone was all psyched about him. He was garbage. David Yankee, all those guys, nobody made the team. So then they had to build the offensive line the way that you never want to, which is getting a bunch of guys over 30 that were injury prone or that were free agents, Andre Smith, Jake Long. You bring in what's his face that everyone, Mike, what's his name, Alex Boone. And then people point to that as bad luck. They're like, oh, well, it's bad luck those guys got hurt. But yeah, you bring in injury-prone guys that are 33, one of which didn't even play for a full year. Of course, his Achilles is gonna snap.
I mean, I think it's bad luck in a sense, but especially with the Lodeholt and the Berger, like those two in particular, in my mind, those are kind of bad luck. You can make the argument, but I totally agree that
Berger didn't get hurt. He was fine.
Yeah, I know, but you're expecting him to play. That's what I mean by bad luck. You and then the guy decides not to play, and that's his total choice. But yeah, I think totally to your point, when you're trying to fix other positions of need and you just say, well, we'll grab this guy. He was good once, or he was a top pick at one point and then never panned out because he was always injured. That's not bad luck. That's bad planning.
Yes, exactly. So
why would you even? Sorry, somebody. There's a lot of Twitter people who I normally like their stuff. I enjoy it a lot, but there's a lot of. I don't want to use the word apologist, but there's a lot of Spielman sympathizers right now that are like, they're like, the Vikings had a great draft. They filled a great need in receiver. But here's the thing, and I've been saying this on the Slack for weeks now, receiver was not a huge need. I'm sorry to say, you can work with what you have. Plus, somebody's gonna fall. You can snag a decent receiver in the second or the third. They didn't need to go and grab a guy here, and
especially a guy who's so one-dimensional.
Who's one-dimensional and does the things that Thielen does well. Like, he runs the slot well. Well, Thielen runs the slot well. So I think there's a lot of trying to justify here. I also think there's a lot of people who are just stuck on the fact that we lost Stephon Diggs. But like, it's you could replace Diggs so easily, not necessarily to the same level, but you can replace him with schemes. You can replace him with more tight end usage. You can get Irv Smith more involved in better situations for him. I thought they poorly used Irv Smith like 90% of the time last year. They essentially either used him as a blocker or a decoy and then gave Rudolph the ball, which I like Rudolph, don't get me wrong, but like he can't do anything with the ball in his hands really. Oh, which is another side note. Someone tried to argue with me because Rudolph had his second best run after catch yardage total last year. Well, they threw a screen to him almost every game, and before that he didn't catch. He caught the ball and got tackled almost immediately every single time.
That's his whole thing. He catches like 80% of the passes, but he's always going to get tackled. I mean, people can't argue that all of a sudden, as he's reaching 30 or whatever, that all of a sudden he's found this burst of speed. No, you're not. I think some people equate being a fan with being positive regardless, and that measured objectivity based on neither you or I are doing this at 11:30 angrily because we hate the team. You know what I mean?
No, I love the team. I love the team.
Look at all this stuff that I have behind me, man. This took my whole life to like get this. Like, I love the team. I want them to do well. Oh yeah. Well, I bought this barbershop with my love of the team, and if I'm wrong, I'll shave my head. No, it's just it's incredibly frustrating, and I feel like yeah. I mean, DeShawn's dead.
Apparently.
He just, yeah.
I just want to respond to somebody in the chat quick. Justin Jefferson was better than anyone available. Jefferson isn't one-dimensional. WTF are you talking about? I agree that he's not necessarily one-dimensional, but he runs from one position well, and that is from the slot.
It depends on what your definition of one-dimensional is. I'm saying he's one-dimensional because he can only line up in one area, and the team. Not to interrupt you, but I have to jump on that because if 575 out of 583, that's like 99%.
Yeah, it's
and
a crazy high
you're 99% of the 99% of the time you're lining up in the slot, and your team just lost the best deep threat receiver in the league. That guy isn't going to fulfill that need. He's not going to make your team any better.
Right.
Tajay Sharp is good enough to do short intermediate passes. You can get that from Irv Smith, like you said. You can get that from BC too. What they needed was a guy who could stretch the field, because when you stretch the field, that opens up things for those guys under short intermediate routes. What you're doing now is you're crowding that short intermediate area, and you're also taking away from Thielen one of the things that he does best. So you're almost shooting yourself in the foot because you're enamored by the fact that this dude had amazing stats out of the slot because he played on the best offense in the entire country. He played the spread system against bad defenses a lot of the time. And he was wide open. Look at the highlights they showed. He's not going to be able to do that in the NFL. I hate to break that to you, regardless. So, by your definition of one-dimensional, the person that commented on this might be different than mine, but by all intents and purposes, that's a one-dimensional person. He can't line up on the outside. He can't. That's why they moved him to the slot. So great, we have a great slot guy now, but Diggs wasn't a slot guy. Diggs did everything amazingly, and that's what's hard. You can't replace that. So you have to look at what the team has now versus what they lost from Diggs the most that isn't replaceable based on the roster, and that is the deep threat stuff. And they could have gotten that by trading down, like you said. They could have gotten that from Mims tomorrow, but they didn't. They did they always do. And so I
in the 2005 draft.
didn't mean to steal your thunder, but that really bothers me because how is he not one-dimensional? What's he going to do that's multi-dimensional or multifaceted?
Yeah, and I think
are
it's...
we going to turn him into some deep threat or some outside guy when he couldn't do it in college?
In 2005.
It doesn't work that way. Never has, never.
Well, and I'm gonna just respond. I'm reading this guy's chats as he goes. Did you ever watch LSU? Yes. Yes. Have fun having Adam Thielen get bracketed all year and have no passing game. That was, I'm pointing to, there's plenty of good receivers available in the second, third, fourth round. You could have waited there. You could have snagged an offensive lineman there. Tajay Sharp sucks. All right, well, that's an opinion. So, and yeah, maybe he does. Not able to do that in the NFL based off what? Based off the fact that we kind of talked about this earlier. Unless you're facing the top defenses in college at all times with the top, prospects, you're unlikely to be able to get that good feel. Not saying Jefferson didn't face off against top prospects, because he did, and he did well.
Let me jump into that too. But if he couldn't play on the outside in college, what makes you think he can do it in the pros?
Yeah.
So wait, where are these questions coming from?
They are on the YouTube chat.
All right, so I'll address the inside-outside thing. So when you play slot corner in the NFL and in college, we'll start with college. When you play slot corner in college, you almost never encounter press coverage. Now, when you think about that, you think that number that Joe had gave us about Justin Jefferson, that's the amount of times that he's running a route free off the line and not being hemmed up at the line of scrimmage. Now, translate to the NFL, where even people who do get pressed in college have trouble translating to what they call grown man press coverage in the NFL. That will completely derail a career for a wide receiver. We've seen it happen to Treadwell, and we see it happen to so many receivers. Adjusting to NFL press coverage is one of the hardest things to do as a wide receiver going from college to the NFL. And it's going to be, not only is it going to be new for Justin Jefferson because he didn't do it in college, but it's going to be tough. He's a wiry guy. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't very heavy. I want to say he's under 200 pounds, about 6'2". So they're going to be able to get up in his chest pretty easily. So he's going to have to learn how to get away with, that press coverage, and it can honestly derail his career. And that's where the skepticism comes from. Now, we know he had these gaudy numbers in college, these insane numbers, but you just have to take into account who he was playing with and who he was playing against. He's not going to I don't want people to think that he's going to go 1,500 yards and 18 touchdowns in the NFL in a run-first system. Just not going to happen.
And when was the last time a slot receiver did that?
Right, slot receivers don't go off for that amount of.
Outside of Wes Welker, maybe.
I wanna just quick touch on. Sean responded with, "You realize Diggs was a slot in Maryland too. So how was Diggs able to do it?" So here's a little bit of a problem that we're running into. We're comparing Diggs, who came out of Maryland, underrated because he did not produce in college, and then was picked in the 4th round, and then became a top 15, 10 receiver in the NFL based against a rookie who we don't know if he can play outside. Sure. He might be able to. He might totally be able to. We just don't know. And Diggs
did play outside in Maryland. I mean, he might have been primarily a slot guy, but he did take a good amount of his snaps outside in Maryland.
Yeah, Sean's saying Diggs was in the slot over 85% of the time. So it's somewhat similar numbers. I don't know. I can't verify. That's just the comment he made. But I think you have a fair argument here. But I think it's also fair of us to be concerned that you used a pick that could have been used for a bigger need, and you could have picked up somebody who's going to do something as well as Jefferson in the second round tomorrow. So I
also think it's telling that like you said, Diggs was arguably a late bloomer, and or he had injury problems in college, so that was part of it. But it's astounding when you have a guy run out of the slot 575 out of 580 times. I mean, that's like, again, somebody divide 575 by 580. I guarantee you it's over 98%. That isn't 85% is a large amount, but that is such a high percentage that it's telling, and especially considering the juxtaposition to where he was before that. Some of the draft profiles saying why there was a difference, why he exploded as a junior, and that's because I think of, again, like DeShawn said, the difference between press coverage and the pros, not getting bumped off the line, playing on an offense full of essentially all-star college players, and having all this talent around you where you're not going to end up in the position that he's going to in the pros. On top of it, again, even if, let's say, he's amazing, and he puts up 100 catches as a rookie. Diggs had 102 catches in
Right.
2018, and we still sucked. So, like
Right.
John said all night, best case scenario, you're still in the same boat that you were before, and that's part of the frustration that we're having. Is it's the same thing over and over again. They're getting the message. You can find receivers later. We're not saying that Tajay Sharp is going to be the day 1B to Thielen's 1A. We're saying that something different needs to happen with this leadership, and it's not happening. And the frustration is this draft, we have 12 picks, now more than that because of the trade down. What is
I
that?
think 14 now, 13, 14, like that.
And you're giving this leadership the ability to have a huge draft that maybe a year from now when Zimmer's gone, because I guarantee you, or I'll shave my head, that Zimmer's not going to he's going to be fired after this year. After what I saw tonight, they're going to be, what did you say, 6-10, 9-7? The leadership, that's why George Edwards got fired. It was like, okay, the writing's on the wall, you improve, and that's why I think Zimmer said, okay, let's press the panic button. Instead of trying to put a band-aid over the shotgun movement that is the salary cap, let's get rid of everybody. Let's get a promising young group together that we can put the
Right. And now, I mean, I think they can still fix this. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely not the end of the road. They can still find guys to fill the needs on the offensive line, but it becomes unlikely as you start to move forward in the draft. Just as it's unlikely for Jefferson to become Diggs, and it's unlikely for Jeff Gladney to become freaking Richard Sherman or something. It just starts to become less likely for you to find these starting caliber guys when you start to get into round 2 and 3. So Trent Williams is definitely still in play. I know I've been talking about that all night, but he's still in play, and that could be a reason why they didn't go tackle in the first round, possibly, or maybe they're thinking about moving up from the second round to draft a tackle. But I mean, they can still fix the holes that they have, but from what we've seen in the first round, if they don't fix these, it was kind of an irresponsible use of their 2 first-round picks. I mean, you needed a corner regardless. I mean, because you can't roll out there with Hughes, Hill, and Boyd. But I just think in terms of winning, because that's what you want to do. I mean, no matter who's on your offense, what you want to do is win football games. Amari Cooper was a top 5 wide receiver last year, and the Cowboys went 8-8. So I mean, we had Diggs last year who went for 8 touchdowns, over 1,000 yards. I mean,
you had the year before that, you had Thielen and Diggs who were both top whatever in yardage, and they went 8-8.
And that's so it's we're not knocking Jefferson. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we might be a little bit.
Some of us are.
But the thing I'm saying is that Justin Jefferson can make the transition perfectly. I can exaggerate a little bit. He can come out and be a Julio Jones level producer or a Antonio Brown level producer it doesn't really make us better. It doesn't get us over that hump. I want to say Antonio Brown, the Steelers missed the playoffs, I think, once with Antonio Brown. I know the Falcons went terrible last year having Julio Jones. You have to be able to improve the vital parts of your team before you can move forward with these shiny pieces, and that's just not what the Vikings did tonight. Now, they have an entire draft to fix it, but as you move on, it just starts to become less likely for you to find those players to fix it, especially with his track record.
And
Yeah.
you
And
know,
I think,
the only faith I guess I have is Kubiak and Dennison. I
Right.
really did think that they would be able to be the counterweight to Zimmer. You know, I have a lot of faith in what they've done in their careers and whatever. But again, Zimmer is the head coach, so it's more of the same. I almost can guarantee they're going to go defensive line with the first pick tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, I just see that Zimmer. I always liked him. I think we've seen the peak of what he can do. But he really, in all intents and purposes, is a glorified defensive coordinator. He's given a ton of complete autonomy to whoever runs his offense, to the point of not being able to even answer questions after games about game plans. And he has shown time and time again that he prioritizes his unit over the offense. And I think we've seen that's why the offense consistently has to go the free agent route where the defense doesn't really have to. And I don't think that's really a balanced way to run a team. I don't think that Spielman has been able to either tell him no, or I don't really care. But we see time and time again that that's what they do and whatever. I mean, if people are happy with the peak of our team being embarrassed every time we make it to the playoffs, whether it's a missed field goal, which is not Zimmer's fault, but that game was temperature based, not game plan based. The Eagles game, you have Harrison Smith, probably the most perfect safety that could ever play the game, running around with his arms up. Like, what are we doing? The 49ers game, if that's what you guys like, that's fine. I mean, I don't. I want better things to happen, and I think a lot of the frustration here, and you guys are you're explaining it very well, all stems from just seeing more of the same. And
Right.
this is the most Vikings first round I could have imagined, and we were joking about this happening earlier.
Yeah.
And
I put the intro to my article an hour before the pick happened.
Yeah.
You know, it's like sarcastically, like hoping the universe would prove me wrong.
Yeah, and I'll just respond directly back to the comments because I have them in front of me, and I think it's good to get this discussion. Don't you think if it was as big a concern you guys are making it, they would have already considered it? I think it was an amazing pick and insane value at the position. Yes and no. That's subjective completely. If you think Jefferson is an amazing pick, then yeah, it's amazing value at the position. I'm not as high on him, though. We're in general not as high on him, though. I think they would have considered it. But, you know, we are just different. And then and then he says, yeah, it's all good. It's all opinion. I disagree. It's whatever, though. All Vikings fans get so mad about picks until they produce and seem to forget. I guarantee that's not true. I will guarantee it so much that if Justin Jefferson becomes an All-Pro or Pro Bowl player, you can follow me on Twitter. I will say that I am wrong right now, but that's not really the problem here. No, but that's because I love my. It's because my forehead.
Hey, I'm right there with you.
The Vikings had number 5 ranked defense and we couldn't score. I'll skip the one about the Bears because that. I mean, you're right. It does go both ways, but Vikings had number 5 ranked defense and we couldn't score versus the Niners. I will take any offensive playmaker available, which in my mind was best available above
we
other
couldn't
options.
score against the Niners because of our offensive line.
Exactly, and that's the point that I wanted to make. Ruiz was still available. Josh Jones was still available. There was plenty of offensive linemen that were available that I think we were thinking that was more of a need than receiver. I think that's the biggest crux of the issue here. It doesn't matter if you have another playmaker. It doesn't matter if you have Stephon Diggs if Kirk Cousins can't throw the ball. yeah, Jefferson might end up being great value for the pick, and we may be completely wrong, and he may be able to simultaneously block all four defensive linemen and catch a touchdown at the same time. But I think that's the crux of the issue that we're disagreeing on. And again, it's fine to disagree, like you said. But it's so. I think there's a lot of people who during the draft they want to be happy and they want to be excited about these things. I think that was more of a tip of the hat to San Fran, who also made Mahomes look scared. Okay, but you still have to see that like our offensive line is not very good, and that's what we're saying here.
And you have to. So what's his answer for beating San Francisco? Then doing the same thing again?
I think that was more of a tip of the hat to San Francisco. Is what he said.
That's saying San Francisco is so good that it doesn't matter what we do because they're so dope. So it's saying let's go back at them with a poor man's Diggs, the same line, and a rookie corner. That's going to get over the hump of this new NFC powerhouse that we're dealing with. That isn't going to do it.
Right.
I just said the way that all of these promising seasons ended. The perfect example is 2016. They bring in Bradford. They go 5-0 into the bye. The offensive line falls apart because we patchworked it, like I talked about earlier, with Jake Long, Andre Smith. They got hurt, as those guys do, and then we went 3-8 and missed the playoffs. That is the Zimmer Spielman era in one season. You can't win in this league without an offense. You can't. The argument that everyone lost last season because there's so much hate about Cousins is why didn't they get Cousins out of the pocket? But no one was talking about how bad the line was. Justin,
right.
What team can win where you need your quarterback to throw consistently from outside of the pocket, rolling to the left? It's always we have to move bootlegs, more rolling out. Is that what you want?
Well, and I think I made that argument a lot during the season, but it's because at that point, what can you do?
Exactly.
But I and just to jump to the point that he just made, our best lineman, arguably O'Neal, was drafted in the later rounds. Brian O'Neal was a second-round pick. Yes, technically speaking, but we also got extremely lucky with Brian O'Neal. We don't use
first-round picks outside of that doesn't mean anything. When you're not investing first-round picks in your line and you're saying, well, our best pick was the second-round pick, that was the highest pick that we've had since Khalil. Khalil was 2012.
It also wasn't supposed to be... wasn't supposed to be that good of a pick. Like it was considered a huge reach at the time.
Yeah, O'Neal was project tackle. O'Neal was he wasn't meant to start his first year. I mean, I don't think I have to remind people how bad Rashad Hill was until he got benched. They were holding off as long as they could to not start O'Neal. They started him out of necessity because Rashad Hill was being terrible. So I mean, we got completely lucky with O'Neal. He was not meant to start his rookie year. He was supposed to be a project, and he just happens to catch on so fast. And that's just not something we should expect. Same with finding Diggs in the first round, in the fifth round, as being lucky.
People always ripped on me for that take, but I always said you can't expect a fifth-round guy and an undrafted free agent who had to pay for a tryout to become the 1-2 punch that they were. Had that not happened, if you looked at every pick that Spielman has made, either as the triangle of authority or as the GM, they've all been terrible. Outside of Percy Harvin, who people are saying bring him back because that's where we're at right now. You're happy with that. Obviously we're all happy with mediocrity. There's thousands of dollars with stuff behind me, and we do nothing but make me yell at my computer at midnight. I get it, man, and we both want the same thing. It's just, again, I'm not surprised this happened, but I'm just like, what?
Yeah. I'll respond. This is gonna be the last thing because I got to go to bed and take care of my child tomorrow. Somebody commented, "What moves?
What a selfish guy."
What moves would you guys make with our first two picks? I think this is what we're discussing right now. I would have gone, instead of Justin Jefferson, I would have taken either Cesar Ruiz and shored up the inside of the offensive line. Although I know people don't want to take interior offensive lineman in the first. Or I would have taken Josh Jones, to be your left tackle, and then I would keep the Gladney move, or I mean I would flip it for Fulton, but I'm fine with a cornerback move there. So just wanted to, you guys can say your things, and then
I
I'm
would
gonna
have
go.
traded. I mean, the first pick, if they're gonna go receiver regardless, I would have traded down into the second round, amass more picks. I mean, if that's what they were going to do, just to deviate from what you're saying, if they wanted a receiver, again, I don't want to be too repetitive, but the biggest thing we're going to be missing from Diggs is that X factor down the field. That is you guys will see, not you guys, but you guys will see the difference when you don't have a deep threat and what that does to a defensive game plan, what that does to everyone else on the offense next season, what that does to the run game, everything. And so that's why I was a big Mims guy. I thought that he had that long stride down the field. He was like a sub 4.4 guy, really great body control. So if they're going to go receiver, I would have traded down, gotten more picks, and taken him. But obviously, I wanted just go for the offensive line. They've shown the ability to develop late round, or at least not first round guys on defense. Daniil Hunter, Everson Griffin was a 4th round guy. Even you can look at Holton Hills, an undrafted guy. Granted, that's not the best example because he was there for behavioral reasons. But I have more faith in Zimmer developing late round defensive guys or non-first round defensive guys than I have in this team doing the same with the offensive line, because they clearly haven't been able to do that. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, I think for the offense, for my pick, I probably would have went tackle or guard. I definitely would have went offensive line with 22. And then at 25, I probably would have went corner. I think with it being such a deep wide receiver class, I mean, you still have Denzel Mims is still on the board. Michael Pittman Jr. is still out there. KJ Hamler. The long list of guys that I listed out is going to be.
If you wanted a possession guy, just go for Tyler Johnson.
Right, there's Tyler Johnson. Jalen Reagor came off a lot earlier than I thought he would, but you still have guys like Devin Duvernay, who's going to be there day 3. I just think there was a long list of wide receivers that they could have went later. I don't see good value in wide receiver 1 at 1. So, yeah, I definitely would have went tackle, guard, or corner with the 2 picks.
Well, we will be back tomorrow, at least doing the second round. We'll talk about it tomorrow amongst ourselves and figure out if we want to do that. I forgot I was on camera. I have a piece of hair in my mouth. It's driving me crazy. But yeah, we appreciate everyone for tuning in. I mean, we do obviously get a little emotional about it, but that's why we do this, and it's fun. And we do appreciate the comments, actually, despite all evidence to the contrary from this guy. I will say a gigantic thank you to both DeShawn and Kirby for doing this tonight. I had a really, really good time, despite, again, all the evidence to the contrary. And I appreciate everything you guys do for the site. And I thought this was fun, even though it clearly wasn't, for other reasons. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Hopefully you can jump back to the start if you want to see our conversation with Mr. Mike Tice. And we will probably, in some way, shape, or form, be back tomorrow. And we'll see, hopefully, if they can turn this thing around. But this has been our coverage of the first round of the draft. Go Vikings? ?
I think the word you're looking for is skull.
Yeah. Skull ?